In the twilight of the city, a girl with pink hair looks away anxiously as a boy with silver hair supports her, thoughtfully asking why she is avoiding him. The girl with purple eyes, overwhelmed with emotion, seems lost in a wave of surprise, unable to find words to express her feelings. The boy begs the girl to stay, his blue eyes reflecting an inner struggle, and the flowers around him seem to respond to his inexpressible desire. He hugs her on a quiet street. She begs him to let go, but that moment of their closeness seems endless and tense. The guy, with a question in his eyes as to whether the girl is repulsed by him, looks tormented by his own doubts. The words weigh heavily on his heart. He silently begs not to go, his features reflecting a deep need for the compassion he is afraid to ask for. The prison stands at night, illuminating the sky with its light, like a keeper of secrets and a witness to events unfolding in the darkness. A voice breaks through the silence of the night, announcing an urgent delivery, interrupting the flow of emotions that permeates the story. The girl, alone, almost whispers, as if carrying the weight of unspeakable thoughts, her eyes an island of clarity in a sea of uncertainty. A surprised girl in the cold light of the camera, holding packages, feels the contrast between the passionate feelings of past moments and the soulless observation. With a look of confusion and surprise, she talks to herself about her unexpected presence in this place, doubting her actions that led to this moment. Falling into the sky, she screams in shock, confused by the sudden and inexplicable fall into the unknown. She mentally struggles with the bizarre situation, believing it could be a dream, and hopes to wake up from this disturbing experience. Unfortunately for her, reality sets in. This is not a dream. The beautiful castle and its surroundings are all too real, which adds to her confusion. Realizing what seems like a revelation, she realizes she has stumbled into a book, an unexpected twist in her story. While putting together the puzzle, she discovers that she is now inhabiting the body of a character from the story, unfamiliar even to her. The usual beginning of a new life in the novel seems to begin with a luxurious bed, a stark contrast to her current, less majestic situation. Reflecting on her strange awakening on a stone bed, she questions the strange circumstances in which she finds herself. Frustration takes over as she tries to understand the nonsensical transition to what seems like a plot from a tragic 19-plus novel. The novels with the most positive reviews often start out promising, which she unfortunately contrasts with her own troubling situation. In a realm where radiant elegance meets the embrace of the sun, the heroine basks in joy, her laughter echoing through the flowery corridors of France. Her emerald dress and golden tresses reflect the brightness of spring, embodying the splendor of the nation. Amid the dim glow of the abyss, she is an anchor in the storm, enduring her father's sins. The chains of consequences drag her down to the depths, a testament to her inherited position. Her spirit, unwavering even in the face of unfair fate, wanders the gloomy corridors of the dungeon, guided by a determination as fierce as the flames that light her path. Descending into the heart of the fortress, she encounters a lone prisoner. His piercing blue gaze holds untold stories, igniting a spark in the stifling shadows of confinement. Dressed in the royal garb of a legendary lineage, the hero stands with the mysterious tiger, the emblem of his power. The contrast between his noble bearing and the beast's ferocious strength speaks of a story yet to be revealed. Those who are unable to fight the incomprehensible force find themselves trapped, banished to the depths of a dungeon where despair reigns. Revealing traces of his origins, he confronts the curse that runs through him, demonstrating torment and defiant pride. At a moment of comic relief, an age-restricted warning humorously intervenes, reminding us of the mature undertones of the narrative. The story reaches a poignant climax when an antagonist emerges, his charm masked by a dark purpose, setting the stage for a saga of love and betrayal. Thus begins the saga of a cruel love triangle, a story woven with passion and tangled destinies, where everyone must navigate the complex corridors of the heart. The girl with pink hair thoughtfully observes the reflections on the complex character of the main character, who is often perceived as an enemy, but the story cannot do without him. Next, we see a golden hall, shining with luxury and wealth. The text tells the story of the struggle between the main character's family and his evil, envious people, who are trying to capture the leader. A dark fortress under a starry sky opens before us in the third image. This is the place where the stories of many characters begin. It depicts two characters playing cards, focused and immersed in the game, with a sense of tension and tactics. The face of the girl with pink hair, her eyes full of determination and intrigue, and her expression reveals the complexity of the upcoming decisions. The next image is a moment from a card game, where the girl talks about the rules that prohibit even a hint of cheating, while the man watches in confusion as events unfold. A man with blue hair, who, as we learn from the text, is a mysterious protagonist, initially depicted as a sinister character. The joy and triumph of the pink-haired girl is radiating, celebrating her victory at cards, showing off her full set with dancing and laughter. There is a moment of surprise and the guard's recognition of the girl's poker skills, which adds humor to the situation. And in conclusion, we see a light and fun continuation of the card game, where the characters exchange jokes and enjoy their time together. In the large courtyard, a woman with pink hair calmly savors a chocolate bar, the tranquility suggesting a sharp contrast to the bustling surroundings usually expected in such central parts of the estate. Meanwhile, the brown-haired guard slyly resorts to a fragrant brown potion, a secret sip hidden by solitude, emphasizing that the guards here are prone to enjoying earthly pleasures just as much as anyone else. In a dim and eerie room, a silver-haired man is bound with fluorescent chains, surrounded by impassive armored guards. The oppressive atmosphere is weighed down by the burden of strict surveillance associated with the dangerous reputation of the person established in the narrative. A carefree scene unfolds as a pink-haired girl points curiously at a dark area, her expression a combination of innocence and intrigue. She seems unaware of the darkness she is pointing to. The guard, caught off guard by an unseen event, reacts with shock and denial, his alarmed expression painting a picture of the sudden disruption of an ordinary day. His face becomes embarrassed as he sheepishly tells the girl not to look at him with such admiration, perhaps because of some humble heroism or unexpected act of kindness that has caught her attention. In a bizarre twist, the girl proudly hands over a small red box, offering the gift with a foreboding of joyful acceptance. The atmosphere is filled with a mixture of pride and hope. Returning alone, the lady pauses in a corridor decorated with ethereal roses for a moment of serenity before she whispers a promise of her soon return, leaving an air of mystery. In a dramatic conclusion, the lady stands over the fallen figure, lantern in hand, her silhouette cast by a lone beacon of light amidst the darkness. The suddenness of the situation leaves a quiet echo of urgency and anxiety. In a serene moment, a young man with pale blue hair delicately holds hands amidst a sea of intricate flowers. A speech bubble hints at a shared secret between them. The scene reverses with the man now hanging upside down, his loose shirt revealing a graceful neck. Orchids envelop him as the caption celebrates him as the protagonist, hinting at his central role in the story. A young woman with long pink hair gazes contemplatively into the distance, holding a lantern, her face a combination of wonder and thoughtfulness, as if she is immersed in the deep beauty of the night or an unfolding mystery. As she contemplates, her hand covers her mouth in shock. The text reflects a moment of surprise or disbelief. Dramatic lighting heightens the intensity of her realization. The man lies peacefully, his features softened by sleep, surrounded by flowers that seem to reflect his serenity. His relaxed pose suggests a rare moment of calm amidst what is likely a turbulent narrative. Upon awakening, he tugs on his earring with a playful smile, his body language relaxed but suggestive of mischief. The floral backdrop continues to be a vivid presence in his story. A woman stands with a lantern and a man kneels before her, dandelion seeds floating around them like delicate snowflakes. This image suggests a meeting or reconciliation filled with gentle magic. He sits smiling, radiating warmth and charm against a backdrop of flowers. The text around him could be his name or a word of endearment that indicates his charisma. Finally, the woman's profile is carved with beauty as she gazes, an expression of awe or question on her lips, as if inquiring about the nature of beauty itself. The flowers beside her illuminate her face, enhancing her contemplation. In a world colored in the delicate hues of spring, a girl with pink hair radiates wonder, her mouth open as she utters a confused word, framed by the gentle whisper of sakura petals. Bathed in soft light dancing through the array of flowers, the silver-haired young man glows with warmth, his eyes reflecting the joy and beauty of the flowers that surround him. Under the twilight sky, a girl with long pink locks stands thoughtfully, her speech bubble reflecting her pensive demeanor. The vastness of the sea stretches behind her, blending with the solitude of the evening. Joy dances in the eyes of the silver-haired youth amidst the floral backdrop. His laughter is almost audible as he speaks in a light-hearted exclamation, the flowers reflecting his gaiety. Surrounded by shadows, the same man's demeanor changes, his words contrasting sharply with the eerie backdrop, a mix of playful banter and an imminent sense of something deeper. The young man's charm takes on a whimsical twist when he dons cat ears. His dialogue playfully teases the transformation, and the floral patterns emphasize the fantasy of the moment. As he gazes thoughtfully into the distance, the man's enigmatic expression is complemented by an intricate tattoo, and his contemplative mumbling adds a layer of depth to his mysterious aura. A crescendo of energy and color, with the girl channeling intense power, her form barely visible through the bright spells that swirl around her in a symphony of magic. Liana stands in a glowing magic circle, her presence commanding yet mysterious, and Dorian watches her from behind, his face awe and curiosity reflected. She had not expected this moment, her inner voice revealing a sense of surprise. As the magic circle pulses with power, Liana's thoughts betray her confusion. She now understands why the wings she expected to see aren't there. There's a certain charm to her revelation, a touch of magic in the mundane. The narrative shifts to capture the perspective of Dorian, adorned in royal attire that hints at a significant transformation. He is bound with intricate cords, perhaps symbolizing an internal or external struggle. In a quiet alley, Liana crouches, a shocked expression on her face as her fingers lightly touch what seems to be residual magic. "I just reached it," she whispers, expressing a mixture of surprise and disbelief. In a light-hearted twist, Liana attempts to calm the rampaging creature, her cartoonish screams filling the air. It's a stark contrast to the previous intensity, showcasing her versatility in dealing with the unexpected. With strategic thinking, Liana ponders how to get the creature's attention, contemplating an object or action that might interest the spirit being. This is a pause in her magical journey that showcases her problem-solving skills. Liana gives the little creature a branch of flowers, a gesture that seems to both surprise and enchant him. This simple act of connection connects worlds, highlighting the beauty in small things. Finally, Dorian accepts the twig, blushing slightly and making a surprised expression on his face. The simplicity of this gesture has weight, symbolizing a tender moment of connection between them. In the colorful, whimsical room, Liana expresses surprise, ordering Dorian to turn around as she did not expect him to turn away so quickly at her earrings, displaying a playful and carefree interaction. Against a gloomy, backlit blue backdrop, Liana is surprised, wondering if Dorian understands her, a moment of uncertainty as she realizes she needs to escape quickly while she still can. Feeling the soft and fluffy texture of the mysterious object, Liana asks if Dorian knows what it is, bringing a sense of curiosity and discovery to the airy and innocent setting. In an intimate twilight scene, Liana tenderly offers Dorian a sweet, urging him to be kind as he looks up at her, depicting a tender moment of care and nurturing. Caught in a vulnerable moment, Dorian looks up with a combination of bewilderment and awe as a gentle glow illuminates him, creating a soft, romantic atmosphere. Under a serene night sky, surrounded by flowers, Dorian holds Liana's hand to his face, softly speaking her name, a moment of intimate connection that transcends words. Liana, with a solemn expression on her face, asks Dorian if he has decided to eat her, her voice mixing fear and surprise, hinting at a darker turn in their story. Staring deeply, Dorian, under the dark veil of night, seems to ponder the seriousness of the situation, a silent question in his eyes. Liana, stunned and blushing, calls out to Dorian to stop, hinting at the intense and possibly turbulent dynamic between them. Dorian, illuminated by the celestial glow, looks up in surprise and asks Liana what she has done to him, capturing a moment filled with mystery and emotional depth. Dorian's intense blue gaze pierces the backdrop of ethereal stars, hinting at the contemplative silence that fills the air around her. Caught in a moment of tongue-in-cheek humor, the chibi-style Liana looks shocked and comically excited, with a bright pink hue radiating around her, emphasizing the surprise and confusion of the situation. Dorian, with short gray hair, reacts defensively, his expression shocked as he firmly declares his innocence of the misunderstanding, his hand clasped in a gesture of surprise. In a playful way, Liana teases with a mock warning, her light-hearted tone adding sparkle to the scene, her smile as bright as the blooming flowers around her. Against a background of soft purple, the miniature Liana sternly accuses Dorian of misunderstanding, her firm stance belying her small stature, suggesting a mischievous clash of viewpoints. Dorian stands, his face a combination of surprise and introspection, as if he is pondering the words that echo softly in the gloomy shadows that frame his face. With a pensive look, Dorian looks contemplatively lonely, his eyes reflecting an internal dialogue as he is enveloped in the cold blue atmosphere of his surroundings. Liana's face is marked with surprise, her pink hair contrasting sharply with the swirls of confusion that seem to swirl around her, creating a bubble of astonishment. Dorian leans back with a thoughtful expression, contemplating the emotional implications of the apology. Her soft expression of understanding and gentle apology suggests a graceful acceptance of vulnerability. In the bizarre world of a wild imagination, Liana finds herself the object of childish wonder. The child is emotionally moved, marking this moment as her first experience of receiving an apology against a bizarre backdrop. Under a canopy of night flowers, Liana begs Dorian to listen to her. Their closeness among the flowers symbolizes a moment of intimacy, hinting that past formalities are insignificant in the present connection. Liana reflects on the imminent onset of affection, her words floating between her and Dorian. The shared look they exchange is filled with unspoken thoughts and the ephemeral nature of their encounter. Dorian's hand quickly meets Liana's, symbolizing a connection that goes beyond social gestures. His eyes convey a deep resonance with hers, challenging the transience of their contact. When Liana apologizes for the accidental touch, Dorian acknowledges her with understanding, implying the depth of their relationship that goes beyond mere physical interaction. The time constraint becomes apparent when Liana voices the need to leave, confirmed by Dorian's confession. Their shared moment of resignation reflects the inevitable farewell that looms over them. Dorian's silhouette is depicted against the background of a mystical portal. His pose is reluctantly saying goodbye. The words, "I'll be back," hint at both a promise and the pain of separation from the magical kingdom. The luxury of the grand hallway awaits, symbolizing the reality to which Liana must return. The contrast between this world and the intimate moments she leaves behind is stark and telling. In a large hall, a man adorned in royal attire stands, reading a letter with a focused demeanor. The exclamation, "Look!" explodes in the background. In the next room, a man with short gray hair seems shocked as he reports the crime. His voice carries an insistent tone. Surprised by the intrusion, Liana's expression becomes tense. She marvels at the criminal's audacity, wondering if this is the work of a known criminal. Against the backdrop of delicate flowers, Liana stands resolutely, her gaze piercing, contemplating the effectiveness of her defense against such audacious encroachments. In a room that shows signs of disorder, Liana assesses the scene. Her sharp gaze studies every detail, trying to piece together the events. Liana's silhouette is framed against the window, her profile standing out brightly against the soft light as she promises to quickly uncover the culprit. Chaos ensues in the sunlit room as people struggle, reflecting the sense of panic and urgency caused by the previous alarm. Liana's eyes reflect a mixture of determination and concern, emphasizing her connection to a place that now bears the scars of violence. Standing amidst the golden glow, Liana ponders the identity of the intruder, acknowledging the nervous chatter of the crowd about the unexpected guest. Eventually, the imagery shifts to a lighter mood with a display of colorful macarons, hinting at a return to normalcy and the refined aspects of court life. Liana stands thoughtfully, her inner turmoil reflected in the dissonance between the disorder of her room and her immaculate dress. Despite the disorder, she maintains a pristine appearance, hinting at an inner chaos. In the next scene, another character is surprised by the fragrance, wondering if it is part of the new collection. His surprise is palpable as he holds the perfume, showing his penchant for luxury and attention to detail. Liana's thoughts are clouded by doubts, because lately, phrases related to trust have often appeared in her head, hinting at a recent betrayal or disappointment that weighs on her. Dorian is having a turbulent night, his tear-filled eyes suggestive of deep remorse or sadness. The tears hint at a deep emotional discharge, indicating that Liana was somehow involved in this pivotal moment. He is bound by a magnetic device, symbolizing the restriction of his freedom. This imprisonment is metaphorical for his situation, where he can only free himself from these bonds by ending his current predicament. Only one person can free Dorian from his captivity. The intimate embrace they share hints at a deep connection, perhaps suggesting that Liana is the key to his release. Liana ponders, regretting not knowing the cause of her suffering. There is a sense of longing, perhaps understanding or freedom, as she reflects on her situation. A man named Baron Pavadis is preoccupied with thoughts of monopolization, perhaps indicating his desire to control or possess, contemplating ambitions that are beyond his current reach. Baron Pavadis confronts Liana, accusing her of criminality. Liana, who sits and looks away, seems to resist this label, potentially challenging the Baron's authority or perception. Finally, in a bright, airy room, Liana confronts a man whose words suggest confrontation. Her posture and gaze, directed to the side, suggest a mixture of defiance and contemplation, hinting at her complex emotions. Liana looks up, her eyes shining with a subtle joy, as if responding to a character off-screen. She remarks, playfully rejecting any notion of her uniqueness, mixing the common with the unusual. In a pastel-colored room, Dorian, with short gray hair, is deep in thought, considering Liana's questions about interesting developments, reasoning that only undramatic news will be welcome. Liana, with bright pink hair, smiles brightly as she gently greets someone. Her cheerful manner radiates through the soft floral background, embodying a peaceful moment. In an elegantly decorated setting, Liana listens intently, her back to the viewer, contemplating the consequences of freedom, considering the possibility of observing from the sidelines even after her release. Dorian, with a twinkle in his eye and a bushy mustache, teases about the imperious black rose, hinting at mysterious events with an air of playfulness and intrigue. A treasure cart filled with jewels and gold attracts attention as Liana overhears someone talking about the rarity of such aromatics at auction, hinting at a deeper story. Liana stands, a thoughtful look on her face as she considers the significance of a tiara that may have belonged to the Empress, indicating her central role in the unfolding story. Night falls on the magnificent estate, where suspicions grow among the aristocracy, linking the imperial family to the disappearance of the fragrant dowry. In a dramatic reveal, a young man shrouded in shadows represents a mysterious and possibly deceptive figure connected to the aromatics case, linked to the title of Black Rose of the Empire. Liana, with her pink hair flowing, drinks tea, contemplating her role not as the main antagonist of the story, but rather as a complex character within it. Absorbed in thought, Liana compares the formulaic schemes of imperial strategies with the unpredictability of historical narrative, enjoying the taste of her tea. Across from Liana, a man named Doreen asks why she hasn't shared anything intriguing with him, hinting at familiarity and curiosity about her experiences. Liana responds with a playful smile, a hint of mischief in her eyes, as she admits her attachment to the adventures she has been through. Looking out the window, Liana seems lost in an otherworldly world where the line between her reality and the history she is a part of blurs. The narrative shifts to a somber tone, highlighting a solitary figure, Doreen, sitting alone in a dark, windowless room, in stark contrast to the bright scenes preceding her. Doreen looks up, his blue eyes meeting the viewer's gaze, his expression combining loneliness and quiet greeting. Liana, shining in the moonlight with a lantern in her hand, suggests an evening stroll, her cheerful demeanor illuminating the darkness. Back in her cozy mode, surrounded by dog paws and bone motifs, Liana is blissfully content, perhaps after a walk or when she remembers her canine friends. In a quiet setting with drifting clouds, Liana complains that Dorian doesn't have an off button to calm down. Meanwhile, Dorian seems agitated and clenches his fists in frustration. Surprised, Dorian leans forward, puzzled that Liana can understand him. He asks her why, and the air is tense with his surprise. Looking thoughtful, Liana asks why Dorian doesn't speak if he understands her. There is a note of curiosity and concern in her voice as she digs deeper. Against the backdrop of fluffy clouds, Dorian's irritation fades. He is furious at the perceived injustice and is almost ready to explode with emotion. Liana, with a guilty conscience, embarrassedly admits that she took more bread than she should have, reflecting a mixture of remorse and evil in her actions. The mood improves when Dorian offers bread to Liana with a childish smile, and his anger is replaced by a playful suggestion, changing the atmosphere from cheerful camaraderie to friendship. With a gentle smile, Liana sits next to a depressed Dorian, teasingly questioning his dog-like behavior. She encourages him to slow down, bringing a sense of calm to the moment. As he tastes the bread, Dorian seems to realize, as he enjoys simple pleasures, a sense of peace comes over him. Liana lovingly scolds Dorian, warning him not to eat too fast and expressing her affection in a playful manner, their bond evident in this tender exchange. Surrounded by roses, Dorian begs Liana to remove her hand. His voice is soft, his expression vulnerable, emphasizing the moment of intimacy between them. Liana, with her pink hair flowing, looks thoughtful, her inner thoughts expressed in silent dialogue, musing on how well someone drank from her hands. She looks thoughtful, her feelings a combination of pleasure and deep reflection. Dorian looks stunned, his wide blue eyes reflecting his astonishment. The bold characters around him trigger a sudden, intense awareness, striking him with the power of unexpected emotion. He freezes suddenly, vulnerable in the moment. Dorian's face, as he tries to contain his emotions, is a mixture of confusion and despair. His closed eyes and clenched fists convey a sense of overwhelming emotion, trying to process what he is experiencing with great difficulty. Liana, assertive and in control, challenges Dorian with a pointed finger and a direct stare. Her words speak of responsibility, claiming that someone else will suffer the consequences, her tone as determined as her stance. Depicting an idealized description of the character, the image tells the story of a heroine with golden locks and special abilities, emphasizing her beauty and ability to save others from darkness, portraying her as a beacon of hope and perfection. In the cozy, sunlit space, a narrative unfolds, detailing wonderful food, engaging conversations, and leisurely strolls, setting the stage for a calm and cultivated experience that contrasts with the previous tension. The ominous image is darkened by chains and shadow, symbolizing all that is unjustly imposed upon someone. The inverted perspective emphasizes the helplessness and despair of being trapped in a terrible situation. Dorian, alone with his thoughts, reflects on the difficulties of the novel's protagonist. His dreamy gaze looks at a life he has never known, a life filled with peace and simplicity, far removed from his current hustle and bustle. Dorian is found in a gloomy setting, his thoughts clear in speech bubbles, expressing his displeasure at the lack of sunlight and fresh air. His longing for freedom becomes palpable as he reflects on the simple pleasures of life on the street. With hope, Liana offers Dorian a chance to escape his imprisonment. Her invitation to take a walk is both a literal and metaphorical opportunity for him to step out of the shadows into a brighter reality. As you gaze at the majestic walls of a fortified castle under a clear blue sky, you contemplate the standards expected of a common criminal and wonder if Dorian should live up to them. Each day for him is characterized by monotony and boredom, but with a hidden tension that hints at something beneath the surface. A pink-haired girl named Liana cries in frustration, overwhelmed by a seemingly dire situation. Her frustration is illustrated by a bright, exaggerated expression on her face, contrasting the brilliance around her with the darkness of her thoughts. Silence engulfs Dorian as he stands thoughtfully, bathed in the soft glow of twilight filtering through the camera. His silver hair shimmers and speech bubbles hint at a silence that speaks volumes, hinting at deep contemplation or a restless mind. In the next moment, Liana's long pink hair flows like a river of light as she calmly accepts the silence as consent, her face half lit in the semi-darkness, her posture indicative of humility and determination. Liana blows a bubblegum bubble with an air of casual defiance, declaring that the guard must allow her to walk. Her playful demeanor contrasts with the formality of her request, the soft colors around her softening the rigidity of the rules she is defying. Walking down the brightly lit corridor, Liana is determined but doubtful about her chances of even seeing Dorian, her thoughts a mix of hope and realism. Sunlight floods the corridor, reflecting her desire for clarity and closure. Liana's face is marked by concern and slight indignation, as she asks if it's fair to be underground for no reason, her eyes searching for an answer. The softness of her features contrasts with the strength of her question, portraying a delicate balance of vulnerability and courage. With a sudden, "Ah!" the guard confirms Liana's request for a meeting, signifying a breakthrough. His formal attire and stiff posture emphasize the seriousness of the institution he represents. Liana, addressed with formal respect, is invited in, her surprise at the ease of the process visible in her wide-open eyes. Her posture, poised yet stunned, reflects the unexpected turn of events that unfold more smoothly than she had expected. Liana stands at the entrance to the grand hall, the words, "Madame Liana, please enter," announcing her arrival. The luxury of the place whispers of power and elegance, but there is a silence in the air, expectant and heavy. As Liana enters the vast room, she mutters to herself, noticing the absence of others. "There's no one here. Maybe I'm too early?" she wonders aloud, the light casting shadows that dance quietly around her. Settling down on the luxurious sofa, Liana seems to deflate slightly, fatigue creeping in. The grandeur of her surroundings offers little comfort. Instead, there is a loneliness that seems to echo her sighs. In a close-up, we see Liana's face, marked by skepticism and a hint of irritation. "It's hard to believe that they asked to meet with an observer for a case like this," she muses, considering the seriousness of the situation and her role in it. The scene shifts to a conceptual chessboard, introducing a hierarchical structure that governs the place. The pawns represent lower and middle status guards, implying meticulous order. Authority is enhanced with the introduction of knightly figures, representing influential bishop managers. They stand imposingly, suggesting control and oversight. The story then focuses on a man, introduced as the master warden of the prison. He exudes an aura of power and mystery, his gaze hidden behind reflective glasses. A touching moment is captured as Liana bows, her head adorned with a halo of intricate symbols, hinting at a story rich in meaning and unspoken weight. Finally, a grand office is shown, and Liana's reflections on her mistaken identity as a man due to her impeccable reputation and expressive nature are highlighted. The figure's presence is questioned. Who's there? Marking a new twist in this story of intrigue and rank. The anticipation is palpable, like a note yet to be played. Liana shyly looks away, mumbling unfinished sentences, as if hesitant to voice her thoughts. She reflects on the meeting that they both seem to have been thinking about. The man stands with a noble appearance, his aristocratic clothing decorated with intricate patterns. He gracefully addresses the character outside the panel, expressing his desire to be present. The opulent room is bathed in golden light, creating a majestic scene. Liana and Dorian sit apart, a row of candles flickering between them, suggesting a formal yet intimate meeting. Liana, with a mixture of determination and vulnerability in her eyes, admits that she has a request for Dorian. Her posture is tense, indicating the importance of what she is about to say. The man, curious and calm, leans forward with interest. He maintains a balanced demeanor, apparently ready to accept any request that might challenge his expectations. When they talk about prisoners' rights, Liana's statement reflects a deeper knowledge of the topic, hinting at a personal connection to the topic. Liana sincerely and with a touch of sadness corrects the misconception about her knowledge, pointing out the depth of insight that belies her gentle exterior. Reflecting on her connection to other prisoners, Liana shares a poignant detail that hints at compassion and perhaps a past that haunts her. The close-up of their clasped hands hints at a moment of agreement or bargain, a tacit understanding between Liana and Dorian regarding the terms of someone they know. Dorian acknowledges the existence of the person Liana is referring to, showing a compassionate side as he conveys the limitations placed on this person. Caught in a moment of surprise, Liana questions the nature of the jealous gaze directed at her. The atmosphere hints at a mixture of surprise and an undercurrent of deeper, unspoken tension. Liana's flushed cheeks betray her confusion as she stammers, perhaps seeking solace amidst the surge of emotion. Her gesture, hand to cheek, suggests a combination of nervousness and delicate vulnerability. Amidst the whirlwind of abstract thoughts and blooming flowers, Liana confesses to herself a truth she cannot ignore. Her inner monologue reveals tenderness for her younger brother, hinting at feelings far removed from love for her brother. The man stands with a noble air, his expression unreadable. Liana's comparison of him to her younger brother is confirmed, but it is imbued with an unspoken complexity. In a bizarre setting, Liana's thoughts take a humorous turn, pondering the existence of a younger brother among the ducks, while the juxtaposition of nobility and mundanity is played out amusingly. A pensive Dorian is enveloped in icy flowers, a portrait of elegance and distant contemplation. His thoughts remain as mysterious as the frosty flowers that frame him. Dorian's profile is engraved against a backdrop of warm hues and roses, symbolizing the intertwining of sophistication and hidden confusion, while feelings for Liana and a man named Regent are softly echoed. In contrast, Dorian is shrouded in shadows and blood-red leaves, a visual metaphor for the dark transformation or ominous revelation that has occurred. Liana asks for a reprieve, to let in some fresh air, a metaphor for clarity or change. Despite her modest demeanor, there is a strong sense of foreboding in her, as if a significant response is expected. In the royal chamber, Liana, her pink hair flowing, gazes intently at the stern man, whose aristocratic appearance is expressed by his tailored jacket decorated with gold motifs. He declares his readiness to fulfill any request for the sake of her brother and father. Liana responds with a hint of nonchalance, casually mentioning her brother and father as she loosely clutches the top of her pajamas, a mock innocence on her face. Her words are laced with hidden sarcasm. "Oh yes, for my brother and father. What does that mean?" A stunning frame envelops Dorian, whose sharp gray hair contrasts with the dark hands of an unseen force that intrudes and a ghostly network of gears and chains. His disembodied voice calls out to the dangerous criminal, suggesting the hidden depths of his icy demeanor. The silhouette is shrouded in shadows, visible only by the glint of his glasses and the whisper of roses around him. A mysterious dialogue box hints at the workings of mysterious forces, suggesting that he is under the influence of powerful beings. Liana, adorned with an elaborate headdress and holding a bouquet of roses, embodies a figure from an idyllic dream. Her expression looks sad as she contemplates the concept of the visible family, hinting at the complexities that lie beneath the surface. In a room lit by golden light, Liana stands before Dorian, who is narrating a criminal case involving the misuse of magic. The straightforward tone suggests procedural dialogue, but Dorian's graceful posture conveys authority and seriousness. The man extends his hand in farewell, indicating that their meeting must end due to requests he cannot help but notice. Liana is left contemplating the sudden end, the meaning of her brother's request hanging in the air. The meeting ends with Dorian kneeling before Liana, taking her hand with a reverence that seems to belie her brother's unseen influence, leaving her to ponder the nature of their interaction. Liana, who is being watched from behind, is led by Dorian through an ornate door, looking back over his shoulder, the light casting an angelic glow around them. In a final tender moment, Dorian bows to kiss Liana's hand against a backdrop of roses and soft light, a gesture befitting a nobleman of his station, bestowing upon her a title or perhaps a deeper recognition. In a luxurious room decorated with gold details, Dorian stands confidently, his words delivered with hidden determination. Even without any commitment, he declares his commitment to fulfill Liana's request, hinting at the complex bond between them. Beyond the grandeur of the estate, Liana is wrapped in contemplation, her gaze gazing into the distance. The narrative notes the inevitability of her act, reflecting the inner excitement that pushes her forward despite the looming uncertainty. A blush spreads across Liana's cheeks, hidden from Dorian's eyes. Alone, she scolds herself, vowing not to be embarrassed by another encounter. Her inner struggle underscores her mixed feelings for him. Darkness covers the castle, rain cascades down its ancient walls. The text frames the day that has vanished like a fleeting shadow, emphasizing the passage of time against the backdrop of unshakable stone. Standing in the rain, her face a mixture of surprise and slight apprehension, Liana learns that Dorian, contrary to expectations, has misunderstood something, perhaps about her, a revelation that adds another layer to their mysterious bond. Liana stands with a look of determination, contemplating her situation. She assures herself that the ends will justify the means. A security guard in tactical gear looks over his shoulder in surprise. Again? He wonders, reacting to the unexpected visit. Under the cover of night, Liana advises caution due to danger, and a sense of unease about the prisoner's restlessness troubles her thoughts. A close-up of Liana's hand holding the letter shows her inner turmoil as she is enveloped by the imitative notes of the song. In the semi-darkness, Liana listens carefully. A sound catches her attention. She senses an anomaly, something out of place. Hovering in stasis over a mystical symbol, Dorian appears unconscious, a dramatic display of mysterious power unfolding around him. As Liana watches, her face is etched with worry. The sound she heard was out of place, which only added to her anxiety. Finally, Dorian, visibly exhausted, is sweating profusely, leaning against the wall. His energy is spent. He is a shell of his normal self. Under the blood-red moon, two figures loom over Liana with grim expressions, as one sternly proclaims her a disgrace to the family. In a moment of foreboding silence, a man with striking features and silver hair stands alone, his gaze piercing the darkness, contemplating the seriousness of his thoughts. Liana, eyes wide and shining, stares upward, her face a canvas of fear and uncertainty, engulfed by the raging abyss beneath her. With stoic grace, the pink-haired woman stares into the distance, her sharp eyes reflecting determination as she contemplates the extent of her influence. A spectral light envelops Dorian, his expression curious, mixed with apprehension, as she questions her disgust at the ringing of the bell. The pink-haired woman smiles playfully as she holds a small bell, hinting that the sound is more pleasant than the sound of thunder, her eyes shining with mischief. Liana reluctantly accepts the bells, while the woman watches with a satisfied expression, her eyes expressing pleasure at the result. Covered in a cascade of bells, Liana's suffering is visible, while the woman looks on, satisfied with the abundance she has provided. The woman gently comforts Dorian, her words suggesting protective care, as Liana remains silent, her eyes displaying a mixture of emotions. Dorian stares off into the distance with a hint of concern on her face, a thought bubble expressing her concern that something might be moving too fast for comfort. Her eyes, tinged with a purple hue, seem to glow against the soft background. As she stands, her figure looms against a pastel background, one character hovering above her head, creating a sense of her contemplating or perhaps realizing an important moment. Liana lies on her back, pain appearing on her face, her hand reaching out as if to hold on to something. The words, "This hurts," escape her lips, a mixture of confusion and pain reflected in her eyes. During an intimate encounter, Liana and Dorian gaze intently through a floral haze, his tattoo peeking out from under his collar, suggesting a deeper, invisible connection between them. From her profile to us, Liana utters, "Too close." Zrenya, hinting at the intimacy with Dorian that evokes a wave of emotion, her pink hair falling softly over her face. In a playful exchange, a chibi version of Liana and Dorian are shown hugging, surrounded by colorful gummy bears. She declares herself a mess, adding a light-hearted tone to their interaction. With his tousled gray hair and piercing blue eyes, Dorian appears lost in thought. In the painting, he is depicted in a state of contemplation, with only his own words for company. Amidst a burst of floral beauty, Dorian is depicted with his hand to his mouth, a gesture of thoughtfulness or concern as he ponders a delicate situation, his tattoos adding an edge to his elegant demeanor. A comic mishap unfolds when Liana questions Dorian about who initiated their intimacy, leading to a confused and agitated reaction from him, the leaves falling all around symbolizing the change in their dynamic. Finally, Dorian, his gaze tender and a little shy, finds solace in the warmth of the moment. He assures himself that there is nothing to fear, his posture reflecting a newfound sense of confidence. In a softly lit room, Liana stands by the open window, looking out. She notices that she sees excitement inside someone and offers to show them the way. In response to the surprised request, she introduces herself simply as Liana. Hiding behind the door, Liana presses her palm to the surface, whispering her name, as if the gesture could convey her identity through the wood. Under a starry sky, a man named Dorian stands in awe, his blue eyes wide as embers circle around him, reflecting his astonishment. Dorian's gaze deepens, his blue eyes piercing the twilight. The tattooed marks on his neck stand out, hinting at hidden depth. The somber atmosphere is broken by the sound of dripping water after a few days. Grapevines creep across the darkened window, hinting that time passes in silence. Chained to a bleak existence, Liana sits alone, the heavy burden of confinement. She longs for the liberating embrace of the sun to illuminate her dark surroundings. In a flower dream, Liana and Dorian share a moment of intimacy, their faces inches apart, caught in a dance of soft hues and unspoken words. Liana peered out from between her shadowed frames, her expression sad, her mind clouded by a disturbing lack of inspiration. The letter lies unopened, the seal intact. It is a remnant of hope or despair, its content still unknown, the first sight that greets Liana when her eyes open. Dorian stands at his desk, a blank sheet of paper in front of him. He reflects on how the letters he has written have always received the desired response, but this time his wish remains unfulfilled. Liana stands alone, contemplating the diminishing presence of her security, marked by the absence of letters that once came frequently but have now ceased. She contemplates the usual pace of correspondence that had become the reliable rhythm of her life, a rhythm that had been disrupted, and she waited far beyond its expected arrival. The silence of the room is broken only by Liana's soft sigh, wondering if her requests were too great, a burden too heavy to bear. The panels depict her introspection, the mix of hope and worry etched on her face. As Liana stands by the window, lost in thought, she is asked what is troubling her thoughts. Her gaze, filled with a mixture of longing and excitement, does not meet the questioner, emphasizing her deep absorption in her private contemplations. The surprise in Liana's voice became evident when Dorian appeared, her relief palpable in the mere acknowledgement of his presence. Her surprise bespeaks a close familiarity, a contrast to the loneliness she had felt moments before. Dorian and Liana exchange casual pleasantries, revealing a comfortable relationship. Her laughter, light and calm, speaks of the transition from her former solitude to a moment of shared communication. Their conversation continues over tea, turning to local gossip. Dorian's relaxed demeanor and Liana's attentive listening paint a picture of everyday life, even as they discuss the extraordinary events surrounding the woman's hysterics at the opera. The shadowed figure clutches her head in horror, her agony evident. The revelation that the outburst at the opera was not simply hysterical, but a reaction to the devastating news of Count Andria's death paints a picture of true despair. Dorian, with his playful mustache, jokingly shifts the blame for the opera incident onto a heroic figure, his lively expression and humorous tone bringing a light moment to the sober conversation. The conversation turns somber as Dorian reflects on Count Andria's important role as the Grand Duke's right-hand man, hinting at the seriousness of the Count's untimely death. Liana contemplates two opposing forces, represented by a red rose in the darkness and a black rose in the light, symbolizing the balance of power and the duality of an ancient enmity. In a soft thought, Liana reflects on the attachment of the city of Andrea to the birthplace of the protagonist, contrasting this with the role of the opposing party in the hero's wounds. A terrifying scene unfolds as a sword, exquisite yet foreboding, pierces a rose. Blood spurts, symbolizing the deep hatred between the factions vying for the heroine's heart. Liana gracefully savors a strawberry-filled cake, contemplating the nuances of the relationships between the characters, her calm demeanor covering a complex web of interactions. Dorian engages in witty banter, his intellect shining as he discusses the mayor's murder, leaving clues for the clever to solve amidst the intricacies of his narrative. The mysterious chaser looks dramatic in a red cloak. The conversation hints at his current whereabouts, possibly related to a hidden agenda or secret meeting place. Liana ponders with a thoughtful gaze the plans that have probably already been implemented, a sense of urgency underlying her contemplation of the events that have yet to happen. A figure in armor declares that time has passed, signaling an end or significant change, as Dorian and the young man heed the call, moving with purpose and readiness. Dorian and Liana share a light moment over tea, with Dorian asking how she is, a slice of everyday life amidst the unfolding drama. Liana smiles, dismissing her concern about the unreceived letters from her family, assuring Dorian that it's nothing serious, her gratitude for his presence evident. Liana stands chained in a dimly lit cell, her eyes filled with humility. Shadows cast over her figure as she utters the simple command, "Close the door." The mood is somber, her captivity evident. The man, identified as Dorian, lies confidently, dressed in a luxurious robe, blood-stained, and a cheerful smile plays on his lips. "Ha ha," he laughs softly, reveling in the aftermath of what seems to be a sinister event, the darkened room only enhancing the sinister aura. In the tragic scene, Dorian lies sprawled on the ground, blood pouring out beneath him. A shadowed figure stands above, the bright white text, "Bang," emphasizing the shock and brutality of the moment, as if recreating the finality of a life suddenly cut short. Amidst the opulent surroundings, Liana seems stunned by the unexpected announcement. She listens intently, her gaze fixed on something beyond our field of vision, as if this news holds significant weight for her future. A man with a strange mustache joyfully proclaims, "The criminal who last caused unrest in the north of the capital has been arrested." A second voice, perhaps his own opinion, humorously adds, "And the hot springs for the wounded are just warm." Liana, eyes wide with disbelief, listens as the mustachioed man excitedly shares his ideas, holding a newspaper that seems to confirm his theories. "My conclusions were correct. You are the informant, the intermediary," he exclaims, connecting the dots that only he can see. A mustachioed man reads a newspaper, engrossed in the dramatic tale of a news reporter's exploits. The words tell of a horrific past, of suffering and persecution that ended only with the intervention of a pandemic, a story full of twists and turns and shadows. In a bright, elegant hall, Liana and the others are in a serious meeting. A man with a mustache quietly contemplates, hinting at an important event approaching, while the others around him are absorbed in paperwork, oblivious to the undercurrents in the game. Leaning back with a thoughtful expression, the mustachioed man muses aloud, "Maybe it's a good thing the criminal was finally caught." His strange statement hangs in the air, hinting at a complex web of motives and consequences. In a stunning confrontation, a terrifying, ethereal being looms over Dorian, who is kneeling, both shrouded in darkness. The being pronounces judgment on the followers as Dorian looks up, defiance and fear mingling in his expression. "How is this good?" asks a quiet, distant voice, underscoring the surreal horror of the moment. Dorian thinks out loud, pondering the difficulty of meeting someone, contemplating the risks involved from a different perspective. Liana feels a conflicted feeling, and realizing it's time for her to go, she asks if Dorian is going too. Liana reluctantly expresses a preference to avoid even a casual encounter with a certain person. In the spacious hall, Liana seems to doubt the ease of killing someone, to which Dorian reacts ambiguously, hinting at uncertainty. Under cover of night, Liana and Dorian stand outside a building decorated with a flag as a guard approaches, holding out a letter. When someone hands over a sealed letter, Dorian remarks to Liana that it has been a long time since she has received any correspondence. Liana stands thoughtfully under the starry night sky with a letter in her hand, hinting at the connection between the letter and her past. Opening the letter, Liana was surprised to find that it was written, as usually the letters she receives are blank. Finally, Liana reads a heartfelt greeting in the letter, which seems to ask how she is and affectionately calls her sister. Liana looks thoughtful, her violet eyes clouded with worry, holding a quill pen. "Is that all?" she wonders, contemplating the elegant text of the note, which fails to calm her anxious thoughts. In a room decorated with flowers, Liana's hand curves gracefully as she writes the invitation, her delicate text set in an elegant frame. "Will this be enough?" she muses, feeling a palpable sense of self-doubt. Dorian's expressive face is partially shown as he stands in the shadows, and the panel exudes an ominous atmosphere. Blood drips from his hand, contrasting sharply with the pristine rose beside it. His cryptic message hints at a dark, domineering presence. The rain has stopped, bringing calm to the fortress, bathed in sunlight. "That's good, but..." hints at the constant anxiety despite the break in the storm, hinting that not all is well within the stone walls. Liana, terrified, sits in a luxurious room, a feast set before her. Surrounded by an array of delicacies, her expression betrays her confusion as she struggles with the unexpected turn of events. Framed by soft light and cherry blossoms, Dorian offers a measured gaze. His presence is both enigmatic and compelling, posing an unspoken question that hangs in the air between them. In the sunlit living room, Liana sits in disarray among broken dishes, her anguish evident. "Why me?" she exclaims, searching for answers to the chaos that has shattered the peace around her. With a cup of tea in her hand, Liana's face softens, a gentle curiosity touching her features. "So why did you call me?" she asks, her tone mixing wariness with a hint of warmth. The gift box, elegant and understated, lies open, revealing delicate floral earrings. "For you, Liana," a voice whispers as the gifts arrive, signaling a mysterious gesture of intent. Dorian's profile is calm as he relays his brother's warning to Liana. His words, "Oh? Ah, yes." Zrania, shrouded in the complexities of family expectations and unspoken rules. Liana, with pink hair, realizes why she is being addressed by her first name and sips her drink with a surprised and uncomfortable look. Her internal monologue reflects confusion and irritation. Next, Dorian, a man with short white hair, expresses his gratitude for the kindness he has received. He also mentions the gratitude of his brother and father, but is met with a bewildered reaction from an off-screen character that questions his thinking. Liana contrasts someone's kindness with others, reflecting on the difference in the blue surroundings. She is struck by the realization, as indicated by the visual effect of shock. Liana is depicted in a calm moment, emphasizing the good-naturedness of the people around her. She reflects this feeling with a gentle smile, holding a cup of tea, in a bright and floral atmosphere. Liana accepts the deal, even though it comes with unwanted attention from the bullies. She seems to understand the situation, but is clearly not thrilled about it. The man, shown in warm light, displays a rare smile. This moment seems to capture Liana's surprise, indicating that it is an unusual expression for him. Liana contemplates Dorian's amorous behavior, assuming that even then he will remain aloof. Her contemplation takes place in a radiant, soft environment. The man is seen up close, gently sniffing a flower. This intimate scene is bathed in warm light, hinting at a softer side to his character. The 9th painting moves to the next day, showing a majestic building bathed in sunlight, indicating a new stage or event about to unfold. In the final scene, a woman framed by a window and outside remarks about the beautiful weather and how long it has been since they enjoyed a day like this. She is relaxed and smiling, radiating a sense of carefree happiness. Liana beams with excitement as she praises Dorian's future appearance, imagining it to be magnificent. He playfully dismisses her flattery with a carefree, "Oh, stop!" Standing amidst the classical architecture of their school, Dorian, bewildered, questions the presence of elite forces in their usually peaceful surroundings. His question hangs in the air, unanswered. A shroud of sadness envelops Dorian when he hears rumors that elite soldiers are here to protect against a particularly dangerous criminal, hinting at his own troubled past. Liana, with a hint of concern in her voice, suggests asking the officers to better understand the situation. The expression on her face shows her concern for the safety of their community. As the sunlight seeps in, Liana's concerns grow stronger. She questions the effectiveness of patrolling during the day rather than at night when visibility is low, emphasizing her logical thinking. Suddenly, Dorian feels eyes on him and looks up, wondering if he is the center of someone's attention, adding a sense of mystery to the scene. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, Liana learns from the officers that Dorian is involved in a criminal investigation, a discovery that noticeably shocks and confuses her. Her face clouded with disbelief, Liana confronts Dorian about his sudden change in behavior, his withdrawn stance hinting at secrets he has yet to share. The atmosphere becomes somber as Dorian stands alone with an expression of regret and sadness, pondering why Liana ran away from him, and his posture speaks volumes about his inner turmoil. Liana stands accusingly, her words suggesting that she believes Dorian did something wrong. He looks up from the ground, confused and defensive, insisting that he is innocent of any such act. During a sudden change in atmosphere, Dorian is surrounded by a cascade of flowers, reflecting a more cheerful or dreamy state. He teases Liana, playfully getting her to admit that she did something, but she only responds with a shocked, "What?" and a comical, "Ouch." Liana seems thoughtful, her gaze averted, suggesting either an inner conflict or a reluctance to reveal something. She cryptically states that Dorian is feeling fine and dismisses the need for further explanation, implying that there is something more beneath the surface. Dorian's face shows pain and confusion under the floral overlay, signifying a mixture of emotions. He asks Liana why she has been so slow, his tone a mixture of worry and longing, and she does not appear or respond, increasing the tension. Liana stands in the doorway, a mixture of anticipation and hesitation on her face, quietly muttering, "Well?" as she seems to be about to make a decision. Dorian looks up, his blue eyes intense and sad as he confesses in a speech bubble that he was waiting for her, but she didn't come. Suddenly, Liana asks Dorian a direct question whether this is the last time he will come here, while Dorian, surprised, doubts her sudden assertion. A moment of vulnerability is shared as Liana reaches out to touch Dorian's hand, her speech-bubbling expression revealing her fear of being scarred by their situation, her touch gentle yet full of emotion. Tears well up in Liana's eyes as she struggles with her feelings, her inner monologue asking how one can remain indifferent in such an intense moment. Dorian's affection for Liana is evident as he quietly speaks of her as his salvation, while simultaneously questioning his worthiness of her gratitude. The atmosphere becomes hopeful when Liana, stooping to Dorian's level, suggests they go together next time, an offer that seems to lift his spirits. Liana's face blossoms into a smile, her eyes shining with a new idea as she excitedly shares her thought with Dorian, leaving him visibly moved. In the final panel, Liana seeks a more personal connection, preliminarily asking Dorian what she should call him, seeking to move beyond formality and closer to intimacy. Trees sway in the sunlit courtyard, and a prestigious building towers above it, evoking a sense of grandeur and academicity. Liana, with bright pink hair and a confident stance, is musing on something amusing, her arms crossed and a knowing smile playing on her lips. She seems to be teasing Dorian, playfully asking about his actions. Dorian, a young man with short gray hair and piercing blue eyes, is caught off guard by Liana's sudden greeting. His expression is a mixture of surprise and mild distress as he sits on the bench, trying to regain his composure. Looking down the stairs, Liana seems thoughtful, her gaze distant. There is a seriousness to her demeanor that suggests she is pondering important matters, perhaps related to the use of forbidden magic. In a royal setting, Dorian stands elegantly dressed, surrounded by nobility. However, his reflection shows his ordinary self, hinting at a hidden reality that only he is familiar with. Dorian's hands are bound in mystical cuffs, his face a mixture of confusion and realization as he studies them. Liana's hand rests soothingly on his, her touch gentle but firm. A tense scene unfolds as Dorian, crushed by an unseen force, falls to the ground. Liana stands in shock, witnessing the unexpected turn of events that leaves Dorian in agony. Finally, Liana thanks the dark figure for the explanation, her face softening with gratitude. However, her eyes express concern, hinting at the deep concern she feels for Dorian's well-being. Calmly and evenly, Liana states that it probably shouldn't have been shown, hinting that an indeterminate action doesn't make much of an impression, especially to the audience. The character is confused when Liana excitedly asks if anyone has liked her. The context suggests a social interaction that is both unexpected and potentially unwanted. With concern etched on her face, Liana wonders if Dorian is okay, indicating that she is concerned for his well-being amidst a situation that seems chaotic or alarming. Dorian is gripped by a dramatic surge of energy, his name called out anxiously by a voiceover character as he seems to be either channeling or overwhelmed by a powerful force. The scene depicts Dorian in distress, caught in a dynamic whirlwind of energy that throws him back abruptly, emphasizing a moment of intense action and conflict. Anxiety and worry are evident on Dorian's face as he is enveloped in a mysterious light, indicating that he is the object of significant attention or action. Liana authoritatively commands attention, asking people to step back, probably trying to control the situation and ensure safety. In a tense and dynamic moment, Dorian, bound by what seems to be a restraining force, desperately struggles with the situation as his silhouette contrasts sharply with the armor around him. Anton, who is recognized as the captain of the guard, loudly orders to maintain calm among the panic-stricken crowd, likely in response to the drama unfolding with Dorian. With a decisive shout, Dorian orders the ongoing action to stop, offering to assume an authoritative role amidst the chaos surrounding him. In a foggy cityscape, Liana desperately shouts for someone to stop, her voice filled with panic. The scene is tense, her words seeming to be tangible in the cold air. Sitting atop the building, Dorian looks down, his expression grim and determined. Below, a man kneels, defeated, and Liana pleads with the victor, Dorian, to stop his advance. From afar, Liana sees Dorian's unparalleled strength, a combination of awe and fear in her eyes. She is struck by the sheer power emanating from him. Dorian stands amidst a flurry of energy, his eyes sharp and piercing. He is compared to a wild beast, unbridled and ferocious. Electricity crackles around Dorian, coursing through his body as he charges into action. The power surges in like a living being, hinting at a deeper power within. With a gentle smile, Liana seems captivated by Dorian's gaze, her heart touched by the intensity of the moment they shared. Surrounded by a vortex of energy, Liana keeps to herself and orders someone to give the order, her voice a mix of frustration and focus. Fighting an unseen force, Dorian is consumed by determination, his face a mask of concentration and despair as he struggles on. Liana stands in surprise, muttering, "What is this?" Zrania, her face showing confusion, a lull before a special turn of events. As the situation escalates, Liana yells, "Get down!" yanking the blue rope sharply. Dorian is in the receiving end, his posture tensed for action. Amid the pouring rain, Dorian lies prone, clutching the rope that connects him to Liana, a grim determination on his face. The tension is palpable. Liana, eyes wide with shock, exclaims, "What's really happening?" Below, Dorian lies defeated, the rope slack. The scene hints at an unforeseen catastrophe. Faced with a phalanx of armored guards, Liana stands bewildered, a thought bubble reading, "What kind of stupid situation is this?" perfectly conveying her bewilderment. With a pained expression on her face, Liana says, "Faint," a simple yet profound realization of her difficult circumstances. Dorian sits surrounded by paw prints, and Liana scolds, "Don't bite your nails!" asking who taught him such a habit, the air filled with reproach. Liana covers her face in panic, wondering when the once heroic Dorian has turned into a dog, her mind racing with confusion. Bathed in heavenly radiance, Dorian confesses to having a talent for causing aggression in dogs, his image calm but mysterious against a light background. Liana, with her back to the armored figures, whispers, "And that's right." As Dorian confirms with a sly, "Indeed?" Zrania, creating a scene of enigmatic agreement. In a whirlwind of bubbles and flowers, Dorian's eyes widen in surprise, his lips parting, forming the word, "You?" a sound of disbelief and confusion. Liana looks into the distance, her face thoughtful as she contemplates the unexpected change. Her internal dialogue reveals that the main character has taken on a bestial appearance that was never revealed in the book. Liana, calm and graceful, understands that her next step is to meet with the store manager, even as the muscular figure in front of her delivers this instruction with a sense of urgency. While Liana regrets that she cannot close her eyes to a reality she would rather not see, she informs her subordinate that the store manager is away, assuring her that she will lead them as soon as he arrives. In a moment of calm, Dorian touches his forehead, a bewildered gesture. He reflects on the lack of windows in the space and wonders if a similar situation has occurred in the past. The man in armor expresses his confusion to Liana, sharing his thoughts on the strange phenomenon associated with the unfamiliar singing and the lack of expected transformations. Liana stands confidently, her posture reflecting her readiness to face the next challenge, though the dialogue hints at an underlying problem with the prisoner they encountered. Contemplating, Liana touches her earring, reflecting on her own feelings of joy and anxiety, feelings that have been with her since the beginning of the day. In a lighter moment, Liana's smile reassures the man in armor, her simple statement of yes cutting through his anxiety, dispelling the tension with her calm demeanor. Liana and Dorian share a moment of silent intimacy, only the city's hum and an unspoken that captures the pause in their world. The bald man confidently tells Liana that it's time to return Dorian to his cell, asking her for help. Liana agrees without hesitation, her chibi-style expression hinting at an inner reluctance despite her outward compliance. Dorian looks at Liana with surprise and a slight hint of concern, perhaps sensing the change in atmosphere indicated by her stiff body language. In a tender gesture, Dorian holds Liana's hand, surrounded by flowers that seem to convey the sweetness of the moment. A sharp change of scenery. Liana stands alone in a darker space when the bald man orders her to return quickly, to which she responds in the affirmative. Liana sits depressed in the solitude of the night. The single syllable, "oh," embodies a feeling of unparalleled emotions. She apologizes to Dorian, who has fallen under a magical spell, claiming she was unaware of his mistreatment. Dorian, trapped by the spells, looks outside in shock, only the word "I" as his silent cry. Dorian tries to calm, or perhaps charm, Liana by asking her if she likes magic, despite the visible suffering it has caused her. In a softly lit room, Liana stands before an elegant, mystical portal, her eyes cast down, gently touching it. She speaks with gentle hope, asking if it would be possible to feel at least one positive emotion. In the pale blue light, Liana lovingly caresses Dorian's head, looking down at him with warmth in her eyes. He looks up, a mixture of surprise and comfort on his face. Against a backdrop of bright flowers, Liana and Dorian are very close, their faces inches apart. Liana's hand rests gently on Dorian's chest as she assures him there is no need to apologize, her eyes expressing deep concern. In a moment of vulnerability, Liana's cheeks flush under the starlight. She admits with a shy smile that she enjoyed the prank, finding joy in the unexpected. Liana teases Dorian with a playful smile, asking him if he has thought about when his rash will return. The mood is light, her words bringing a hint of mischief to the air. With a calm but somber expression, Liana asks Dorian not to treat her so gently, hinting at a deeper and more dangerous connection between them. Dorian, genuinely surprised, admits that he doesn't know the intricacies of relationships. His surprise is palpable, emphasizing his naivety. In the dim glow of the room, Dorian's expression hardens as Liana turns away, her hair flowing behind her. He is struck by the sudden distance between them. Wrapped in a cocoon of pink flowers, Liana thanks Dorian, asking him to smile at her. Her request is tender, a plea for light in the midst of emotional complexity. In a whimsical frame adorned with playful drawings, Liana's laugh is infectious, teasingly lifting Dorian's chin. The air is filled with a newfound ease and the promise of a growing connection. Liana expresses displeasure at the thought of someone not enjoying her company, doubting that her presence is unwanted. She seems surprised by the possibility. In a silent movement, fingers interlock with a gentle grasp. The action speaks of intimacy without the exchange of words, conveying an unspoken understanding between two individuals. Dorian, with his back turned, gives a simple but affirmative answer to a question we are unfamiliar with, his brevity indicating either a comfort in their relationship or an avoidance of deeper discussion. Suddenly, Dorian looks up, his eyes wide, a mixture of surprise and vulnerability. A plea hangs in the air, a hopeful plea for the promise of another visit. Liana, with a shy smile and a teasing tone, refuses to make any promises, her playful behavior indicating that she enjoys this light-hearted, playful prankster with Dorian. Meanwhile, in a large office decorated with luxurious details, the scene suggests a change of scenery to a place of power and decision-making. A mysterious figure ponders an important question, perhaps a crucial deal, and we only see the luxurious details of their clothing. In this office, a subordinate hesitates to deliver potentially disappointing news, hinting at a difficult situation that goes beyond the immediate conversation. Finally, the authority figure demands clarification, their posture and facial expression radiating a sense of urgency and importance, perhaps expecting an explanation with serious consequences. The man hesitates as she starts to speak, but her words trail off. She looks stunned, unsure of what to say next. In a grand room lined with bookshelves, a man, bent over a table, stops writing. His sudden pause suggests that he has either received unexpected news or is carefully considering his next words. A close-up of a man at a table shows his intense gaze behind round glasses. The stern line of his mouth indicates that he is concerned or unhappy with the current situation. A man who looks gloomy, slightly frowning, seems determined when she says she will meet someone. Her determination is clearly visible in her eyes and the set of her jaw. The man orders someone to send the medicine, his authoritative tone unmistakable as he stands resolutely, asserting his command of the room. A quill pen lies abandoned on a table, ink spilling from it. This image evokes a sense of interruption or sudden cessation of work. Liana screams uncontrollably, her facial expression conveys anxiety, and her body language suggests rapid movement. She seems to be calling out to someone or reacting to an unexpected event. A man with short white hair, presumably Dorian, squinted against the bright light, closing his eyes. He seemed to be caught off guard, as if by a sudden revelation or a blinding truth. Liana, depicted in a more playful and attractive chibi style, exclaims happily as she hugs the little creature. Her eyes are full of affection, and the scene is light and sweet. Liana looks longingly at the lollipop in her hand. The text asks if you can help with the groceries, indicating a conversation that seems to combine everyday life with fantastical elements. The stern, bald-headed man makes a firm statement that he has not yet found alternatives to deterrence. He calls the continued supply a temporary measure until the navigator returns. In a softly lit scene, a pink-haired Liana thinks while clutching a donut. She's relieved that the deliveries haven't been canceled after all the chaos, contrary to her initial beliefs. The panel cuts to a bright, flower-framed moment where a young, gray-haired boy expresses his confusion over the order. Despite his clarity, he still causes trouble for the guards, emphasizing his difference from humans. Liana, poised and professional in her white coat, listens intently to the kneeling figure of the boy. The peaceful park around them contrasts with the stern guards in the background as she agrees to help. A distant voice greets Liana by name, drawing attention to the tranquil setting of the historic building, hinting at the character's expected return. The guard thanks Liana with a grateful smile for her help today and promises to inform the watchman, a moment that seems both cordial and official. The conversation gets a little tense as Liana is struck by the mention of Rena's surprise visit, which causes Dorian to stand up. Finally, the guard assures Liana to wait a moment longer as he will be back soon, leaving her in quiet contemplation in the bright open space. Under a clear blue sky, Dorian opens his eyes, bewildered by the morning light, and Liana playfully asks if he's just waking up. In a city bathed in morning hues, Liana tugs at Dorian's hand, urging him to seize the day, wondering if there is anything better than the world around them. A sudden misstep leads to a moment of surprise as Dorian stumbles but regains his composure, much to Liana's hidden amusement. Against the backdrop of the city, Dorian lifts Liana in an impromptu display of affection, their faces flushed red from the heat of the moment. As the bluebird chirps idyllically above, Liana corrects Dorian's misunderstanding, blushing, declaring that she only meant to sit next to him, not in his arms. Dorian, blushing with embarrassment, expresses his feelings about the unexpected events of the day, while Liana sits quietly, a mixture of emotions appearing on her face. Gently holding onto the bench, Liana looks thoughtfully into the distance as the world around her blossoms in spring. Side by side, Dorian and Liana share a moment of quiet intimacy, surrounded by the soft glow of spring and the quiet language of their closeness. In profile, Dorian looks contemplative against a backdrop of lush greenery, his thoughts as elusive as the changing light around him. As the sun shines through the trees, Liana laughs, her voice like music as she playfully teases that someone must have orchestrated such a wonderfully wonderful day. Bathed in the gentle morning glow, Liana and Dorian find solace on a park bench, their bare feet touching the cool ground as they experience a moment of intimacy, far from the hustle and bustle of their daily lives. At the academy, an authority figure, regal in his emerald jacket adorned with intricate gold patterns and a luxurious brooch, questions Dorian's absence from his scholarly duties, displaying a mixture of concern and rebuke in his tone. The majestic academy rises, its imposing stone structure captivating with awe and history, while a figure, still shrouded in the prestige of his position, looks up, perhaps contemplating the daily encounters or the weight of knowledge held within. As the next day dawns, light pours through the large windows, promising new stories. Liana waits in a sunlit room where the decor whispers of luxury and scholarship, an invitation to the dance of everyday life at the academy. In a room filled with the warmth of laughter and the soft clink of china, Liana enjoys a light meal, her poise unshaken by the surprising revelations shared, her expression a combination of mirth and sophistication. Conversation flows in a gentle stream as Liana and the authority figure exchange anecdotes at an elegantly set table, their dialogue punctuating the intricacies of their complex relationship and the unspoken truth hanging in the air. Liana's pure and bright laugh rings out as she shares a light-hearted moment, her mirth a stark contrast to the seriousness that often reigns in the hallowed halls of the academy. In a silent conversation rich with meaning, the stern gaze of an authority figure meets Liana's level-headed demeanor, an instant clash of perspectives that speaks volumes about their respective places in this world of tradition and change. Liana sits, her elegance untouched by the casual nature of the conversation, while the truths and fallacies of her life are discussed with a detachment that suggests both privilege and loneliness. At the end of the day, Liana reflects on her brother's misconceptions with a sad look, her thoughts a complex tapestry of family expectations and the will to live written in her own hand. Liana presses down firmly on the cup, unaware of the consequences of her desire. Her slender fingers betray the tension of her decision. The man, exuding a calm demeanor with carefully styled gray hair, declares that in light of the circumstances, the rules can be changed and expanded. His authority is obvious, but he speaks without looking at Liana. With a blush spreading across her cheeks, Liana looks excited and surprised, wondering why she has become the subject of conversation when she is supposedly bound by a contract. There is a subtle dominance in the way Dorian bites his glasses, suggesting that Liana treats a certain person as a pet, her gaze piercing yet indifferent. Liana's voice trembles as she asks, "Do you find this funny?" The weight of the situation seems to be weighing on her, the gaiety in her words tinged with deep anxiety. Dorian mentions in passing the desire to hear someone else's opinion, showing no particular concern for Liana's condition, his detachment echoing the grandeur of his attire and room. Her voice laced with a hint of sarcasm, Liana comments on the poor relationship between their families, holding a cake in her hands that seems to signify the fragility of their truce. Acting as a neutral representative of his family, Dorian looks stern against the elaborate decor, his commitment to his role unspoken but firm. Liana is caught up in a moment of contemplation, her gaze falling on the delicate object in her hands. The ellipsis hints at unspoken thoughts, and the air is filled with tension. The entrance of the Lepan family is announced with fanfare, and the silhouette of Liana and Dorian secretly laughing suggests that not everything is as tense as it seems. Hidden agreements are taking place behind the scenes. Surrounded by pastel tones, a small, bewildered creature with curly, tendril-like ears confronts Liana, who looks at her with a curious but uncomprehending gaze. The creature asks something, leaving a hint of confusion in the air between them. The man makes a subtle suggestion to Liana about enjoying unconventional conversations. He stands confidently, his hand on his chin, radiating intellectual curiosity mixed with charm. Liana looks uncertain as to Dorian's intentions. Her expression is a mixture of intrigue and confusion as she tries to understand the nature of the conversation he is proposing. As Liana walks away, she reflects on her interaction with Dorian, still puzzled by his cryptic words. Her silhouette casts a lonely shadow across the luxurious hallway, her mind riddled with unanswered questions. Dorian, a figure of mysterious appeal, turns out to be the villain's assistant. He stands, bathed in light, a picture of elegance and contemplation as he draws diagrams behind a veneer of sophistication. Liana finds herself in a large sunlit corridor. With her back to the viewer, she walks away, enveloped in the light cascading through the windows, her figure a lone presence in the vast space. In a moment of reassurance, Dorian tells Liana that she should feel comfortable in their current situation, emphasizing that her safety is of utmost importance, adding a protective layer to his mysterious persona. To Liana, poised and collected, Dorian offers a deal shrouded in ambiguity. She is free to do as she pleases, provided she remembers a certain condition, leaving her autonomy intact but limited. Sitting alone on a bench, Liana contemplates a situation that clearly worries her. The blue hue of the scene reflects her inner turmoil and the gravity of her predicament. Liana's thoughts reveal a disturbing connection between her family and her enemies, adding layers to her complex world and the difficult circumstances she finds herself in. Her facial expression conveys contemplation and concern. Liana stands confused, wondering why Renat, who seems like a significant figure, has been sidelined. Her excitement spills over into a silent scream, her fists clenched tightly. She then looks out at the rain, confusion softening her face as she contemplates the nature around her out loud, the raindrops adding a layer of mystery. Dorian is then seen in distress, his face in his hands, suggesting he may have fallen into despair or exhaustion, with a signature that suggests a cycle of sleep and excitement. In a moment of hesitation, Liana debates whether to check on someone, perhaps Dorian, showing concern and uncertainty as she stands at the door marked with the number 7. Liana's silhouette is framed by tall architecture and mist, creating the feeling that she is small against the grandeur and complexity of her surroundings. Her face is fixed in a moment of surprise, her eyes wide open and a quiet, indicating that she may have heard or seen something unexpected. Dorian was found in a strange state, slumped over by a window with a comment about a strange atmosphere, hinting at something disturbing unfolding. Surprised by Liana's presence, Dorian greets her, his expression a combination of concern and curiosity. It is clear that her arrival was not expected. Finally, Liana's expression changes to one of concern as she asks Dorian if something is wrong, the atmosphere tense with unspoken anxieties. Liana stands with a pensive expression, the ambient sound of distant melancholy hinting at an unseen presence. Her inner dialogue hints at a mysterious encounter in the past, while her hand gently touches the vial in her coat pocket, an object of obvious significance. The sudden focus on polished shoes descending the stairs conveys an important moment. The precise details in their design indicate a nature of order and intention, signaling an approach of paramount importance to the unfolding of the narrative. A horrific scene unfolds as Dorian lies face down, his arm outstretched, bloodstains on his white sleeve. The shock and suddenness of his fall is punctuated by a dramatic flash of light, symbolizing a moment of violence and unexpected betrayal. Liana's alarmed expression and raised voice convey the urgency of the moment. Her scream for Dorian is filled with panic and fear, indicating a deep concern for his well-being amidst the chaos. In a moment of calm, Liana looks down at the fallen Dorian, a soft blue hue enveloping them. Her care is palpable, his vulnerability contrasting with her need to protect. Dorian's face breaks into a smile, his joy evident despite the circumstances. There is a sense of relief, or perhaps a grim acceptance of a situation that is both horrifying and strangely comical to him. Liana, clutching the book, ponders a passage that describes the protagonist's ongoing ordeal of abuse, hinting at a personal connection or foreshadowing her own story. A sinister figure emerges, shadowed and framed by decorative opulence. His appearance, marked by sharp features and a cold gaze, suggests a significant and perhaps threatening presence in Liana's story. In a touching embrace, Liana and Dorian lock in a moment of tender vulnerability, surrounded by the ethereal glow of morning light. The fragility of the scene contrasts sharply with the violence that preceded it. Liana clings to Dorian, her emotions sharp as she decides not to leave him. The petals falling around them emphasize the delicacy of the moment, a peaceful interlude amidst the turmoil. Liana stands next to Dorian with a tense expression on her face as she feels the guards will not provide the medical attention the text suggests. Their faces are almost touching, the bubble indicating a soft sound from Dorian's lips. In a dimly lit prison corridor, Liana rushes away, her back to Dorian. The scene conveys her tenacity and determination, depicted with a dynamic sound effect that heightens the tension of the moment. Liana is gripped by a moment of panic, realizing she has no medicine. The text frames her thoughts, her clenched fist and determined gaze reflecting the seriousness of the situation. Torn between determination and uncertainty, Liana looks down, contemplating her next move. The text, letter, explodes, symbolizing a sudden idea or realization that flashes through her mind. A series of mysterious bottles with text are displayed, indicating the passage of time and the eventual easing of tension. This gives a sense of time and anticipation. The man confronts Liana, his face a mixture of concern and confusion. He questions her deeply about her interest in Dorian, as evidenced by the dialogue in the text. Under the dark night, Liana stands over Dorian, who is sprawled on the ground. The stark contrast between light and darkness emphasizes the concern evident in Liana's posture. As Liana looks at the locked door, a feeling of humility comes over her. She doesn't want to see someone named Adrian in the state the text conveys her thoughts. Dorian, wounded and covering his face, recoils from something invisible. His posture and scattered sound effects express a mixture of pain and defense. Dorian notices the injury to his eye, realizing that it is no ordinary wound. The text around it emphasizes the sudden and disturbing nature of this discovery. Liana prepares herself for what she must do, indicating that it may hurt, but it is necessary, demonstrating her determination in the face of pain. She is visibly exhausted, wiping her forehead, expressing that her physical limit has been reached as she notes complete blood loss. Liana prepares a healing ointment, instructing her to report any pain, her focus on caution evident in her handling of the medicine. Dorian looks up, surprised and touched by her concern, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he asks why she is smiling, a sense of relief between them. Dorian stands surrounded by a cascade of delicate flowers, a restrained question on her lips. "Why are you smiling?" Her confidence blooms like the flowers around her. Dorian's expression softens into a blush. The floral atmosphere echoes his shy awareness, and Liana's playful teases hang in the air. As Liana carefully applies the ointment, Dorian's face mixes discomfort and gratitude, showing that he appreciates the care despite the bite. Finally, Liana ponders the remaining medicine, and her practicality shines through as she considers their next step in healing. In a softly lit scene, Liana gazes in wonder at a shiny, mysterious potion, her hand hovering over it hesitantly. She comments on its provenance, suggesting that it comes from an unexpected source, and even hunters would want to obtain such an item. Liana reflects on Dorian's considerate nature as he sent her every possible medicine to treat her wounds. She stands holding the box, her eyes expressing gratitude and surprise framed by delicate pink flowers. The panel shows Liana almost finished bandaging, with only the neck and shoulder left to tend to. Her dedication to the task is evident, and she seems absorbed in her work. In a close-up, Liana's hand is seen trembling slightly as she gently touches the rose-shaped scar on Dorian's neck, her fingers tracing its edges. Her actions and the soft sigh that escapes her lips convey a mixture of awe and curiosity. Surrounded by the ethereal beauty of white roses, Dorian begs Liana to stop making him feel so alive with her touch, his voice barely a whisper. Their closeness and his vulnerable state create an intimate atmosphere. On a quiet night, the majestic manor stands under a starry sky, its classical architecture hinting at the luxury within. Inside sits elegantly a man named Dorian, his gaze fixed on a letter. the soft glow of a candle casting shadows around him. The letter Dorian holds contains exquisite text, a poetic invitation that seems to be imbued with deep meaning, signed Liana. Confused by the contents of the letter, Dorian's eyes narrow in thought, his face reflecting a mixture of curiosity and caution. Touching his elegant fingers to his temple, Dorian shows a moment of vulnerability, his posture betraying an internal struggle. Liana stands defiantly, her pink hair a stark contrast to the cold tones of the room, rebuking the constant sounds that disturb her. In a bizarre change of pace, Liana and a young man with snow-white hair, presumably Dorian, engage in a frivolous and charming conversation. After the ordeal, Liana wipes her forehead, relief washing over her as she announces the end of the difficult task. In the final scene, Liana, playfully pouting, reprimands the young man about the importance of taking medication, emphasizing caution during illness. With a look of surprise and anxiety on her face, Liana pours a glass of water into her mouth, ready to swallow the pill. The tension is palpable as she focuses on the task at hand. The scene shifts to a softer atmosphere where Liana's face is framed by delicate flowers, and her expression is one of gentle concern, emphasized by a heart symbol indicating her care and affection. Suddenly, the mood changes to confusion, as Dorian stares at him in confusion, not understanding the way to swallow the pill, his question hanging in the air, symbolized by a question mark. Despite Liana's detailed instructions, Dorian struggles to take the pill, his attempts punctuated by question marks and a period, illustrating the challenge he faces. In a gesture of compassion, Liana offers Dorian help for the first time, realizing that he cannot do it alone. Her willingness to help underscores an important moment in their relationship. With tender care, Liana holds Dorian's jaw, gently guiding it. The touch is delicate, indicating her attentiveness and concern for his well-being. When Liana places a pill in Dorian's mouth, instructing him not to chew, she is both firm and gentle, her soft tone juxtaposed with her firm guidance. Dorian is still, a moment of trust and vulnerability between them as the flowers recede into the background, emphasizing the intimacy of the action. After that, Liana turns away, a blush of relief or embarrassment appearing on her cheeks, a soft "oh" sound slipping from her lips, marking the end of the delicate ordeal. Liana, with pink hair, looks stunned, and Dorian, a man with short white hair, holds his cheeks in surprise, as if struck by her bold declaration of affection. The next moment, Liana withdraws her demand, jokingly suggesting that she has drunk all the water and can use the bottle, brightening the mood with her playful behavior. Later, Dorian sits alone under the moonlight, regretting that he must leave early, reflecting on the loneliness that accompanies his role as the protagonist. The next day, the sun shines over the imposing academy, its majestic architecture a testament to the fact that this is a place where many stories intertwine. Liana reflects on her actions the previous day with a hint of embarrassment, wondering why she behaved this way in broad daylight. Trying to get rid of her regret, Liana decides to focus on positive thoughts, smiling, telling herself to think about something pleasant. While admiring the clear sky, Liana notices a message from her brother hidden in a paper airplane, a surprise that distracts her from her inner thoughts. As she unfolds the paper airplane, Dorian peers curiously over her shoulder, intrigued by the contents of the unexpected letter from his brother. Liana reads the letter carefully, her expression serious and thoughtful, the weight of her brother's words visible in her focused gaze. Bathed in a burst of sunlight, Liana holds a letter, her gaze a mixture of anticipation and worry. The phrase, "Can he come?" hangs over her, indicating that she is contemplating an important decision. In a lavishly decorated room, Liana encounters a charismatic man, Doran, who confidently announces his departure and a plan to repay the debt. His elated mood is evident as he assures her with a peace sign that she will enjoy it here. Sitting alone on a park bench, Liana seems lost in thought, questioning her past relationship with her brother before his disappearance. A beam of light cuts through the trees, symbolizing a glimmer of hope or perhaps a memory. A mysterious figure lurks behind a tree, barely visible but clearly focused on Liana. This silent observer adds an element of tension and discreet attention to the scene, leaving Liana invisible to prying eyes. Surprise overtakes Doran as he opens his ears, his face a mixture of excitement and vulnerability. He happily announces that he brought cookies, asks if Liana likes them, emphasizing his desire to please. Liana examines the mark on Doran's neck, noting that it seems larger than usual. The close-up of the mysterious symbol hints at a secret or change that may be important to the events unfolding in the story. Liana presents a batch of freshly baked cookies to Liana, who sits under the bright light. His gesture is one of kindness, a desire to share a simple pleasure, perhaps as a means of connection or apology. Caught in a playful scuffle, Liana wrestles Doran to the ground, his attempts to get up thwarted by her amazing strength. The fallen cookie adds a touch of humor to this scene, as Liana's fierce determination clashes with Doran's playful nature. Liana teases Doran with a devilish smile to preserve his dignity. Her playful taunt contrasts with the serious undertones of preserving her own dignity, adding a light touch to their interaction. The playful banter continues as Liana scolds Doran, who is drenched in sweat from his exertions. Her teasing order, "Don't make a fuss, you haven't seen anything yet," promises more antics and challenges. Liana eagerly watches as Dorian presents a mysterious book that hints at hidden wonders yet to be discovered. Taking on the role of mentor, Liana proclaims the book as a tool for Dorian's learning against a floral backdrop, symbolizing growth. Dorian, under Liana's tutelage, imitates her spells, using the moonlit classroom as their witness. A touching moment unfolds as Liana comforts Dorian, reassuring him of his royal lineage and their shared destiny. Liana's account of Dorian's fiery encounter with the dragon reveals his scorched face and clothing that has burst into flames. Dorian's desperation is palpable, just minutes after trying to escape death on the castle grounds. Liana triumphantly recounts her victory over the fierce dragon as Dorian's childlike imagination comes to life in her narrative. Dorian is touched by Liana's affirmation of his nobility, foreshadowing a life free of curses with his princess. Dorian's satisfied smile signifies his acceptance of Liana's teachings and his own journey to self-discovery. Liana hints at a future complication, the inevitable arrival of Dorian's older brother, arousing curiosity and anxiety. Liana looks thoughtfully at the elegant background, wondering about someone's appearance, while at the same time advising herself not to get acquainted with the invisible figure, which indicates a combination of curiosity and caution. As a hand gently ruffles his silver hair, Dorian wonders aloud if he will have the same symptoms, half hoping that his appearance will compensate for his illness, hinting at a self-deprecating humor amidst his anxiety. Playfully popping a cookie into his mouth, Dorian ponders whether his visitor has come to check on him or simply out of duty, revealing his desire for genuine concern instead of mere politeness. Liana stands, determined to leave, her farewell cutting through the darkness of the room, while Dorian, a cookie between his lips, looks up in surprise and disappointment. Liana's silent profile exudes a sense of humility as she pauses on the threshold, her inner monologue expressing a desire to escape from an invisible but tangible confinement. Dorian stands, bathed in a soft glow, his striking blue eyes filled with serious intensity, perhaps contemplating the complexity of his situation and the emotions evoked by Liana's visit. Several days have passed in the sun-drenched courtyard of the old castle. Banners flutter gently in the breeze, hinting at recent holidays or significant events that have taken place here. Sitting thoughtfully on a park bench, Liana rests her head on her hand, lost in thought. Her inner monologue reflects an unfulfilled expectation, a longing for something that remains elusive. Liana's gaze is distant, her thoughts swirling as she sits alone. She wonders if the words she heard were just words, and she can't seem to get them out of her mind. Surrounded by a floral aura, Liana's beauty is undeniable. She seems contemplative, her face soft yet pensive, as she is absorbed in her own thoughts, the world around her simply blurred. Liana scoffs at the idea that pink hair defines her, dismissing it with a casual air. An imaginary caricature of herself as a sassy pirate underscores her rejection of stereotypes. In the shade of a tree, Liana is deep in thought, her expectations needing adjustment. She seems to realize the gravity of her desires and the reality she faces. Shock registers on Liana's face as she experiences a moment of stunning revelation, frozen in the middle of her daily routine. Lying in bed, Liana is relaxed and playful, teasing someone with an ease that suggests a close and comfortable relationship. Liana is struck by a sudden longing, a strong desire that overtakes her right after she finishes eating, the need evident in her expression. In the bright moonlight, the real Liana seems to disappear, a ghostly figure lamenting that someone has taken her place, leaving her empty and unreal. Liana sits on a bench, looking up at the grandeur of the cathedral before her. She reflects on the expectations and unpredictability of life, contemplating that what awaits her may not be as extraordinary as she imagines. A man with sleek purple hair and stylish glasses appears. His expression is one of playful boredom as he looks down at something, perhaps engaging in a private joke or thought. In another scene, Liana lies on her back, a soft glow surrounding her, reflecting the delicate hue of her pink hair. She appears relaxed, lost in thought, or perhaps in the middle of a dream. Liana looks away, startled, a question in her eyes. "Who is this?" she thinks, probably seeing someone unfamiliar or unexpected for the first time. Together in the park, Liana and Dorian are talking. He says something about the keys that the friends exchanged, causing surprise on Liana's face. It seems that she has just learned this secret. The prisoners are scattered around the grounds, going about their daily business. Liana, watched from afar, reflects on the heightened intensity of the academic sessions on this particular day, feeling that the stakes are extremely high. In the warmth of the sunlit park, Jair confidently introduces himself, his hand on his heart hinting at sincerity. Standing thoughtfully against the backdrop of greenery, Jair seemed to have met unexpectedly, the expression on his face one of pleasant contemplation. Under cover of night, Dorian protects Liana, their forms silhouetted in the mystical glow of a fantasy realm, hinting at a narrative filled with adventure and guardianship. Jair's profile, caught in a candid moment, is illuminated, the sun reflecting off his glasses as he pauses, perhaps in the middle of a conversation. Jair leans in, addressing Liana in a gentle, teasing tone, suggesting she relax, his posture casual yet attentive. In a moment of vulnerability, Liana's eyes shine with emotion, her anguish palpable as she questions Jair's intentions with a mixture of disbelief and concern. With an air of self-confidence, Jair touches his temple, showing pride in his selective sociability, his smile hinting at a private joke. Jair watches Liana as she navigates her way through an emotional revelation, his stance expressing interest and respectful distance. Finally, Jair reflects on recent events, with a tinge of reluctance, his recent escape from confinement hanging in the air like a silent confession. Dorian, depicted with a solemn expression and a steely gaze, reflects on his role as more than just a human ally to Liana, revealing the depth of his loyalty and devotion as her right-hand man and faithful companion. Wrapped in a mystical aura, Jair exudes a confident and enigmatic charm, his powers as a sorcerer's apprentice to the revered fire illuminating his mastery and hinting at hidden depths beneath his calm exterior. In a candid moment, Jair confesses his fascination with the elusive unknown, his tone playful yet sincere, betraying an insatiable curiosity and a hint of mischief behind his scholarly demeanor. Among the shadowed passages of the ancient library, the silhouette of Jairus stands out, his ability to speak thoughts over wine hinting at a unique and powerful form of enchantment, as he holds a glowing orb that seems to contain whispers of secret knowledge. With a conspiratorial bent, Jair shares a secret with Liana, his quiet tone and meaningful smile indicating a deep bond formed by shared secrets and a mutual understanding that goes beyond the common knowledge. In a passing instance, Dorian, by donning his armor, asserts his control over the situation, confidently assuring that the guard will not be alarmed by the events unfolding, his leadership evident in his calm demeanor. As Liana gazes into the distance, her eyes reflect a world of complexity, and Jairus' realization that her character's portrayal in the story does not reflect her true essence marks a moment of profound insight. Sitting alone, Dorian ponders a curse, old and common to most, his sunken posture and lonely moon hinting at a heavy burden carried in silence, known only to a select few. Jair's casual explanation of the rare knowledge he possesses about the cursed lineage hints at a hidden story, his relaxed posture and easy smile reflecting confidence in his unique ideas. Liana, caught in a moment of contemplation in the twilight, asks why Jair chose to confide in her, her expression one of gentle confusion and curiosity, signaling a turning point in her understanding of their shared narrative. The bespectacled Jair wisely points out that once something becomes a part of life, it's indelicate to talk badly about it. In the mythic scene, responsibility for the consequences of the curse is accepted as a temporary measure, a concept represented by the wolf and the cloaked figures. Intrigued, Liana questions the relevance of the information Jair is presenting, noting that she is interested in his insights. Dorian, with short gray hair, suffers, trapped by unresolved resentments from his past, which he expresses with great emotion. Jair coolly notes that even in the face of a monster that haunts people, language remains the chosen means of communication. Liana tries to understand Jair's intentions, suspecting that they involve something more than the story of the two-nosed Adrian. Jair confirms his understanding of what is appropriate for the progress of the conversations, while Liana watches expectantly. Liana listens intently, her eyes watering as she braces herself for the seriousness of the coming revelation. Under the dappled light of the trees, Jair, wearing his glasses, feels a mysterious tingling in his hands that he hasn't felt in a long time, signaling that a dormant power is awakening within him. Liana's piercing gaze reveals her skepticism when she learns that Jairus needs her soul's name to complete a mystical spell, a detail that intrigues and confuses her. A park bench is a silent witness to an intimate conversation as Jair leans over Liana, pondering the mystery of her being chosen for his mysterious endeavors. Dorian lies trapped in a constellation of mysterious symbols, contemplating his fate and wondering whether his path is forged by true choice or mere convenience. As she contemplates the world before her, Liana ponders the existential question of why she should participate in Jair's mysterious quest. The tension between Jairus and Liana is palpable. His words express a sincere promise, hinting at a depth of emotion yet to be explored, and a pact made deeper than anyone can comprehend. In a world woven with magic, Liana stands transformed, her appearance now a blend of ethereal grace and regal attire, as if she stepped out of a timeless tale of sorcery. Sitting alone, Liana struggles with the weight of the spell that could have been cast at any time, contemplating the implications of this newfound power in her hands. The vulnerability in Liana's eyes reflects her inner struggle. She cannot refuse Jair's request, bound by a force beyond her own understanding. Jair stands resolute, a man marked by determination, clutching the spell he has created, a crystallized intention that must find its home in Liana. Liana stands next to Dorian, her gaze gentle, listening to his instructions. He tells her how to place something in a case, which must be securely fastened and activated by kissing the clasp. The scene is intimate, highlighted by the blooming flowers surrounding them, hinting at the development of their relationship. In a closer embrace, Dorian apologizes to Liana, insisting on the need for closeness to create a connection. Liana's eyes reflect a combination of surprise and contemplation, perhaps contemplating the implications of such closeness with Dorian, as the light around them seems to pulse with the tension of the moment. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Liana assures Dorian that she was ready for this, probably referring to the earlier request for intimacy. Her confidence shines through as she declares her readiness, reflecting her dynamic nature. Dorian kneels before Liana in a more casual setting, in daylight. He explains the use of a simple analytical method, which probably relates to the mysterious object mentioned earlier. The mood seems calmer, and there is an air of understanding between them. With a charming smile, Dorian reminds Liana not to forget something, perhaps related to their previous conversation. He looks confident and a little playful. The atmosphere is light, and there is a digital overlay that suggests they may be dealing with technology or an experiment. Under the eerie glow of the moon, Dorian seems to be instructing Liana on a task to be accomplished by moonlight. His expression is carefree, and the surrounding cartoonish imagery hints at a lighthearted turn in their mysterious endeavor. Liana, under the moonlit sky, ponders whether she has lived up to the expectations placed on her. She seems to question the timing, probably in relation to their nocturnal activities. The presence of the clock and stars suggests the importance of time in their mysterious task. Dorian and Liana share a moment of revelation as Dorian admits that he had thought about their current situation in advance. Liana, sitting on the bench, seems to be in a state of awareness or understanding, a step forward in their journey together. The two are close, their hands almost touching in a moment that seems to strengthen their bond. A light shines on their hands, perhaps symbolizing the activation of the mysterious object they were discussing, sealing their shared secret. Liana, framed by soft light, looks determined. She seems to have agreed to the use of the object in question, her expression of determination and acceptance of the path she has chosen with Dorian. In a world engulfed in magic, Liana examines the mystical bracelet on her wrist, marveling at its intricate design, which radiates a captivating energy, as described in the caption, "This is a magical bracelet." Elsewhere, Dorian, with his stylish glasses and purple hair, blossoms, saying that this is his gift to her. His confident demeanor suggests that he knows the significance of the present. Liana ponders the possibilities of the bracelet, asking how it could help her, implying a mixture of curiosity and skepticism in her tone. As she realizes, Liana looks at the bracelet with new understanding and a hint of worry, wondering if its power might be too immense or dangerous. Dorian, always an eloquent speaker, muses philosophically about the ephemeral nature of supernatural phenomena and the cyclical return to normal life, hinting at a deeper knowledge of the bracelet's temporary effects. Time catches up with Liana as she checks her bracelet, perhaps realizing that the moment of separation from Dorian is inevitable, her face a combination of humility and longing. In the farewell shot, Dorian turns away, his profile bathed in the glow of twilight, leaving Liana with a cryptic farewell, "Until we meet again," hinting at an inevitable reunion. Liana sits alone on a bench, the peaceful park around her in stark contrast to the emotional turmoil she may be feeling as she reflects on the magical and confusing events of the day. The castle stands tall against the night sky, a silent guardian of the secrets he has witnessed, including perhaps the magic of Liana's bracelet and the enigmatic figure of Dorian. Liana stands in a dimly lit hallway, a look of resignation on her face. She says quietly, "Oh," and then a text prompt appears from her phone, indicating that the message failed to send, which means she's disconnected. In the darkness, Dorian sits hunched over, a look of pain on his face as he mutters about the silence that makes the night more beautiful, hinting at a deeper sadness. Liana, draped over an elegant chair surrounded by a lush floral backdrop, reflects on her love of sleep, even risking being kidnapped in her sleep, revealing a quirky yet cautious side to her. Peeking through the bars of what appears to be a window, Liana expresses her indifference to being taken deep into the night, hinting at the combination of defiance and acceptance in her fate. Two guards are talking, one informing the other that the cameras are on even at night. However, he shares a lesser-known fact. There are actually fewer guards present, hinting at a security breach. One of the guards confides in Liana, whispering a secret that the guards are gone in the morning because they are all asleep, revealing an important and risky vulnerability in their schedule. A grand ball is depicted with the highlighted instruction, "Activate habits." This juxtaposition of elegant festivity with mechanical routine suggests a controlled or programmed society. During a carefree moment, the guards laugh and drink a toast, celebrating the privileges they have been granted, demonstrating a break from their duties and taking a look at their company. Liana watches from afar, noting that while there are usually many guards around, she only has to deal with a quarter of them, planning her strategy with this knowledge in mind. Liana, chained and radiating a mysterious energy, holds a glowing device. With determination in her eyes, she sends a signal, "Okay," indicating her readiness for what may come next. In a realm of mystical allure, Dorian presents 3 spells. The first is an invisibility spell. He stands regal against a backdrop of celestial motifs, a precious stone glittering in his palm, the embodiment of mysterious power and enigmatic poise. The second spell seems to reveal the secrets of the cosmos, opening all locked doors. A delicate hand touches a purple exquisite lock, its intricate design illuminated by radiant mystical energy. A cloaked figure strides purposefully down a dimly lit corridor, the soft fabric trailing behind them, whispering tales of a secret journey through sacred halls where their destination is shrouded in shadow. Under the veil of night, Liana moves stealthily, a picture of focused intent. She glides unnoticed by watchful eyes, a ghost among the living, her presence betrayed only by the shift of her hood. The story shifts to an authoritative man, his face stern but fair. It is Dorian, his sharp gaze revealing a mind as sharp as the uniform he wears, a silent sentinel against the unseen. In the guarded corridors, Liana hears two soldiers talking, covering her breath with her hand. Although she stands, she steps back. They do not notice her proximity. Her spell remains strong. The same soldiers reproach each other for the noise, their suspicions unfounded. Liana, quite close to her, remains an unnoticed ghost, her breathing the only sign of her existence. As the reality of her invisibility sets in, a wave of isolation hits Liana. Standing among the guards, she contemplates her loneliness in this invisible state, her vulnerability hidden by magic. Liana continues her silent journey, each step a testament to her determination. The solitary journey resounds with more than just footsteps. It hums with the potential of what might unfold next. The warden returns unexpectedly early, his silhouette a harbinger of changing currents. His arrival is as silent as the questions hanging in the air, the answers to which may soon be revealed. In a room rich in detail, Renat leans back, his brown hair framing a contemplative face. His eyes, covered by glasses, bear the weight of unspeakable thoughts. He reflects on the tense atmosphere in the capital, acknowledging the chaos that is inevitably coming. The unspoken weight of his responsibilities seems to hang in the air as he ponders, who knows? Meanwhile, Liana, with her bright pink hair cascading down her face, pauses in thought. The guards discuss in the background, unaware that she is eavesdropping. She ponders the strangeness of the treasures that have arrived, a suspicious frown accentuating her delicate features. Her thoughts are as shrouded in mystery as her presence in the dimly lit corridor. In a moment of sharp realization, Liana's piercing blue eyes widen beneath her hood. The cold night air does not calm the storm brewing within her. Her thoughts whirl, wondering if Renat has returned. The night seems to hold its breath, waiting for her next move. Outside, under a sky dotted with stars, Renat stands tall and calm. His dark and regal clothing is adorned with intricate patterns that speak of his status. In this moment of solitude, the night envelops him, and he is the image of a man who holds many secrets. The emblem in the background, a silent witness to his solitary figure. Liana stands in the shadows, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. She overhears a conversation about Dorian, a man described as kind, attractive, and thoughtful. The back shows a figure surrounded by roses and thorns, with the focus on a framed photograph. It is mentioned that this person always caused adoration when Dorian was in pain. Liana is depicted in a more detailed illustration under the night sky, looking pensive and a little cheerful. She seems to be contemplating her next move. She stands, shrouded in darkness, with a pensive expression on her face. Liana's monologue suggests that she is convinced that Dorian did not hear her approach. During the surprise encounter, Liana is seen from behind, facing the man, who is surprised to see someone else there. He asks if anyone is present, unaware of Liana's proximity. The man turns to Liana, wariness in his eyes. She warns him about the dangers of using a certain type of magic, her face half in shadow, half illuminated by an eerie light. An expression of pain crosses the man's face as he feels the effects of Liana's powerful magic, which sends arcs of energy coursing through him. As the man falls, Liana stands tall, her cloak billowing around her. She looks down, her face a mixture of pleasure and contemplation. Smug, Liana recalls her deed, calling it an exciting hunt. She is confident in her victory, a smile playing on her lips. A close-up of the door shows Liana's fingers thoughtfully touching the frame, as if contemplating her next move after the collision. Liana, with her soft pink hair partially obscured by a hood, looks out with a pensive expression, her violet eyes reflecting a flicker of deep thought or distant anxiety. The soft lighting caresses her face, emphasizing a gentle yet mysterious allure. Dorian stands with his back partly to us, his gray hair a stark contrast to the dark background. The tattoos on his neck, visible under his collar, hint at a rebellious or mysterious side. His posture is relaxed, but there is a tension in the air, as if he is contemplating something very important. In a burst of cheerfulness, Liana's face is framed by a circle of blooming flowers. Her open-mouthed smile and the sparkle in her eyes radiate pure pleasure. The illustration is full of color and energy, capturing a moment of carefree happiness. The surprise on Dorian's face is evident as he stands frozen in the gentle flowers. There is a sense of unexpected joy, or perhaps disbelief, as his mouth opens and his eyes widen, emphasizing the sudden change in his emotions. There is a softness to Dorian's expression, a hint of vulnerability, as he seems to be listening intently. His blue eyes are full of intelligence and understanding, indicating a depth of character that goes beyond mere appearance. Liana's close-up shows her with a serious expression, her eyes conveying determination. She seems to be in a hurry, but there is a hesitation in her gaze, as if she is torn between staying and the need to go. Dorian sprawled on the ground, looking up with a mixture of confusion and anticipation. The impending touch of a hand suggests an intimate or critical moment about to unfold between him and someone else. In his open palm, Dorian holds a small, delicately tied package, a gift that promises something extraordinary. Soft light and shadows play around the contours of his hand, emphasizing the gentle gesture of offering. In a radiant room flooded with light, the silhouettes hint at a grandeur that transcends the ordinary, as if they had entered a moment from an ancient fairy tale. Among them is the elegant figure of Liana, her flowing white hair suggesting the rarity of a true couple meeting. Under a soft purple haze, Dorian pleads for prudence in embellishing secrets, placing a finger to his lips, the universal sign of keeping secrets, his eyes hidden behind round glasses. Liana's pink hair frames a face of awareness and awe. "Can I know everything after I eat this?" she wonders, expressing her concern about the risk, her heart uncertain. Amidst a backdrop strewn with food, the air is filled with the question of purpose. Dorian's curiosity piqued as he innocently asks, "Why do I need this?" And Liana, exasperated, wonders about the futility of his actions. In a sudden flash, Liana cannot comprehend anyone's frivolity, her disappointment clear and palpable. Her violet eyes convey more than words, and emotions rage like a storm. Dorian ponders the seriousness of his actions, pondering the consequences of his fascination with the mysterious object before him, his blue eyes reflecting his inner turmoil. With a mixture of shock and tenderness, Dorian assures him that nothing bad has happened to him, and floral patterns bloom in the background, reflecting the tenderness of the moment. In a calm yet charged conversation, Liana questions her own judgment, still shrouded in a gentle glow, her suspicion and wisdom fighting for dominance within her. There is a truce, albeit a temporary one, as Dorian sides with Liana for now, but the future remains as uncertain as the shifting sands of time, and quick decisions are needed. As the night embraces them, Dorian ponders Liana's request, the cool moonlight reflecting the tone of the moment of choice, the orb delicately held near his lips. Liana peers curiously over Dorian's shoulder, who is contemplating the candy with a mixture of intrigue and hesitation. His thoughts, though unspoken, are pondering the aroma that awaits him. With gentle reassurances, Dorian is urged not to be so cautious, encouraged to savor life's simple pleasures. As Dorian succumbs to the experience, closing his eyes in surrender, Liana looks at him, the question hanging between them. Why does he trust her so much? Her words, caught in wonder, indicate a deepening bond between them. The moment intensifies, Liana leans in, her whisper almost audible, prompting Dorian to voice in his mind the closing, the final step in their shared ritual. The air is thick with anticipation as their story unfolds silently. Dorian, with his eyes closed, is filled with this feeling, his face relaxed but expressive under the cascade of soft light. He seems to reach a place of clarity, bathed in heavenly radiance. Dorian's eyes widen as the atmosphere changes. A startling revelation comes to her. As the room is bathed in red, Dorian's features stand out in stark, disturbing contrast, a sudden turn that changes everything. In a swift movement, Liana reaches out to support Dorian as he stumbles, her movements fluid with concern. The intimacy of their connection is palpable, her care as physical as it is emotional. Her voice is filled with a note of reproach. The pain was meant to be fleeting. Liana's words reveal a shared secret, a hint of vulnerability when faced with the unexpected. Their hands are clasped together, fingers intertwined, a silent conversation of trust and dependence. Above, luminous figures float, symbols of their unique communication. For a moment of confusion, Liana's face is a mixture of surprise and realization. There is an unspoken dialogue that fills the space between them. A third figure enters the narrative, his expression contemplative. His casual pose belies the importance of his observations, adding another layer to the unfolding drama. In the serene, moonlit setting, Dorian stands with an air of expectation, his icy gaze fixed on something unseen. A sense of anticipation fills the air as he utters a silent plea for a speedy return, the words unspoken hanging between him and the night. Dorian, with his ethereal white hair and striking features, leans towards him with an inquisitive expression, as if doubting Liana's intentions. Liana, surprised, looks at him, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity, the air full of unfounded questions. The scene becomes tense as Dorian's eyes, filled with sincere pleading, search Liana's face for an answer. His voice, low and insistent, asks where she is going, his request hanging in the silence, waiting for her answer. The tension builds as Liana begs Dorian to let her go. Her gaze, both confused and pleading, seeks understanding, while his refusal to let go is obvious, if unspoken. Under the gaze of countless stars, Dorian's demeanor softens as he holds Liana close to him. His question hangs in the air heavy, laced with vulnerability as he asks why she avoids him, searching for the answer deep in her eyes. With a gentle but firm grip, Dorian holds Liana. His insistent whisper, "Don't go," is a quiet command, filled with a mixture of hope and fear under the cover of the star-studded sky. In the solitude of her thoughts, Liana looks troubled. Her thoughts are a swirling mix of primal concerns that seem to overshadow her more mundane concerns, reflected in the wrinkles on her forehead. The contemplative Dorian stands alone, his back to the world. He is the embodiment of a character Liana knows from books, a figure both familiar and mysterious, hidden in the solitude of his thoughts among the flowers. Dorian finally appears as Liana had predicted he would develop over the course of 4 years. The image captures a moment of realization, a foreboding of change, framed by a delicate play of light and shadow. In a moment of tense silence, Dorian's plea for freedom, "Let go," reveals the depth of emotion, hinting at an inner turmoil. His fingers barely touch hers, a moment that captures the tension between the desire and the need to part. In the filtered light, Dorian's piercing gaze holds a challenge as he coldly asks, "What is this?" The air is tense, his tone hinting at a combination of curiosity and confrontation, his white hair adding to his striking appearance. Against a backdrop of delicate flowers and the soft glow of bubbles, Dorian holds Liana tightly, his declaration, "I will never let you go," hanging between them. Her eyes, wide and full of emotion, are fixed on his, as if searching for the truth in his promise. Liana stands in front of the wall, her purple eyes twinkling as she looks ahead. She is talking to Dorian, complimenting him on being a good boy. Her tone suggests concern, perhaps an attempt to reassure or encourage him. With a graceful gesture, Liana opens a handful of chocolate cookies, luring Dorian in. She hints that they are his favorites, and with gentle insistence offers them to him, saying they belong to him. Dorian appears thoughtful, his gaze cast downward, thoughtful. His posture is reserved, and he questions the ownership of the biscuit, muttering to himself in a moment of introspection or doubt. We see Dorian's profile up close. His expression is soft but thoughtful. He seems to be trying to recall something, perhaps a name or a memory, suggesting a moment of vulnerability or embarrassment. Amidst the blooming backdrop, Dorian stares intently at Liana. His question about being called master is immediately and emphatically rejected by Liana, hinting at the dynamic of defiance and surprise between them. The exchange turns playful as Liana insists that Dorian call her mistress, who reacts with shock and a hint of amusement. This playful altercation reveals a lighter side to their interaction, filled with banter and laughter. A tender moment unfolds as hands clasp together, signaling a connection. Liana quietly acknowledges her name, indicating a personal and important exchange between the two characters. Dorian repeats Liana's name, an expression of recognition and emotion on his face. The name seems to resonate deeply with him, emphasizing the poignant moment of connection. In a softer, more intimate scene, Dorian presses Liana's hand to his face. His eyes are closed, hinting at a moment of comfort or solace found in the touch. A mysterious situation arises as Liana's hand hovers hesitantly over a fallen bag of cookies. The question mark indicates confusion or curiosity about the situation, adding a sense of mystery or unease. In a serene setting, Liana gracefully touches blooming roses, her fingers caressing the petals amidst a shower of purple hues. Dorian, delicately placing a chocolate chip cookie in his mouth, looks pleadingly at Liana, silently begging her to feed him, a subtle longing reflected in his blue eyes. Refusing his silent plea, Liana stands firm, her pink hair loose, her expression a combination of softness and determination as she looks away. With vulnerable honesty, Liana confesses her pain, her eyes downcast, the brightness of her silhouette contrasting with the gentle light around her. Liana teases Dorian with a cookie, his voice playful yet insistent, while Liana's response is measured, her reluctance clearly visible between them. Dorian takes the cookie from Liana's gentle hands, his eyes closing, enjoying the moment, the connection between them almost palpable. Dorian feels soft as he enjoys the treat, the lines of tension disappearing from his face, and his expression is one of contented indulgence. As Liana watches, Dorian whispers a request for another cookie in a moment of intimacy, his demeanor gentle yet persuasive. Liana, faced with Dorian's plea, reveals her aversion to submission, her eyes calm and her stance resolute against the night sky. Liana sits on the ground in confusion, and Dorian leans over to her in concern, asking, "What's going on?" Their body language indicates a moment of sudden confusion or surprise. In a tender embrace against a celestial backdrop, Dorian holds Liana close, her wings spread behind her, emphasizing the mystical aspect of her being. He whispers an apology, "I'm sorry," conveying regret and a sense of reconciliation. In a dimly lit alley, Liana, with pink hair and a worried expression, embraces Dorian, a man with short gray hair, asking how he is doing as he shivers and complains of pain. She scolds him, emphasizing that he should have spoken sooner if he felt sick. Tears well up in Dorian's eyes as he looks down, a moment of vulnerability revealing his long-standing loneliness. He confesses that no one has ever truly cared for him. Liana holds the black cloth tightly, insisting that it belongs to Dorian, who weakly acknowledges it. She pulls him into a tender embrace under the starry sky, burying his face in her shoulder, asking if the cloth is truly his, to which he, holding his breath, confirms. The close-up focuses on their hands, the black cloth lying between them, hinting at a shared secret or burden they carry together. Dorian, now on his knees, falls against the wall, seemingly losing consciousness as Liana screams his name in shock and despair. As he lies on the ground, Liana quickly kneels beside him, trying to wake him up, her face marked with anxiety and panic. Liana's face is filled with deep concern and tenderness as she begs Dorian not to leave her, her eyes filling with tears. In a final gesture of closeness and care, she offers Dorian a small white object, perhaps a pill or candy, a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. Dorian weakly accepts the offered object, his face contorted in pain, and Liana watches him with a mixture of hope and anxiety. A mysterious figure stands in front of a high-rise building, and the heart of the city pulses at night. Liana, her eyes a window to her soul, is deep in thought, an urgent call to action quietly resonating within her. 3 days after awakening, life is bustling around the grandeur of the academy. Chains and lightning bind a man. Dorian's strength is tested against the relentless tide of power. A nightly figure invades Liana's solitude on the bench, both absorbed in the vastness of the territory. Concern is evident on Liana's face. Her friend doubts her well-being, unaware of the storm brewing beneath her calm. A blush creeps onto Liana's cheeks, her denial as bright as the color as she recoils in excitement. A flash reveals Liana's suffering, her world spinning as well as her mind, and her scream piercing the silence. In a tender embrace, Dorian's gaze meets Liana's, the world around them fading in the shadow of their connection. Liana feels a magical excitement inside, her thoughts spiraling as she grasps at the calm before the storm. In the bizarre scene, Liana is seen exclaiming in surprise and frustration as she confronts Dorian, who appears calm and collected with his hands in a defensive position, about feeling unwell after a recent spell. Amidst an aura of magical symbols, Dorian explains to Liana that the discomfort she feels is caused by sudden and drastic changes, comparing it to the pain a person feels from an unexpected growth spurt. Liana responds to Dorian with visible irritation, emphasizing that it is easy for him to talk when he is not the one suffering. Her face vividly conveys her suffering. As the tension mounts, Liana demands that Dorian stop, her emotions running high as she feels a mixture of anger and worry. Dorian, stunned by the situation, sincerely apologizes to her. Hanging upside down against a backdrop of high-rise buildings, Dorian shares his gratitude for Liana's actions, acknowledging their importance to him despite the gravity of the situation. Returning to the more grounded reality of the narrative, a man stands solemnly within the frame of the card, embodying the shopkeeper torn between the village and the city, and now resuming her work. During a quiet moment, Dorian assures Liana that he has handled the prison's spells admirably, seeking her approval. Liana, caught off guard, responds with a bewildered, "What?" Struggling with the aftermath, Liana confesses to Dorian that she has had sleepless nights since the incident, finding the whole experience terrifying and questioning why Dorian had to become so huge. Dorian tries to comfort the distressed Liana, advising her not to worry too much, as the trials they have endured are only temporary. His gentle demeanor is intended to ease her anxiety. Liana stands in a thoughtful pose, a finger to her lips, as the dark-haired man turns away from her. His posture is tense, suggesting a serious or dangerous conversation, while she ponders the risks, saying, "What if this happens? It's too dangerous." In a tender embrace filled with floral imagery, Liana is held by a man with strikingly white hair. His face is serious, hinting at a past filled with hardship as he reflects on how a certain curse makes trust difficult, while Liana seems kind to him despite it all. Worry contorts Liana's face as she questions herself, her purple eyes flickering with doubt and realization. She looks troubled, pondering internally why she raised her voice at him, revealing a complex emotional state. With her back turned, Liana seems oblivious to her friend's startled call. The surprise in her friend's voice carries a mixture of concern and insistence, suggesting that Liana may have been too absorbed in her own thoughts to notice her approach. The red-haired friend excitedly points out the tendency of girls to be attracted to certain types of people. Her energetic pose underscores her passionate explanation, but it leaves Liana with the lingering question of why. A mysterious man adorned with an exquisite jewel stands in the shadows, his presence radiating a sense of mystery and power. The flowers and dark attire add to his mysterious aura, making one wonder about his connection to Liana's story. In the softly lit room, Liana watches the man sitting surrounded by elegant decor. She thinks that he is no match for even the most handsome guardian of their storm, the hero. Under the flowering trees, Liana, eyes wide open and twinkling with excitement, begs to join in, expecting to see someone. Watching from afar, Liana spots the Viscountess, who, as she leaves the cafe, notices a large black carriage. Liana, tiny against the backdrop of the grand architecture, looks at the black carriage, noting that it is a guest car, and the servant confirms that it is for distinguished guests. The shadowed figure stands imposingly, adorned with exquisite jewels. Liana is struck by his majestic appearance, unlike any man she has seen before. In a bustling room, Liana assures her companion of the other's creative abilities, both standing among their peers. A crowd gathers around the portrait, stunned by the discovered artwork. Liana's work provokes a stormy reaction, hinting at her expressive style. Surrounded by flowers, the mysterious figure from earlier causes a shock with his appearance, as Liana reacts by gasping for breath. Amidst the emotional exchange, Liana happily accepts Diana's offer to witness something, both visibly excited. In a softer moment, the guard turns to Liana with a request, his face mixing seriousness and concern. In the softly lit hallway, Liana stands with a curious expression on her face, and a voice rings out from above her. "The boss wants to see you." Sighing in disappointment, Liana's red-haired friend whispers, "I guess we can't leave." To which Liana responds with a delicate touch to her friend's hand, lamenting, "What a pity." Walking through the cobblestone walkways, Liana and a man named Dorian appear to be following a call, while Dorian asks if his brother has sent another message. Nestled among the flowers, a treasure chest holds a sparkling brooch, its gems catching the light. Liana's profile is illuminated by ethereal light, her face pensive against the background of white flowers. In surprise, Liana stands firm in her elegant attire, a gurgling speech indicating the sudden interruption of her thoughts. Crossing the Great Hall, Dorian asks about the crowd, and Liana speculates that they must have arrived at their mysterious guest. Amidst the bustling gathering, a conversation unfolds about a guest of unusual status, arousing curiosity and speculation. Dorian suggests a quieter route to avoid the noise, and Liana accepts the suggestion with a simple, "Ah." Finally, Liana ponders whether this is the person Dorian mentioned, her expression a combination of thoughtfulness and determination. In a hall gleaming with gold ornaments, a man dressed in tactical gear known as Jameson is hurrying forward. He calls out, calling for someone named Achilles to hurry. Meanwhile, Liana, with her pink hair flowing, walks calmly, absorbed in her tablet on either side of Dorian, who marches equally calmly, both seemingly oblivious to Jameson's suffering. Amidst the luxurious surroundings, Dorian politely asks Liana to stop briefly, to which she agrees. Their conversation is polite and tinged with humor, as Dorian, with an apologetic smile, pleads for more caution regarding the overheard conversation, while Liana promises silence with a hint of hilarity. Standing alone in a vast, light-filled room, Liana is the picture of calm. Her silhouette stands out against the grandeur of her surroundings, her posture relaxed yet attentive, as if she is waiting for something or someone. In the close-up, Liana's face shows a sudden curiosity. Her wide-open eyes and parted lips indicate that she has just heard something unexpected, something that has piqued her interest and demands her attention. As the light casts a warm glow around them, a man with dark, sleek hair appears, greeting Liana with a familiarity. His posture is confident, his eyes hold her in a gaze that is both enigmatic and intense. Liana's eyes shine with recognition and perhaps a hint of surprise. There is a moment of silent communication, her expression softening as if a multitude of unspoken thoughts are passing between them. Standing with her back to us, Liana's pink hair cascading down her back, the light creating a halo around her. She stands still, perhaps in thought or anticipation, the opulence of the hall stretching out before her. The grandeur of the hall envelops Liana as she stands alone, sunlight pouring in and bathing her in its radiance. The atmosphere is calm, almost in anticipation of something important. A sudden sense of confusion overtakes Liana. Her brows are furrowed, her mouth slightly open in mid-speech, reflecting a moment of surprise or perhaps a dawn of realization. Liana looks, her gaze meeting the gaze of the armored man before her. There is a softness in her eyes, a tender acknowledgement of concern etched on his features. The hooded figure stands among white roses, a mysterious air surrounding him. He is dressed in an elegant cloak with delicate embroidery edging his attire. A small child in a dark hood looks up with large expressive eyes, clutching a staff adorned with a blue ball. He asks why the conversation isn't happening with her. The child seems persistent, then asks about the reluctance to engage in dialogue with her. A hooded man looks away, surrounded by pink flowers. He is called, but he looks concerned, a response perhaps hinting at his intentions to reunite with someone soon. He stands confidently and poised, and a pop-up tooltip reveals his plans to meet Liana soon. Liana appears, a graceful and calm figure, her gaze containing both curiosity and intelligence. She talks about a person, noting their wonderful qualities, as if they were research material, and questions the true motives of someone's actions. Liana looks thoughtful, perhaps pondering the answers to her previous queries. A man wearing glasses cheerfully declares the beauty of another, the statement seemingly catching someone off guard, followed by a moment of realization and clarity. Liana stands by the window, the light of the quiet twilight gently falling on her face. With her pink hair falling gracefully over her face, she says, "It's okay," with a thoughtful expression. She asks aloud, with a hint of worry, if they will meet again, her eyes searching for an answer that has yet to be found. Instead, the man with the stylish blue hair and round glasses replies with a single phrase, "I hope so," his smile gentle but mysterious. His optimistic tone suggests a desire to continue their shared story, his face illuminated by the warmth of the afternoon sunlight. In the sunlit room, Liana stands with a worried expression as her name is called from an invisible speaker. Her pink hair frames her face, signaling her concern. Smiling encouragingly, Liana nods and laughs, easing the worry, her long pink hair flowing as she tilts her head. She assures the questioner that she is fine. At the other end of the room, a man with brown hair, Renat, comfortably seated, apologizes with a formal look in a calm tone. Liana responds affirmatively, accepting the apology with ease. Renat seriously adjusts his glasses, hinting at urgent matters in the capital that require attention, hinting at a quick return. A shadowed figure stands ominously in the corner, their presence marked by foreboding, as if they are watching the proceedings with unknown intentions. Liana ponders thoughtfully about the comfort a mysterious figure might feel in luxurious surroundings, her eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. In a light-hearted chibi-style change, Liana was caught off guard by accusations of being caught red-handed, her petite form and exaggerated facial expression adding to the whimsy. The final revelation comes when Liana learns of her brother's arrival, her face showing surprise and a hint of apprehension. The news is clearly unexpected. In an elegant, sun-drenched room, Liana, with pink hair, turns in surprise to Renard, a man with brown hair, asking if the approaching figure is her brother. Renard, standing by the large window, calmly informs Liana that although her brother wanted to see her, he had to leave suddenly due to unforeseen circumstances. A bright emblem depicting a blue phoenix surrounded by roses hangs over a shadowed figure, hinting at a family crest or symbol of significance. Liana sits thoughtfully, biting her nails, reflecting on the urgency of her brother's departure, the memory of the unexpected events at their family estate. In a dimly lit library, a man stands with his arms crossed, his posture radiating a sense of contemplation or anticipation, the dialogue hinting that someone has not shown up as expected. A man lies face down in a pool of darkness, an ominous aura surrounding him, hinting at betrayal or a hidden agenda. With a worried expression on her face, Liana ponders her brother's current situation, wondering if he is in good or bad shape, and wishing she knew more. Liana looks off into the distance, wondering about her brother, assuming he probably has pink hair like hers, indicating a family resemblance. In a complexly designed space, the man stands with his back to the viewer, and Liana complains about not knowing about his appearance, which indicates a deep disconnect. As Liana awaits another meeting, Renard leans in to show her something that remains of her brother, in an atmosphere of tender anticipation and mystery. Liana looks up in surprise as someone offers her a bouquet of flowers, her eyes reflecting a combination of surprise and curiosity. When Liana receives the bouquet, tears well up in her eyes, hinting at the emotional impact of this unexpected gift. The giver, a mysterious figure, quotes, "I hope this small gift is enough for you not to forget me," hinting at the deep feeling behind the gesture. Overwhelmed by the flowers, Liana reads the card that reads, "I will never forget these beautiful roses," indicating that the gift has significant meaning. Holding the bouquet next to her, Liana ponders whether she can take them with her or whether she can make exceptions. In the chibi version, Liana's cute, exaggerated facial expression reflects her admiration and affection for roses, showcasing her innocence and charm. As she gazes at the roses, Liana reflects on the effort that went into their creation and how smoothly her family's affairs are running. In a moment of reflection, Liana appreciates the care taken to protect the gift, calming herself from the fear of it being stolen. In a luxurious room, pink-haired Liana sits holding a bouquet, looking expectantly at Renag, a man with brown hair standing before her, assuming she might ask a question. Liana, who looks thoughtful with a hint of worry, thinks aloud, expressing her contemplation on the current matter. Dressed as a maid, Liana ponders the nature of Renag, suspecting there is a reason behind his actions, as she observes a gift intended for her, connecting it to his character. Renog notices Liana's deep trust in her brother with a piercing gaze, sparking a moment of silent recognition between them. Liana, looking into the mirror, reflects on herself, defending the innate kindness she sees in a loved one. Liana becomes aware of Renog's acquaintance with her brother, hinting at a shared history or secret understanding unknown to her. During a close conversation, Liana's expression hints at the need to discuss something important, her expression mixed with determination and anxiety. Renog offers a polite apology, his posture reflecting a combination of grace and remorse, while Liana watches, her face not visible. Liana, curious and a little confused, questions the purpose of Renog's monocle, pondering its necessity in our time. Renog dismisses Liana's silent question with a thoughtful gesture, hinting at a deeper, undisclosed meaning to his choice of glasses. Renog thinks, her lips slightly parted, tenderly assessing how she looks in her outfit. At another moment, she is an image of innocence, holding a bouquet of roses and pondering whether someone's kindness is genuine or simply caused by others. Next, it's Renat, his features hidden behind glass, who contemplates with intrigue how different he is from his description in the book. The scene shifts to the living room, where Liana, looking concerned, asks if Renat is okay, to which he replies thoughtfully. The mood improves when another character with bright red hair bursts in, expressing a desire to participate, to which Liana agrees with a smile. At a social event, the red-haired character demonstrates poise, hiding his experienced gaze behind an ornate fan. In the large room, Liana asks about the unique interest her family seems to be taking, while Renat lies with a pensive look. Liana jokes about postponing the question, her companion laughs, but she seems to be hoping for some real answers. On a starless night, Renata is seen from behind, lost in thought, a question hanging unanswered. Finally, Liana contemplates obtaining valuable information, considering the possibility of escape, with a sense of hidden truth in her gaze. In a lavishly decorated room, a man with a large mustache confidently asserts that he will not hold back his words. He assumes that Liana, whom he considers to be of high social standing due to their frequent elegant gatherings, will not object to his directness. With sparkling eyes and a thoughtful finger on her chin, Liana contemplates the three individuals, admitting that she thought they were a trio, but realizing that they are not a group. She ends with the utmost anticipation of an event or revelation related to a night or Zahun. Liana is caught in a moment of reflection, given her darker skin tone, inherited from her mother from a place called Yoda. She dismissively excludes light-complexioned families from her lineage, seeking a deeper understanding of her origins. Sipping tea in a stately setting, Liana contemplates the noble lineages of Anite, Lehman, and Zahun, contemplating the possibility of belonging to a status higher than her current one, her eyes filled with hope and uncertainty. Liana admires a large, elegant building bathed in sunlight. The scene emphasizes the grandeur and beauty of her surroundings, which contrast sharply with her contemplative state, hinting at the complexity of her thoughts and emotions. In the spacious hall, Liana suggests postponing their conversation until a later occasion, her face expressing a combination of relief and foresight, as if she is carefully planning her next steps. Liana leans forward with a determined expression on her face, agreeing to continue the conversation later. Her posture and the determination in her eyes suggest important plans that require immediate attention. Walking down a dimly lit corridor with a stern guard, Liana laments the passing of time and laments the boredom of confinement. Her surroundings are cold and unwelcoming, reflecting her inner sense of isolation. Standing amidst the radiant flowers, Liana appears calm yet contemplative. The flowers around her may symbolize growth and a hint of optimism amidst her current circumstances. Liana, looking out the small window with her back to him, considers visiting someone named Adrian, but hesitates as it may be too late. Her strained gaze outward suggests a desire for connection or a change in her situation. The image depicts a group of figures in armor, seemingly imprisoned behind bars. There is a sense of tension, as one might infer that they are imprisoned against their will. Red scribbles appear near the edge, creating a sense of urgency or chaos, perhaps indicating a state of alarm or distress signal. Liana stands confused in the elegant hallway and asks, "Huh? What did you say?" Her confusion is palpable as she tries to make sense of the situation. In a dimly lit room, Liana, with bright pink hair, stands before two stern guards. The air is tense as one guard informs her, "You're in the wrong place," and Liana looks on, having never seen these guards before. Pink-haired Liana is surprised and politely asks, "Excuse me, what happened?" When she first meets eyes with the guards, indicating that she is unfamiliar with them and the current circumstances, the guard looks surprised and simply replies, "Ah, I see." The brief dialogue suggests that a realization or recognition occurs at this critical moment. In a dark and ominous setting, a sign announces a place for terrible criminals, reserved for those who commit acts such as regicide or treason, hinting at the seriousness of Liana's situation. The narrative continues by describing the guards as elite warriors of the highest class, hinting at their formidable nature and the seriousness of Liana's predicament. Liana stands before two guards who tell her that she has entered the only access point to a dungeon that houses dangerous criminals, and that a crime has recently occurred there. With a semblance of realization, Liana learns that a needle was found near the criminal, indicating a connection to a previous security incident, and she seems to be mistakenly implicated. A shout of "Ta-da-damn" surrounds Liana as she stands up in tears, with an understanding of the accusations against her. "So I'm the intruder?" In the semi-darkness, Dorian kneels, his back marked by what looks like a portal, his posture suggesting resignation to his lonely fate. Outside the grand estate, a handshake of contrasting colors amidst a sea of roses signifies a potentially sinister deal. Liana wonders aloud whether a rule-breaker is behind the strange events, considering the possibility of coincidence with a mix of curiosity and concern. The security guard confidently assures that there is no need to worry, but admits that the intruder found a foreign object, indicating the presence of the intruder. In a fit of realization, Liana loudly proclaims herself the abuser, causing shock and confusion among those around her. A worried Liana admits to herself that she is scared and has forgotten something, hinting at an important detail that has been overlooked. Liana stands with her hand over her mouth, her face an expression of anxious contemplation. Her inner monologue hints at a hesitant laugh, a moment of disbelief at the unfolding events. The man gives her a bright, shimmering bracelet. His speech speaks of the task accomplished. Now Liana can freely use the power of the 4 bracelets. Liana looks at the magical chains binding her wrists. Her thoughts acknowledge that the restrictions on the use of magic still remain. An empty, mystical corridor is decorated with banners. The atmosphere is created by a cascade of magical sparkles that illuminate the path ahead. Liana, thoughtful and concerned, doubts the unseen character's condition, pondering the consequences if they are seriously injured. The soul guard stands by the door, oblivious to Liana's presence as she peeks around the corner, unobserved and unnoticed. The guard, alerted by the noise, turns sharply, his attention drawn from his post to the source of the commotion. Startled by the sudden alarm, the guard rushes towards the noise, leaving his post unguarded and Liana's dark figure in the background. An empty desk stands in a dimly lit room, the accompanying text noting with a sense of satisfaction the absence of its usual occupant. Liana sees a man slumped against the wall, his tired posture and defeated expression catching her attention as she quietly calls out his name. Under the purple sky, Liana stares, bewildered and silently wondering if this is even possible. Her pink locks frame a face full of uncertainty. In a quiet moment of reflection, Dorian stands alone, his back to the world, thoughtful under the evening light, caressing his silver hair. Suddenly approaching, Liana shudders at the whispered apologies, aware of their closeness. The night glimmers faintly around their silhouetted figures. The air thickens with tension as Dorian looks at Liana, his words hanging between them, hinting that she possesses something unique. Dorian's striking blue eyes look at Liana, his words painting a picture of the distinctive smell that surrounds her, lingering in the air. Liana, moved but hesitant, admits her joy in a muffled confession. She looks away, wrapped in the embrace of the night. Under the stars, Dorian helps Liana to her feet, their interaction full of curiosity and a hint of wonder at their shared moment. A close-up of Dorian's eyes reflects the complex emotions bubbling within her as she reflects on the unexpected events of the night. Dorian, framed by the night, contemplates his distrust and satisfaction, his body language open yet reserved. Liana expresses her concern about future problems that may arise because of her expression combining concern and acceptance. Dorian looks ahead with a tinge of worry, contemplating the problems that might arise before seeing Dorian again, asking, "And the day after tomorrow?" Amidst a snowy backdrop, Liana makes a bold statement, allowing herself to be struck if she agrees to Dorian's unknown question. Liana exhales deeply, a gesture of disappointment or resignation, perhaps from the weight of the conversation or a deeper emotion. Sitting close but apart, Dorian contemplates, his fist clenched, while Liana looks away, an abyss of unspoken thoughts between them. Dorian sincerely tells Liana that she is the best person in this gloomy place they have found themselves in, and the sincerity is evident on his face. In a close-up, Liana shows understanding with a gentle expression, her eyes softening as she reads Dorian's words. In a tender moment, Dorian confesses to Liana that his thoughts are filled with her every day, sparking a conversation about mutual feelings. With intense passion, Dorian recounts that thoughts of Liana trigger an intuitive reaction, as if his body is on fire with emotion. Liana responds with a mixture of surprise and question, her face a canvas of questions, perhaps about the depth of Dorian's feelings or the next words he will say. Liana stands in the midst of a storm of thoughts, wondering whether she should voice even one of the many questions swirling in her head. The feeling of hesitation and all-consuming contemplation is palpable. At another point, Liana appears calmer, reassuring herself that the turmoil of her thoughts is a normal ordeal. The text around her echoes her attempt to calm and organize her thoughts. Dorian is seen covering his face with his hands, embarrassment clearly visible in his eyes. He urges Liana to stop staring at him so intently, hinting at a shared moment of awkwardness. The scene shifts to a more intimate moment when Dorian, delicately touching his neck with his hand, confesses that thoughts of Liana cause a physical transformation, hinting at deep emotions that provoke a physical response. Liana, biting her nails, directly asks Dorian if thinking about her makes him feel different, which he shyly admits without elaborating, revealing a tender dynamic between them. In a more subdued scene, Dorian is shown with a light shining behind him, questioning the reality of the changes he is experiencing, demonstrating his vulnerability and the depth of his introspection. Dorian, looking down, dismisses the previous intensity as nothing to worry about, trying to downplay the situation in a more casual, low-key way. The atmosphere changes to a more somber tone when Liana places her hand on Dorian's head in a caring gesture, hinting that it is time to rest after the emotional turmoil, bringing a caring aspect to their relationship. Finally, in a tender exchange, Liana warns Dorian that if she falls asleep, he will disappear again, a piercing statement that perhaps hints at the fleeting nature of their encounters or the dreamlike nature of their relationship. In response, Dorian takes her hand, expressing his concern about when he might see her again, emphasizing the uncertainty and value of their time together. In a vivid scene, Dorian, with short gray hair, is caught off guard, his blue eyes wide with emotion. Around him, the night blooms with blurred flowers and stars, creating a sense of urgent romance as he takes someone else's hands with his collar unbuttoned, hinting at a heart pounding with emotion. A majestic stone castle looms majestically against the starry night sky. The dialogue reveals Dorian's need to leave before dawn, questioning whether his presence is truly necessary, as if wrestling with the desire to stay against the necessity of leaving. Liana sits next to Dorian on the cold patterned floor, with the space of the wall behind them. She speaks frankly about the possible problems that arise because of her, the simplicity of the setting contrasting with the weight of her confession. A whimsical hair tie with a cute teddy bear pattern sits whimsically against a cloud-like background. A speech bubble gently evokes the gift, bringing a touch of innocence and personal connection to the story. Dorian seems lost in thought, his gaze distant. He speaks of memories, hinting at a desire to share stories of heartache and triumph with Liana, his face marked by contemplation. In a burst of luxury, Liana, now in royal attire, exudes confidence and poise. Her hand gestures and jewelry suggest her royal status or high status, perhaps a stark contrast to her former, more casual demeanor. The intimacy of Dorian and Liana's communication is palpable. He urges her not to blame herself in this moment, filled with tension and unspoken emotions, as he ponders the meaning of the hair tie. Dorian is overcome by a sense of loneliness. His body language suggests a deep inner struggle. The red bubble captures his growing sense of isolation, hinting at a deepening inner conflict. Dorian rests his head on his folded hands, feeling tired. The scene conveys a moment of respite, a temporary calm amidst the unfolding drama, with his face displaying a mixture of humility and contemplation. In his open palm, Dorian holds a bare hair elastic, a symbol of his connection to Liana. His words reflect a need for comfort, hinting at a deeper narrative where the simple elastic holds significance. Liana eagerly awaits Dorian's arrival, who becomes a highlight of her days, comforting her in a way she never knew before. Dorian, holding a simple hair tie, finds sentimental value in it, a discovery Liana did not expect, demonstrating the depth of his feelings. Contemplating, Dorian is lost in thought, his dark blue eyes reflecting a storm of silent reflections and emotions that he has yet to express. Dorian expresses a desire to be closer to Liana, a desire to hug her more often, hinting at a strong connection that he feels but does not fully understand. Liana ponders the potential reasons for Dorian's actions, the factors that attract him to her, searching for patterns or explanations. Liana calls out to Dorian in concern after he makes a sudden, painful sound, demonstrating her concern and quick response to his distress. Noticing Dorian's unusually high temperature, Liana's anxiety grows, realizing that he is unwell and needs care. Their hands accidentally touched in a hasty and unplanned moment, leading to a surprising and silent exchange of understanding. With a soft greeting, Dorian's smile conveys warmth and a hint of relief at Liana's presence, contrasting with the previous tension. Dorian, looking at Liana, gives her a sincere compliment, calling her beautiful, and his affectionate gaze reveals his deep feelings. Liana stands resolutely, and Dorian, with a gentle squeeze, asks about her plans for him, a marked sense of foreboding in his posture. She firmly refuses him, claiming that she has nothing to give, and asserting her autonomy, her eyes reflecting determination. As Liana turns to leave, her statement, "It's time," hangs in the air, marking the decisive end of the meeting. Dorian's quick move to hold Liana shows his reluctance to part, while she insists on sleeping, a mixture of surprise and defiance on her face. His hand touches hers gently. Dorian doubts the logic of her departure. His touch betrays a hidden plea to stay. Liana, covered in a night cloak, reminds herself to flee from trouble, her expression torn between fear and determination. As Liana disappears into the shadows, her desire for independence and secrecy becomes apparent, a silent vow to be remembered. Dorian stands alone, his piercing gaze softening, silently acknowledging the complex dance between them. Liana crouches in the darkness, contemplating Dorian's tense nature, her thoughts a mixture of caution and intrigue. In the great hall, Liana watches from the shadows as a sentry stands guard. The text above him, "The Sentinel on Duty," emphasizes the tension of her hidden presence. Under cover of night, Liana strides purposefully. Neon blue symbols emphasize the coolness of the evening, perhaps indicating her emotions or the seriousness of her mission. Liana's face is filled with surprise. Her plan is shattered when she realizes, "Shoot! They're all here!" The text conveys the unexpected obstacle she faces. A confrontation is brewing. Renard's silhouette is right behind Liana. She is caught off guard, asking what to do. The proximity heightens the tension. As Liana covers her mouth in shock, a simple sigh overhead reflects her inner turmoil, matching the expression of her wide-open eyes. Renard looks at him sternly with an imperious expression. The text, "Renard?" conveying the shock of his appearance, as if someone recognized him against their expectations. Panic grips Liana as she asks, "How does he see me?" This shows her attempt at stealth, perhaps with the help of an invisibility cloak, which now seems ineffective. Renard addresses Liana directly, a stern, "Don't bite your lip," cutting through her thoughts, hinting at the close acquaintance between them. Liana stands in the cold light, a single tear rolling down her cheek. The moment captures a mixture of fear, sadness, and beauty, hinting at deeper layers of her story. Liana gently presses her fingers to her lips, a contemplative gaze softening her features. In a quiet moment, words remain unspoken, but emotions speak volumes. Dressed in a hooded cloak, Liana looks pensive, her eyes cast downward. The mood is introspective, and the text reveals her thoughts, hinting at a secret or realization she holds close. Renag stands imposingly, his lips pursed. He holds a book in his hand, his glasses reflecting a glint of worry. His words suggest reluctance or remorse, adding tension to the scene. Liana's face is lit with a mysterious glow, her eyes wide with surprise or shock. A speech bubble indicates an important discovery that has caught her off guard. Liana's gaze falls on a figure whose back is turned, with text emphasizing an acknowledgement of understanding, perhaps of the seriousness of the situation or a newfound truth. Renag confronts Liana with a look of disbelief, his posture stiff and commanding. His words carry a sense of surprise, perhaps at seeing Liana in a place or situation she shouldn't be in. Tilting her head and understanding the smile, Liana acknowledges Renag's realization. The conversation between them is light but multi-layered. The dialogue between Renag and Liana continues, heavy with the consequences of their surroundings and actions. Tension mixes with magic in their exchange. Renag pauses mid-sentence, a realization dawning on him. Whatever he's about to say seems crucial, perhaps changing the course of their interaction. Renag stands amidst a glowing backdrop, a castle and golden roses framing him in an almost regal manner. The text suggests a self-assured declaration of his abilities, leaving an aura of confidence. Liana, with a thoughtful expression on her face, seems surprised by her brother's offer of a tool. Her fingers are delicately intertwined, indicating a combination of fear and curiosity about the object in question. Upon closer inspection, Liana utters a simple "ah," a soft acknowledgement that reveals little of her inner thoughts regarding the mysterious object her brother mentioned. A dark and brooding figure sits in an elegant chair surrounded by roses and shade. He looks contemplative, and his words hint at a philosophy that battles are only worthy against a certain type of enemy. Liana confesses that she asked her brother for the magical item, and now, with regret and embarrassment, she admits that it was sent to her, contemplating the consequences of her bizarre request. Liana is shocked and somewhat frightened by the sudden dismissal of the brown-haired man, Renag, who leaves her with a flippant, "Okay." His casual departure makes her question how easily she was let go. Renag, authoritative and calm, states that certain items are forbidden for trade. Despite the prohibition, he hints at a willingness to overlook this for Liana, adding complexity to their relationship. The scene moves to a tender moment as Renag explains his actions in response to Liana's brother's request with a tender expression, emphasizing a sense of duty and perhaps affection. When Renag turns his face, his profile is illuminated by a soft light. He speaks of his personal desire for Liana to do as she pleases, hinting at the inner conflict between his feelings and his duties. Liana playfully suggests a nighttime escape with a seductive look, leaving the door open for adventure or a mischievous plan she might concoct. At the last moment, Renag offers to accompany Liana, adding a condition that could be either a warning or an expression of concern, hinting at the possible dangers of the coming night. In the Great Hall, the guards respectfully bow to Liana, adorned in a rich green cloak, her authority unquestioned. The chestnut-haired Renag looks on with a sense of propriety. Side by side, Liana and Renag walk past the guards, their expressions unreadable, the air heavy with unspoken thoughts and tension. Looking into the distance, a lone figure dressed in green clothes contemplates the fading light in the vast cathedral, thoughts shrouded in shadow. Renag, bespectacled and stern, dismisses someone from breakfast, promising to deliver them to their cell, his tone tinged with authority. Surrounded by medical supplies, Liana, with a heavy heart, recalls an important memory about the amulet, hinting at a deeper story. The radiant Renag radiates confidence, a spark of magic at his fingertips as he proclaims his power to compel submission, a power not to be underestimated. Liana recoils in exaggerated horror, her face a comedic mask of fear, playing a role in a scene where humor mixes with fear. With slight anxiety, Liana straightens her hair, the silent reflection showing the gravity of her worries. Renag, shrouded in shadows, asks about someone's caring intentions towards him, a mix of suspicion and curiosity in his stance. In a garden of blooming flowers, Liana sits in contemplation, while Renag in the foreground reflects on a shared moment, hinting at a complicated relationship. Liana stands with her back to the viewer, her pink hair and intricate outfit detailed against a soft interior light, and she gazes at a distant figure. In a serene nighttime setting, Liana, dressed in a black cloak, defiantly confronts Renag, his green coat brightly saturated against a bubble-lit background. Liana, with a confused expression and pink hair framing her face, expresses the opinion that a certain game never gets old. The playful banter continues as Liana, who looks smaller in the humorous image, is accused of demoralizing someone with her actions. A close-up shows Liana, her face a combination of surprise and amusement, as she reflects on the ridiculousness of certain games. Renag, shown in lavish attire, asks Liana with a serious expression, eager to compare the time she spends with another. Sitting elegantly in a sunlit room, Liana's pink locks cascade down her blue outfit as she is overwhelmed by the attention. Liana, surprised during the meal, listens to concerns about her health, denying any illness but hinting at a deeper unease. As observers ponder Liana's distracted state, they wonder if her brother's letters, which highlight family problems, could be the cause. Finally, Liana, with laughter and a light heart, dismisses her serious worries, explaining her condition as simple fatigue. In the luxurious room, Liana, with her pink cascade of hair, reacts to the commotion with confusion, wondering why the atmosphere is unusually quiet and gloomy today. Liana engages in a tense conversation with another person, the urgency in their gestures hinting at a discussion of serious matters, emphasized by the spacious, majestically decorated room around them. News of Lord Dormoilith's serious injury reaches Liana via a distressed messenger, his words echoing down the great corridor as a sense of urgency arises. Liana's shock is palpable as her wide eyes register the gravity of the situation, her thoughts clearly racing as she processes the unexpected news of the Lord's condition. The grandeur of Dormoilith Manor looms ominously as a lone figure stands before him, its majestic architecture belying the disorder that seems to have taken hold within its walls. Sitting in the shadows of tranquility, the Lord's authority and power are as evident as the tension surrounding him, the dark atmosphere suggesting a brooding atmosphere within the estate. In a moment of reflection, the man ponders the news, fingers pressed thoughtfully to his lips, wondering if the estranged son could be involved in the Lord's dire situation. Renagu is strongly advised against hasty action, as he is reminded of the potential pain that could follow, and his young face is marked with naivety and care. Liana, leaning over her chair, ponders the consequences of the current Lord's death and the changes in power it will bring, her posture of contemplation and foresight. Facing her followers, Liana talks about the fate of leaders and their followers, musing on the cyclical nature of violence and power, her back to us as she addresses the armored guards. In a room bathed in golden light, Liana stands aloof, her expression indifferent. She is surrounded by the hustle and bustle of other people, but she seems to be in her own world, thinking, "Of all the people here, I'm the only one who cares." The tall castle, touching the sunlight, casts an iridescent shimmer on the pointed roof. The image suggests a sense of anticipation, a thought hovering in the air. This is exactly what I thought it would be. Hidden amidst the shade of a lush garden, Renag clutches the object to his chest. A sense of anticipation hangs over him as he seems to be waiting for the right moment to act, shrouded in mystery and silence. Liana walks alone along the twilight street, her figure a lonely silhouette on the wide cobblestones. Reuben introduces himself to Liana with a warm and welcoming smile, his demeanor friendly and serious. Liana stands before Reuben with a cool and collected look, asking if he wishes for something, referring to the order to fulfill his wish. The scene cuts to a gloomy cell, where Dorian, with his hands tied, endures the strong grip of the guards, while Liana watches from afar. In a sunlit grove, Liana and Dorian experience a close, peaceful moment, holding her hand, enjoying each other's company. The powerless Dorian falls into the trap of a bright magical seal, his figure hovering over a dark abyss. An ominous text flutters above his head. Liana, with gentle persistence, asks to spend time with Dorian in peace, her words directed at the compliant Reuben. Under a clear sky, Liana stands nearby, while Dorian lies down on a park bench, his condition worrying. In the serene garden, Liana seeks assurances from Reuben to spend a short time alone with Dorian. Dorian, having recovered from a momentary weakness, stands next to Liana, assuring her with a smile that everything is fine with him. Liana, with a pensive expression surrounded by flowers, reflects on the pleasant weather, seemingly lost in thought. Dorian, caught off guard, begins to explain why he feels good, his words trailing off when he notices Liana's presence. In a sudden twist, Liana and Dorian stand side by side, their expressions a mixture of surprise and shyness. The scene around them is bright, with a pink backdrop that hints at an unexpected but tender moment between them. Liana herself listens, her demeanor softening as she overhears Dorian's words, her profile framing the stillness of the room. It's an intimate moment that captures the quiet joy one feels in the act of listening to someone's tender feelings. A shadowy figure looms in the distance, pots clinking softly in their hands. It is a stark contrast to the previous scenes, with an air of mystery and perhaps foreboding as the figure stands, shrouded in the dark cloak of night. Liana's shock is palpable as she turns, her gaze catching something or someone unexpected. The calm greenery around her only accentuates her surprised expression, adding a sense of urgency to the otherwise calm setting. The atmosphere changes dramatically as the thief, grinning broadly, shouts an ominous greeting from the dormitory family. His arms are spread out, as if welcoming or perhaps warning of something unseen, setting a cold tone for the scene. Liana's anxiety turns to action as she wants to escape, her face carved with fear. The urgency is clear. The word "run" bursts off the page as the previous calm is shattered by the need for immediate escape. With a ghostly warrior chasing them, Liana and Dorian's situation becomes dire. The command "run" is unambiguous. Their faces are not visible, but the tension is unmistakable as the chase continues, leaving the viewer in suspense. Liana stands in the dappled sunlight, her gaze fixed on Dorian, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Dorian, with his short gray hair, stands behind her, a picture of thoughtful calm. In the sunlit clearing, Liana turns to Dorian, concern etched on her face as she questions their safety. His presence behind her is reassuring but startling. With her hands clasped delicately, Liana feels embarrassed as she asks, "What is this?" Her uncertainty is evident. She looks to her silent companion for answers. Dorian is depicted in calm profile, his cold demeanor standing next to a blooming backdrop, contemplating change, the word "changed" hanging in the air above him. An urgent embrace envelops Liana and Dorian. Her plea is fervent. "Don't find the bomb, arrest the criminal." Her eyes reveal a storm of emotion against the calm of his back. Relief appears on Liana's face as she tells them that they are not in danger of another explosion. Her words convey relief, but her eyes speak of lingering fears. In a final tender embrace, Liana and Dorian find solace in each other's arms. Despite the chaos that unfolds, their bond remains unwavering despite the condemnation of others. Dorian stands amidst a blur of pastel colors, his piercing blue eyes illuminating a world of emotions. He is caught in a moment of reflection. Liana's face, framed by flowing pink hair, is filled with surprise and concern. She is surrounded by flowers, and the phrase, "so warm," hints at a warm or tender moment. Liana looks worried, her eyes closed, surrounded by leaves. She asks aloud, "And what caused its growth?" Zranya, pondering the cause of the growth or change she has witnessed. A tranquil garden with a fountain and an angel statue basks in the sunshine, offering a peaceful respite from the unfolding events. Dorian's white robe is marked with stains and slashes, indicating a recent conflict or struggle that has left its physical mark on him. Liana, close to Dorian, has a solemn expression on her face. The closeness suggests a moment of quiet understanding or shared concern between them. In an intimate scene, Liana is close to tears, Dorian's face inches from hers. "Aren't you glad to see me?" she asks, revealing uncertainty about Dorian's feelings for her. He reassures her, "This is not the time to talk about bad things," suggesting they focus on the present. Liana's internal monologue reveals her thoughts about being an outsider. The first thing the guards will think of, starting with us, is that I came to the Dukes in Dorian, implying a sense of not belonging. Liana nervously bites her finger, contemplating the painful consequences of worry. If you bite your lips so hard, it'll start to hurt. Liana and Dorian share a tender moment under the trees, their closeness and the sunlight filtering through the leaves creating a romantic and hopeful tone. Liana stands there with a pained expression on her face, muttering to herself that it's not worth it. She seems to be worried about something deeply personal. In a tender moment, Liana reaches out to touch Dorian's face, their eyes meeting, a warmth of interaction palpable between them. Dorian, half smiling, playfully asks Liana if she enjoys teasing him, hinting at a flirtatious dynamic as he enjoys her touch. Amidst playful chibi-style artwork, Dorian reminds Liana of a past incident involving a handkerchief, hinting at a history of small, intimate moments together. Looking calmly, Dorian allows Liana to gently touch his face, demonstrating the trust and affection between them. Dorian teases with a provocative question about biting, adding a playful yet intimate touch to their conversation. The peace is broken when security guards burst onto the scene, shouting to clear the area, hinting at approaching chaos or danger. Taken by surprise, Liana exclaims in shock, a quiet moment with Dorian shattered by the sudden intrusion. Dorian asks about Liana's memories in a thoughtful tone, hinting at forgotten moments and perhaps a deeper secret to their relationship. In a serene outdoor setting, Liana and Dorian stand side by side, and a pop-up tooltip shows Dorian in silent contemplation. Liana leans closer, whispering the question to Dorian, "Can I rest my head on your lap?" seeking comfort in his presence. Dorian lies down, resting on Liana's lap, his face showing carefree surrender, and sunlight filters through the trees. A close-up shows Liana's gentle fingers running through Dorian's hair, a gesture of tenderness and care. Liana watches with a worried gaze Dorian, who lies with his head in her lap, surrounded by the tranquility of nature. An armored man approaches, questioning their well-being. He expresses his own sense of well-being, except that he is a little shaken by the recent explosion. As Dorian lies down and doesn't respond, Liana speaks up, explaining that he has been poisoned and now needs to return to his true form. The man in armor acknowledges his relief at their safety and states a condition for his help, hinting at a deeper story. Liana begs them to return, showing persistence and concern as Dorian remains poisoned in the lush greenery. Liana walks alone at night, her pink hair a stark contrast to the dark cobblestones. Neon signs buzz overhead, oblivious to her loneliness. In the dimly lit corner, Liana's face is bathed in neon glow, her expression weary, the neon signs repeating their quiet call. In a close-up, Liana's eyes are closed, her features softened by the embrace of neon. She murmurs a sigh that seems to carry her weariness. Dorian appears, his blonde hair falling over his eyes, one blue eye open as he raises his hand thoughtfully to his lips. He looks through his fingers, a thoughtful expression etched on his face, the gurgling of his speech hinting at a flirtatious or teasing tone. Liana, excited, fanning herself, her body language suggesting embarrassment or perhaps a rising temperature inside. Leaning over the balcony, Dorian looks into the night. The frame depicts his words about being called from the underground, perhaps a metaphor for his past or inner self. Liana expresses a simple desire for a drink of cold water, a gurgle of speech reinforces her request, and the expression on her face is one of innocent longing. Joyful Liana captures the moment with her phone, and the bright background emphasizes her good mood. Dorian holds the mug, a sense of relief conveyed through his gesture and the words in the pop-up tooltip, hinting that the problem has been solved or solace has been found. In the quiet room, Liana stands by the window, thoughtful. Her fingers are gently pressed to her lips, a gesture of deep contemplation. The text suggests her reflections on the effect of the mysterious growth on Dorian. A sullen Dorian, his back turned, looks at the shattered reflection. His image is torn, reflecting perhaps inner turmoil or a fractured reality. The elaborate frame and roses suggest an important moment. Liana's surprise is palpable when she discovers an unexpected envelope on the table that wasn't there before. Her fingers hover over it, uncertainty in her eyes as she questions the envelope's sudden appearance. Under the night sky, Liana reads the envelope, illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the barred window. Her expression is questioning. She wonders if this message could be from her brother. A mysterious man stands with a bloodied rose in his hand, an air of ominousness surrounding him. His piercing gaze conceals unknown intentions, adding a layer of mystery to the unfolding events. Back in the dim light of the room, Liana holds the letter, a furrow appearing on her forehead. The text screams, "Why? Because of what?" logically echoing her growing confusion and anxiety. A sudden change in tone, Liana's confusion turns to self-doubt. She considers the possibility of a mistake, her chibi form exaggerating her emotional turmoil amidst the chaos. At the moment of revelation, Liana notices the brevity of the letter, which is unusual. Usually such letters are filled with pleasantries, but this one is radically different, hinting at urgency or danger. Liana, with long pink hair and a worried look, ponders the unexpected turn her brother didn't write to her about, and wonders what the problem could be. Looking at the grand architecture of the castle, Liana thinks that something is wrong with the overall picture, as if something is missing, which makes her gaze linger. During the splashing of a water-like substance, a piece of the puzzle depicting a human silhouette is abruptly missing from the assembly, emphasizing the mystery. Upside down, hanging with one arm and holding a glowing orb with the other, Liana looks exasperated, questioning the purpose of such trials and suffering. Lying on the ground, Liana looks exhausted, touching her forehead as if stunned by the gravity of her situation, shrouded in shadows and moonlight. Liana finds an envelope on the ground, suddenly remembering something she had forgotten, and delicate flowers seem to bloom from the darkness around it. Warm sunlight streams through large ornate windows, illuminating Liana as she stands in a large golden room, her face a mixture of wonder and realization. In front of a table generously piled high with sweets and treats, Liana is surprised, her eyes wide with disbelief at the lavish display, as a miniature figurine also expresses shock. Renag, with his brown hair and mysterious appearance, turns to Liana with a piercing gaze, asking her what she would like in return, evoking a sense of anticipation. Liana gazes in amazement at the table laden with exquisite desserts in a delicate birdcage, bewildered by their magical levitation. In the large hall, Renat stands with a noble look, clutching his fork, and Liana asks about the purpose of such a lavish event, to which he cryptically replies that it's because she promised. Liana's eyes light up with concern as she reluctantly admits to Renat that, despite the splendor of the cakes and flowers, she longs to know the reason for this luxury. The elegance of the setting is undeniable. Renat confirms to Liana that the celebration is in honor of a promise she made as he gracefully meets her gaze. Amidst the glow of golden light, Renat reminds Liana of her vow to spend as much time with him as she did with her past acquaintance, his words a tender echo of devotion. A heavy silence envelops Liana. Her pensive blue eyes hold untold stories, reflecting the world beyond the gilded walls that surround her. In a moment of solitude, Liana is overcome with anxiety, her thoughts focused on Adrian's well-being, revealing a depth of care and connection. A feeling of melancholy grips Liana as she hesitates, wanting to ask about something personal, her reticence palpable in the dimly lit room. The image captures the unspoken sorrow of a lonely heart. As Liana bites into a fruitcake, her sad expression reveals the unfulfilled desires that lie beneath the surface of celebration. Dorian is sad, his shirt torn and his body covered in scars. He seems to recall past wounds with pain, considering them reminders of his father's discipline. With a stunned expression on his face, he touches his neck, contemplating the harsh statement that he needs to be beaten to become human. The scene is tense and dramatic. Liana, looking tired and disappointed, sits at the table with a cupcake in front of her. She ponders the multitude of problems as someone prepares to add frosting to the treat. She tastes the cupcake, acknowledging its delicious taste. Her expression is soft, a stark contrast to the intensity of the previous scene. A poised man with brown hair and elegant attire, Renat looks calm, with a mysterious appearance. His gaze is penetrating and thoughtful. Liana's mood changes to one of confusion and pensiveness. She seems to be deep in thought, perhaps about the situation she finds herself in or the conversation she just had. With a lollipop in hand, Liana offers it to someone else, asking if they want to try it too. Her offer is casual and friendly, a moment of lightness. The image is of Renata in elegant attire, emphasizing the intricate details and luxurious nature of his clothing, hinting at his status or personality. Liana's hand rests gracefully on the table, adorned with an intricate round gold bracelet that suggests a touch of nobility or significant status. The soft light illuminating the scene suggests a peaceful setting, perhaps a quiet morning or a peaceful afternoon. The room is filled with warm golden hues as Liana looks up in surprise, her pink hair framing her face. The brown-haired, bespectacled Ren is caught mid-motion, his fork stopping at his mouth. "Huh?" is what escapes him, seeming to be a reaction to Liana's sudden movement or an unexpected break in their meal. Liana stands in a daze, her thoughts exclaiming in the background, "Bah!" Renag, dressed in a white shirt, expresses remorse, but what he is apologizing for remains unspoken. Renag, dressed in a detailed vest, carefully presses a napkin to his face, his words hidden in a speech bubble, leaving the reason for his apology a mystery. As Liana sits, the golden glow of the room washing over her, Renag stands tall, his offer of forgiveness hanging in the air, his silhouette imposing yet gentle. In the close-up of Liana, a hint of sadness is visible in her eyes. The difficulty of getting used to Renag's presence is visible in her gaze. The soft pink tint reflects her excitement. The grandeur of the feast that awaits them is only hinted at, the text expressing Liana's commitment to spend time with Renag as elusive as the details of the feast. Renag's profile is captured in a moment of contemplation, his face half hidden, his thoughts about how difficult it is to meet Liana's gaze shared only with the reader. Their figures almost touch, surrounded by a cascade of intricate patterns and cold colors, and Liana's inner thoughts emphasize the harshness of their reality. Liana's determination not to cross the line with Renag is depicted in a bubble, her figure small against a cool background, a plan of harmony in her sigh. Renag, his expression unreadable behind his glasses reflecting the warm light, ponders how Liana is enjoying their time together, the question delicately hanging between them. Blushing with realization, Liana turns away, her inner turmoil reflected in vivid hues, the weight of Renag's words not lost on her. Liana's eyes widen in surprise and excitement. The background explodes with red hues, reflecting her strong emotions. She exclaims loudly, asserting something resolutely. In contrast, a handsome brown-haired man, Renat, stands in an ethereal glow. His pensive pose and golden background suggest a serene, almost divine presence. Enjoying the sumptuous meal, Liana savors every bite with pleasure. The mode to keep eating without worrying about gaining weight is activated, she declares, as if enjoying all the variety available. In a gentle, understanding gesture, Rena feeds Liana a tasty morsel, acknowledging that she has lacked such pleasures in the past. The moment is warm and intimate. Renat admits that he has heard a lot about Liana, even though they have never met before. He respects her privacy about her past, and their conversation is intimate and frank. Liana, looking away and with a soft blush on her cheeks, shyly asks if Rena was talking about her, indicating a combination of hope and curiosity. As Liana enjoys her tea, she learns that her release date will be announced soon, leaving her shocked and speechless, mirrored by her wide eyes. In a poignant moment, Liana ponders the idea of freedom, her expression a complex tapestry of hope and despair. The scene shifts to a winter day, Liana with her back turned, holding her suitcase, ready at the threshold of a new chapter. Her distrust of her future freedom is palpable. Finally, Renat asks about Liana's feelings in a gentle tone, hinting at the anxiety and unspoken feelings between them. Liana confesses to the alleged crime, her eyes filling with tears, the weight of her words weighing heavily on her. She reacts in shock to the sudden bright light, her previous distress momentarily replaced by astonishment. Renat offers Liana comfort, his declaration of her innocence enveloping her in a much-needed embrace. In the middle of the night, Liana contemplates the injustice of her situation, her silhouette contrasting sharply with the towering tower. Renat reveals the truth to Liana. Her unique nature sets her apart, a distinction that explains her current predicament. Surrounded by golden light, Renat warns Liana of the danger that threatens the safety of their current refuge. In revealing her true status, Liana is depicted as of noble blood, an identity confirmed by her poised elegance. Renata's intense concentration and stern expression convey an unspoken promise to protect Liana from the trouble that awaits her. A grand party unfolds. The guests do not notice Liana's inner excitement. Their laughter echoes throughout the gilded hall. Renat ponders alone, his thoughts tangled like the thorns around him, a silent vow to unravel the mystery of Liana's plight. Liana sits alone, hugging her knees with a melancholy look around her as the rain falls softly around her. As she sat among the clouds with animal figures, Dorian asked her with a simple, "Hmm?" Liana responds with a tired hum, indicating her continued loneliness. Liana has a moment of animal therapy with Dorian, pictured with puppy and cat emojis as she sighs, finding some solace. Dorian, dressed in a white shirt with a mysterious tattoo peeking out from under the collar, apologizes, saying he can't give Liana a poem today. Liana sits back to back with Dorian. He reassures her, "Hey, cheer up," and she says, "That's not food," referring to the colorful shapes around them. With eyes wide open, Liana asks if she can repeat something, the scene enlivened by glow and floral motifs. Dorian, among a pile of drawings that look like cherry blossoms, asks in surprise when he managed to change, and a sense of understanding dawns on him. A confused Liana is prompted to open her hand, which is holding something important, as she ponders what is happening. Liana, surrounded by floral patterns, watches Dorian in amazement as he asks aloud when he had the chance to change. Dorian, with a look both piercing and confused, questions Liana's apparent aversion to him, suspecting hatred. Her remark, with a hint of humility, hints at complex feelings that, it would seem, could not be changed by simple words. In the next moment, Dorian is stunned by the weight of the conversation. He expresses his hatred for Liana, but his anguish is obvious. Nothing will change even if she admits it. Dorian suggests a cooling-off period before resuming their troubled dialogue. As Dorian ponders, his expression softens, revealing uncertainty. He doesn't understand why his thoughts keep returning to Liana, a feeling that both confuses and captivates him. During an intimate conversation, Dorian asks Liana about her discomfort with eye contact, expressing disapproval of her avoidance. However, in the same breath, he compliments her beautiful eyes, adding a layer of complexity to their interaction. Trying to regain her composure, Liana warns Dorian to keep his distance or risk losing the anonymity of their secret interaction, her face flushed with a mixture of irritation and vulnerability. Understanding the stakes, Liana carefully navigates the space between them. Her firm plea for one last question hangs in the air, a combination of curiosity and caution shaping her tone. A tender scene unfolds as Dorian supports Liana, who sits in apparent despair. She questions his sudden departure in the past, a silent departure that left unspoken words and unresolved emotions. Liana looks surprised and thoughtful, saying, "I have always been..." And a mysterious flicker hovers nearby. A spark of interest is visible in her eyes. Dorian, with short gray hair and a charming gaze, says, "That's interesting." His tone suggests intrigue and curiosity. Confronted, Liana firmly declares that she will not answer any questions. Dorian, sitting nonchalantly, scoffs at the question she was about to ask him. Liana was caught off guard when Dorian, peering intently, asked if she knew of a Jera. The question seemed unexpected and significant. Dorian slyly insists on an exchange. He will answer her question if she reciprocates. His posture indicates confidence and control of the situation. Liana, under pressure of time, agrees to answer Dorian's first question. The tension builds as she comes to terms with the inevitability of the moment. In a fit of emotion, Liana exclaims, "Why now?" then promises to return later. Dorian watches her with a calm and understanding gaze. Liana stands up, pulls Dorian up, asking for promises. The air is filled with anticipation and the weight of the promise given. Their fingers touch lightly, a delicate moment captured amidst a whirlwind of emotions, signifying an important yet fragile connection. Liana walks away, reaffirming her determination to return whenever the promise is made, a combination of determination and vulnerability in her posture. In the softly lit room, Dorian stands with a gentle gaze, his silver hair framing his face, uttering a single word, "Good." Two hands almost touch in a moment of hesitation, one reaching out with ethereal grace, the other almost still, accompanied by a soft, inaudible grunt. Liana's long hair flows down as she walks away from Dorian, who is kneeling on the ground, holding something precious with a halo of light surrounding it. Dorian hides half of his face behind his hand, surrounded by an aura of flowers and light, his tattoo peeking out from under his sleeve as he says, "You have to come back, Liano." A sumptuous table set for a banquet stands on a balcony bathed in golden sunlight that spills across the luxurious space, evoking a carefree moment in time. A sumptuous meal unfolds between two figures, one apologizing for unexpectedly visiting the other. The dialogue is casual but contains a hint of formality. Liana, with her pink hair and pensive expression, seems surprised by the splendor around her when someone notices her probable surprise at being there. With a reserved and elegant demeanor, Renag speaks, perhaps conveying insight or revelation, and his elegant attire speaks of his status. Liana sits alone in a quiet clearing, thoughtful, wondering why she didn't appear before the others sooner. In the dark room, Renag stares out the window, the soft glow accentuating his thoughtful expression as he talks about giving Liana time to adjust. Liana sits at the dining table with the sun setting quietly outside, wondering aloud whether requests for content moderation are widespread. Her expression is calm as she gently challenges the pattern. Clutching the silverware with anxiety, Liana contemplates the seriousness of origins and lineages. She holds her fork tightly, reflecting her inner struggle. She addresses Rena across the table accusingly, noticing his attitude towards her as if she were a noblewoman, a mixture of resentment and distrust in her eyes. Rena, dressed in an elaborate outfit, responds to Liana in a disparaging tone, pointing out that she is not of noble birth, belittling her contributions and status. Against a backdrop of regality and anticipation, two figures are depicted looking out at the royal scene, suggesting a conversation about the weight of titles and inheritance. Renat stands regal, his hand on his chest, expressing his desire that Liana not hold grudges against him, his posture radiating a mixture of concern and formality. Liana is stunned, her eyes wide with surprise as she hears something unexpected about disrespecting her family, her expression frozen in the moment of revelation. A discussion is taking place between two characters in the kitchen. Liana hears it from the dining room, her presence unnoticed as she listens intently. Liana contemplates the name Liana with a worried expression on her face, indicating a connection or realization that is causing her concern. Renat, confused by the unfolding situation, is caught half asleep, his bewilderment evident as he tries to make sense of what is happening, his body partially turned towards the source of his confusion. In a scene filled with statues and elaborate decor, a voice speaks to Liana, saying that her brother wants to speak to her. Liana is asked if she has apologized to anyone, hinting at possible tension or misunderstanding. Liana lies awake at night, realizing that she neglected to respond to the letter, hinting at a mistake that could have consequences. The atmosphere is tense as Liana admits something frightening, perhaps reflecting an inner turmoil or a disturbing situation. Renag advises Liana to meet someone as soon as possible, hinting at urgency and concern. Liana is shocked when Renag mentions the problem, implying that she is unaware of the problem that has arisen. Dorian holds a rubber band, a symbol of access or responsibility, associated with the underground part of their home, introducing an element of mystery. Outdoors, Liana appears concerned, her expression reflecting worry or sadness, perhaps due to the events happening around her. A menacing shadow looms over Dorian, with a speech bubble foreshadowing his possible death, creating a sense of impending danger. Dorian stands with a majestic snow leopard, and the story speaks of a hidden talent or secret that others should not discover. Liana looks at her worriedly, her tear-stained face showing concern as she contemplates her situation. The dinner scene unfolds with Liana in the background, and a man sitting at the table warning of the need to be vigilant due to recent events. A worried Liana ponders the safety of her loyal friend, saying that her apartment is now surrounded by negativity due to a terrorist act that has tarnished her family's reputation. In Liana's terrifying imagination, Dorian goes on a murderous rampage, but then she hesitates, worried about her brother's safety in such a scenario. The man, possibly named Henry, is expected to arrive within 4 days, according to a conversation at the dinner table. A stern warning was given about the necessary silence in the prison, with a threat of what would happen if the peace was disturbed. Liana hesitantly answers the question of whether they can disrespect her brother before his arrival. In the carriage, escorted by guards, it is revealed that Liana's brother is leaving and the letter will not be sent, indicating a sense of finality or urgency. The man at the table, presumably Dorian, urges Liana not to intervene if a conflict arises, showing a defensive side. Liana, with a soft expression on her face, thanks her husband for his care, admitting that no matter what, they are not cruel to each other. Liana, with a hint of humility, declares that she will leave the table after discussing everything. She is seen bending over a table laden with sumptuous fruits and dishes, her pink hair falling forward. We then witness an intimate moment between Liana and a regal figure adorned in gold. He assures her of his constant presence and willingness to help. They are both enveloped in a soft golden light that highlights their interaction. In a dimly lit area, Liana stands confidently, asking if a meeting with the prisoners is possible, demonstrating her concern for those left alone. Time seems to be of the essence for Liana as she stands anxiously, realizing that there is not much left. The tension is palpable as she looks out from her balcony or window at the night sky. Persistent and determined, Liana expresses her desire to descend into the dungeon. She is assured that she will be escorted, and her blue eyes are full of purpose. Liana follows the guard through an ornate, torchlit stone corridor, marking the beginning of her journey underground. During her descent, Liana encounters a young man who seems surprised by her presence. His surprise suggests that Liana's visit to the dungeons is no ordinary one. A close-up of their feet as they walk captures a moment of hesitation, a small but telling detail of their risk into the dark corners of the castle. Liana's calm is evident as she looks back, perhaps hearing something unexpected or being called, creating a moment of tension. Finally, Liana is visible from behind, her figure illuminated by a mystical glow amidst the gloomy backdrop of the dungeon, and her expression a combination of apprehension and determination. Liana stands in the stone corridor, light streaming in, thoughtfully touching her chin. She thinks aloud, as if about someone's intentions. With a gloomy expression on her face, Liana leaned against the cold stone wall, her eyes downcast. She was deep in thought, worried about something that was not immediately clear. Startled by the sudden noise, Liana quickly turns around, a look of shock on her face. She calls out the name, Axie, as if she recognizes someone or something unexpected. A delicate hand reaches out into a glowing, shimmering light, surrounded by ethereal symbols and soft, glowing orbs. Liana marvels at her own hand, saying, "Here is my hand," as if discovering something magical. Liana, surprised, asks Jair if it's really him, and is glad that he remembers her. Her mood quickly changes to anger. She asks why Jair hasn't talked to her. She expresses frustration with her numerous attempts to contact him, feeling like she is being taken for granted. In a calmer tone, Liana sarcastically suggests finding a more private place, away from prying eyes. She stands in front of the grand building, eagerly contemplating how to talk privately as quickly as possible. Liana finds herself alone in a serene setting outdoors, thinking it is a suitable place for conversation. While waiting, she feels someone approaching and wonders if Acker has finally arrived. Looking at her hand, Liana ponders the bracelet, which perhaps carries the meaning of the expected meeting. Suddenly, her bracelet breaks, shocking her and symbolizing the potential severance of their bond. Upset by the broken bracelet, Liana asks if this is a sign of their relationship. Liana stands indecisively, unsure whether to retreat or continue. She seems torn by indecision. In the darkness, Liana is struck by the presence of a man standing tall and foreboding behind her. A mysterious hand reaches out, gently caressing Liana's hair, causing her to freeze in place. Now a hand covers Liana's eyes. She is visibly shocked, her body tense with surprise. With their eyes closed, Liana is told that everything is okay, in a soothing tone, hinting at familiarity. Suddenly, Liana's vision is restored and she looks at the strange scene, surprise reflected in her eyes. Liana's brother greets her, his question laced with concern as he stands against a backdrop of flowers. He gently reminds Liana that no one else can pronounce her name the way he does, implying a deep connection. Liana, looking confused, ponders her next move, surrounded by uncertainty. She stands alone, casting a long shadow, the gravity of her situation weighing heavily on her. Liana chooses to communicate exclusively with those who know nothing about her previous life, carrying on carefree conversations in a majestic setting decorated with gold and finery. Reflecting alone, she reflects on her superficial acquaintance with the gentleman, considering the true nature of their relationship and their emotional closeness. In a moment of distress, Liana questions her own strength and ability to maintain self-control during a meaningful conversation with someone close to her. Liana is depicted in a somber moment, looking out from behind the iron bars, aware that her dialogue with this man has been silenced forever. Her brother speaks alone, expressing a sorrowful admission that he believed Liana's voice was lost to him forever. As Liana rests in an anxious slumber during what is likely their final meeting, an atmosphere of humble acceptance surrounds her. On a quiet night, her brother struggles with his thoughts about what he would do if Liana suddenly woke up, revealing his deep inner struggle. In an intimate revelation under cover of night, he confesses his hidden visits and motivations, tenderly holding Liana's hand, hinting at a deep connection. The story ends with a fleeting glimpse into Liana's recent troubled relationship with her brother, leaving the depth of their estrangement to the imagination. Liana ponders thoughtfully, her troubled relationship with her brother casting a shadow over her delicate features. Her fingers touch her lips, a silent testament to the complexity of their relationship. In the dim forest, Liana, dressed in a shimmering blue dress, confronts her brother. The tension between them is palpable, their stances reflecting the seriousness of their dispute. Liana's brother, with remorse in his eyes, sincerely apologizes. He regrets the circumstances that forced Liana to take his place, acknowledging the direct impact of her arrival. The atmosphere changes when Liana's brother blindfolds her with a gentle touch, his actions becoming a mysterious prelude to an invisible ritual, leaving Liana visibly confused. Blindfolded, Liana confesses her loneliness, an unbearable feeling that seems to envelop her in the silence of the night. The brother's face is a canvas of emotion as he slowly removes Liana's bandage. His question, "Did you miss me?" hangs in the air, both a query and a hope. Liana stands blindfolded, her expression unreadable, and her brother's voice, with a hint of uncertainty, seeks confirmation of her feelings. A sudden memory of Dorian pierces Liana's thoughts, contrasting sharply with the roses around her. Despite her resistance, the memory remains, as if Adrian's presence is woven into the very fabric of her life. Confusion and realization dawned on Liana when she heard the word brother. The term carries a weight that seems to both anchor and confuse her. Liana's brother watches her intently, hope flickering in his eyes. Her use of the word brother suggests forgiveness, an olive branch extended amidst the turmoil of their past. Liana stands with the man she believes to be her brother, his hand gently guiding the blindfold over her eyes against a forest backdrop. Their expressions are serious, hinting at the important moment they have shared. Liana, with a blindfold now covering her eyes, appears to be undergoing a test or ritual as her brother watches intently. The dialogue suggests concern for her well-being and the close bond between siblings. The atmosphere intensifies. Liana's brother leans in close. She can feel his breath as he speaks a phrase about her health. The closeness and protective tones suggest a deeply personal conversation. A sense of danger lurks as her brother speaks seriously, hinting at the consequences if she gets hurt. His defensive stance and piercing gaze convey a willingness to protect her. The brother talks about moving Liana's release date, and Liana seems to be searching for something with her hand. Tension grows around the upcoming event and her search. The brother explains the reason for postponing the date by his desire for Liana to be home with him as they stand side by side in the dark forest. The scene conveys a combination of anticipation and reassurance. As night falls, the brother opens his red eyes and speaks of preparing a safe place for Liana. His supernatural gaze hints at the hidden forces at work in their story. Liana, still blindfolded, recalls the explosion, hinting at past trauma or danger. Her anxious expression underscores the seriousness of the memory. In a tender gesture, the brother kisses Liana on the head, reassuring her while insisting that he did not force her to remember. The action demonstrates his concern and compassion for her difficulties. Finally, Liana is told to wait a little longer, implying patience for the inevitable change or revelation. Her brother's comforting hand on her blindfold emphasizes his support during this wait. Liana, with a tense expression in her eyes, ominously warns that she will follow someone. Among the dense foliage, Liana, adorned with her long pink hair, stands thoughtfully, holding a bow as dusk falls. A man, shrouded in darkness, expresses his frustration, cursing, struggling with poor visibility and memory loss. Liana touches her forehead, worried about her high temperature, while a sense of anxiety is visible on her face. A man in the woods calls out with a lantern, searching for Liana, his stance demonstrating urgency and concern. Liana meets a man in armor in the forest and they greet each other. She asks if he has seen any of the men, implying that she is looking for someone. Their conversation continues, and the armored man is surprised by Liana's request for a prisoner, leading to a misunderstanding. The armored man clarifies to Liana that no prisoner has arrived, but that a distinguished guest has come to them today. In a majestic reveal, a man stands surrounded by dark, mystical flowers, creating an aura of elegance and mystery. The man in armor hears strange sounds and shares his concerns with Liana, who appears confused and concerned by this discovery. Liana seems alarmed as she looks into the distance, noting that they were there. And the person hurriedly runs away, thanking someone named Miss Mana. She is depicted in a calm moment, quietly apologizing with a slight smile on her face in the quiet shade of the trees. In a whimsical setting filled with pink flowers and stars, Liana sharply points her finger and exclaims in a comic book style, "Bang!" from her action as she declares victory over whatever she's facing. Under cover of night, Liana puts a finger to her lips, musing that she must have overdone it with the cigarettes and flowers, hinting at a recent indulgence or mysterious ceremony. A shadowed figure asks why the brother would visit such a place, suggesting a sinister or unexpected reason for the appearance, adding a layer of mystery to the interaction with Liana. A hand is shown holding a black card with an ornate pattern, hinting at a sense of intrigue or mystery surrounding the meaning of the object. In the large room, Liana is surprised by a man who looks cheerful, has a distinctive mustache, which creates an appearance of playfulness or disguise. The man with the mustache is certain that the character named Rose has a more serious nature, prompting the small figure to question whether Rose would respond to such a provocation, hinting at a challenge or conflict. The mustachioed man jokes about betting on the dragon's tail, and Liana looks at him, as if amused and perhaps a little angered by the eccentricity of the situation. Liana laughs in the presence of a playful man as they discuss the great roses of the empire, a conversation that seems casual and mysterious, perhaps hinting at people or important events. Liana, with her pink hair flowing, looks annoyed as she declares her talent for listening to stories she is already familiar with, an expression of mocking submission on her face. An elderly gentleman with a twinkle in his eye confidently points with his hand, claiming that there are 3 unique things in the empire that are unlike any other. The majestic castle, created by a legendary artist during the founding of the empire, stands proudly in the sun, its architecture grand and timeless. The image transitions to a night scene, showing a fortress called Kamsarakam, said to have been built in ancient times, with fireworks lighting up the dark sky above it. The scene cuts to a breathtaking view of a glass dome engraved with roses, beneath which lies a vibrant bed of roses of various colors, symbolizing the last of the empire's 3 unique treasures. A group of 5 prominent figures stand beneath the complex architectural element. Their names are held in high regard, comparing the grandeur of the roses, symbolizing the heroism of the empire. Finally, Liana sits comfortably, a slight smile playing on her lips as she casually talks about her abilities, and the older gentleman enjoys his tea treat, his expression smug and content. Dorian stands in a cathedral-like room, her gaze fixed on the fateful emblems of red and black roses, which echo the ancient struggle between valor and despotism. A man with hair as black as night contemplates, reflecting on his marriage, known as the War of the Roses, full of turmoil of unseen battles and alliances. With her back turned, Renag surveys a distant castle with yellow roses symbolizing neutrality, which seems to resonate with her, hinting at her own position in the conflict. A stunned, pink-haired Liana is confronted with a stunning revelation, her face expressing shock at the truth that shakes her previously untroubled world. A mysterious, backlit, bespectacled figure stands with a yellow rose, indicating a secret maneuver or intention that has yet to be revealed, creating tension in the plot. Liana sits, engaged in a solemn discussion about the disappearance of heroism in their land, a stark contrast to the revered white rose, a beacon of purity and moral fortitude. Surrounded by an ethereal glow, the woman is revered as a saint, her hands clasped in prayer, a visual testament to her divine healing power and the holiness she holds. Visibly stunned, Liana struggles with the heavy mantle of being likened to a miracle worker, the idea of divine-like healing power weighing over her. A woman, framed by her flowing golden hair, stands before the majesty of a throne, a tale of her undiscovered origins that makes her the enigmatic heroine of her own story. Liana stands amidst the falling cherry blossoms, her pink hair and blue outfit blending in with the soft colors around her. She looks contemplative, lost in thought, her hand gently touching her chin. Upon closer inspection, Liana looks surprised, her large blue eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. The text suggests a sudden realization or unexpected thought that comes to her mind. Dressed in a magnificent golden dress adorned with intricate lace and floral patterns, the woman delicately holds a shining rose in her hands, her face hidden by cascading golden locks. In the conversation, the hero humorously remarks that the Rosenthal's power has disappeared because their children are born without it, which seems to worry Liana, who is standing in the background. Yawning, the white-coated character denies the seriousness of the situation, hinting that the problems at the Rosenthal estate are not as dire as they seem, while Liana listens in the background. During a discussion of the upcoming visiting day, an older character with a mustache gleefully changes the subject, prompting a surprised reaction from Liana. The same mustachioed hero fondly recalls the time allotted for visits, leaning on the palm of his hand with a satisfied smile, while Liana watches attentively. Liana sits outside at a lavishly decorated table, discussing the 3-day festivities disguised as a 1-day event with a lively red-haired companion. Pensive Liana suspects that her brother might have arrived early for the big event, her face showing a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The boy floats out of a makeshift ship, eagerly awaiting the start of the holiday, while a crowd of other children watch with excitement. Liana looks thoughtfully up at the sky, where Adrian would ideally be hidden on this day of remembrance, but in reality, his father will most likely begin to show off their new creation to the spectators below. At the top of the castle, with a surprised expression on their face, someone wonders if they could be there, hinting at the curiosity and courage that drives them to explore unusual places. The silhouette of a couple stands side by side in thoughtful silence. One whispers about the necessity of their action, while the other, with clear blue eyes, seems concerned about the temporary nature of their solution. Surrounded by a calm, pink blush, Liana is deep in thought. Her eyes display a mixture of determination and concern, underscoring the emotional complexity of the situation she faces. Under cover of darkness, Dorian ponders the reasons for his unnatural growth, reflecting the scientific or perhaps supernatural quest behind his character. Jair, adorned with sunglasses and a mysterious smile, suggests that someone might be looking for him too. The text implies a game of cat and mouse, where both are intrigued by the presence of the other. 2 guards block the entrance, their firm stance and clear intent. You cannot pass. They represent authority and rule-following in this story. An ethereal glow accompanies Liana as she confronts the guards, claiming she has permission. The scene represents a clash between her determination and bureaucratic obstacles. Liana appears concerned as she stands in a dimly lit hallway. Her expression and atmosphere evoke a sense of foreboding and the complexity of the challenges she faces. The aftermath of an apparent battle or accident is shown. A guard magically descends through the rubble, emphasizing the fantastical elements of the story. Finally, Liana questions the guard about the prisoner's safety, hinting at her concern and involvement in the unfolding drama, and the guard reassures her of the situation, albeit with limitations. Liana stands by the window, her pink hair falling as a soft sigh escapes her lips. Her eyes are downcast, thoughtful. In the dark setting, Liana looks more determined, her eyes sharp and her posture even. She seems to be contemplating an important decision about finding a way to communicate with someone named Jev. With eyes shining in the soft light, Liana looks away, a bracelet jingling on her wrist. She seems to be contemplating that same bracelet thoughtfully. Meeting Renag, a man with brown hair, his face serious and his clothes elegant, he asks Liana if she has seen her brother, to which she confirms with a simple nod. Liana responds to Renag's request with tears in her eyes. Despite her emotional appearance, she confirms the meeting with a short, poignant, "Ah." Renag, looking frustrated and touching his forehead, says he is asking someone to be patient. His statement suggests a quick and direct approach to Liana, indicating a sense of urgency or concern. In a room flooded with sunlight, Liana speaks to Renag in an apologetic tone, hinting that she understands that he may have been through a difficult ordeal. However, Renag rejects the need for an apology. Renag talks about the commotion caused by his brother, assuming Liana has noticed. They are in a large room, indicating wealth or high status. Renag asks something curiously, his face showing a mixture of concern and intrigue. It's clear that he's waiting for an explanation or answer from Liana. With a burst of laughter, Liana seems to have found relief or amusement in the situation. The mood has improved, indicating a resolution or understanding between them. The creeper's brother stands with a gentle smile, her arms wrapped around herself in a soothing embrace. The trees in the background blur in a misty haze, reflecting her soft presence. Liana's brother is seen in the background, looking out at the gloomy landscape. The dark and brooding scene conveys a sense of loss or regret. The caption suggests a serious rift between him and Liana, deepening the mystery of their relationship. With her back turned, Liana gazes into the distance. Her long pink hair flows like a river, contrasting sharply with the dark roses and shadowed foreground. It is a quiet moment of reflection, perhaps about the strained bond with her brother. Renag looks concerned, his brow furrowed as he asks if everything is okay. The warm setting creates a comfortable space where pure emotions can safely surface. His expression and questioning indicate concern and worry for Liana. Liana's eyes are filled with tears, a declaration hanging in the air that she will not forgive Renaga. The tension between them is palpable, a mixture of anger and sadness written on her face as she confronts her brother. Sitting apart, Liana and Renag exchange words about sent and unanswered letters, signaling a breakdown in communication. Renag acknowledges a difficult past, while Liana sits reserved but detached, the space between them filled with unspoken words. In a swirl of pastels, Liana reflects on the changes. She acknowledges that she is no longer the person she once was, hinting at personal growth and the development of a relationship, perhaps with Renag. Liana sits peacefully, surrounded by a glow of soft light and blooming flowers. There is a sense of new clarity and acceptance as she speaks of awakening and realization, perhaps regarding her past with Renag. And Renag is silent, the clue empty. This powerful silence speaks volumes, perhaps indicating his remorse or inability to express his thoughts to Liana. Renag is presented in a terrifying light, suggesting a harsh resolution or harsh truth that he is accustomed to accepting. The text speaks of an inevitable outcome, hinting at a grim decision that could deeply affect Liana. In a lavishly decorated room, a man in royal attire with a glittering sheen is seen mid-sentence, gesturing sharply, contemplating how to begin his story about his brother. Renag stands in disappointment, her hand resting on her forehead, her attire indicating her noble status as she comments on her arrival in an imperial carriage, hinting at a grand entrance or the expectation of protocol. A young girl, surprised and confused, is surrounded by a bizarre array of stars. She tries to understand what has just been said, doubting the motives behind the actions that have taken her by surprise. With an expression of anxiety and disbelief, Liana emotionally asks why she wasn't visited as expected, her face expressing a mixture of disappointment and embarrassment. A stately woman in purple sits in a luxurious room, with a man kneeling in front of her, demonstrating a power dynamic. The surrounding text reveals the social hierarchy and its unfavorable reputation. Liana, looking sideways, was deep in thought, pondering the unexpected turn of events, subtly worried about the unpredictable reactions that might arise from the unfolding circumstances. A figure looms in the shadows, expressing uncertainty and reflecting on past visits, highlighting the theme of expectation and the importance of tradition or duty in this narrative. Renog holds the envelope, his face thoughtful as he reads the message of the promised visit, the concern in his eyes indicating the importance of this meeting and perhaps a history of broken promises. Liana stands in the doorway, confused when her companion tells her about an important meeting, prompting her to ask further questions. Approaching, Liana's eyes reflect shock, seeking clarity on the unfinished revelation shared with her. Under the stars, Dorian predicts a significant change for Liana in 10 days, his face grim with the weight of this prophecy. In the silence of the night, a lonely street corner, bathed in the soft glow of the evening stars, creates a peaceful but isolated scene. Liana stands by the wall, feeling accomplished. She reassures herself that everything is fine, and thanks to her dedication, the tasks will be completed by the deadline. A magnified image of hands opening to reveal a medallion that holds a mysterious power, promising that if one believes the words of the promise, they can discover hidden truths. Dorian sits alone, unable to hide his disappointment at not being able to stand up to someone named Adrian, especially at a time when maintaining appearances is so important. A sense of urgency flashed across Liana's face. She knew she had to find a way to reconnect with Adrian quickly, wondering if the means to do so were still intact or beyond repair. A flash of frustration leads Liana to a startling discovery when she clenches her magic bracelet in her fist, triggering an unintended reaction. Liana, surprised, calls out to Adrian through the bracelet, apologizing for her earlier sudden departure, asking if her actions hurt him. Liana falls with relief as the voice assures her with a light-hearted laugh that her sudden disappearance was expected, prompting an apology for the taunt. A solemn realization dawned on Liana. Jair doesn't realize she knows, which prompts her to continue searching for answers in determined silence. The image depicts Doiran, a figure with a regal bearing surrounded by an elaborately decorated frame of roses, indicating a status that may not welcome such interaction as Liana. Liana stands in a dimly lit room, her pink hair and lab coat shining slightly in the light. She looks distressed, tears welling up in her eyes as she admits how hard it is to pretend to be indifferent, hinting at an internal struggle. In a separate dark space, a man named Renog focuses intently on creating a glowing ball of light chained to the darkness of his cell. He is informed that someone's father will be arriving soon, and it is important that nothing unusual happens to avoid suspicion. The torn photograph shows a man with ice blue hair and a solemn expression, half hidden in shadow. The tear speaks of a rupture, perhaps hinting at divided loyalties or a hidden identity. Back in the light, Liana contemplates, frowning, contemplating the rations being given to someone without a name, an ordeal she has never faced before. Her expression conveys concern and perhaps foreboding. In a captivating scene, a hand adorned with a royal cuff breaks a chain connected to a glowing orb. This symbolizes a crucial moment, likely an escape or breakthrough, as someone declares it is only a matter of time. Renog is immersed in strategic contemplation of the map, surrounded by luxury. He acknowledges the dire consequences of the discovery, suggesting a covert operation on the verge of exposure. Liana looks visibly flustered when asked why she seems calm. Her tightly clenched bracelet and furrowed brows betray her anxious state. Under a veil of worry, Jair stares intently at his clenched fist as he considers two potential courses of action, his posture frozen in worry. Dorian, with a stern expression in the dimly lit setting, suggests a calculated move to erase any magical signatures from the detainee, his face a mask of determination. The scene shifts to a dark street where a plan is devised using an antique carriage to ensure the prisoner's isolation, preventing any visitors. Through her glowing magical bracelet, Liana communicates her commitment to a unique, risky strategy, her eyes searching for guidance on its implementation. Falling to the floor, Dorian reflects on his father's selective presence in his son's life, which appears only when the son is healthy, and his eyes shine with complex emotions. Contrasting his previous considerations, Dorian considers the opposite, the father's remoteness when his son is unwell, his figure obscured by the bars of the camera. With precise movements, Jair prepares an elixir that causes temporary illness, his watchful gaze indicating the seriousness of his actions. The close-up portrait of the emperor captures a fleeting moment of vulnerability as he acknowledges the reality of his own true illness, his eyes reflecting a rare hint of sincerity. The figure lies curled up, as if exhausted or in distress, with a speech bubble indicating the need to obtain a powerful signal for a call or message, perhaps for help. Liana watches, expressing concern that someone was intentionally made sick, and calls it cruel. She seems to have witnessed a disturbing scene. Clenching her fist, Liana says resolutely, "Let's do this," demonstrating her determination to act in the difficult situation she has faced. Liana seems thoughtful, her expression solemn as she speaks, perhaps making a serious promise or pondering the seriousness of a decision. Liana, closing her eyes, hopes or perhaps reassures herself that Jair will be okay, a hint of worry or wishful thinking coloring her tone. The man, Jair, muses with a determined gurgle about his right to communicate, perhaps feeling vindicated by his actions of support. Liana communicates through a magical bracelet that glows when she speaks, indicating a conversation with Jair, her tone conveying understanding or a complex explanation. Liana responds with a simple, "Okay," but her pensive look and ha-ha hint at mixed feelings or resignation to the current situation. Jair, reflected in a window illuminated by moonlight, acknowledges the reality of the situation, with a speech indicating an acceptance of the truth he had previously denied. In moments of intense emotion, Dorian seems to be overwhelmed by a powerful, almost beastly force within him, struggling with the physical manifestation of this inner battle. The heroine stands with a staff, her expression calm but determined. She has come to understand that it was only after meeting the main character that certain events began to unfold that hinted at a significant connection. Calmly reflecting, Liana seeks to minimize the consequences of an uncertain event, demonstrating her desire to contain the situation with the least possible impact. While discussing strategy, Liana decides to fabricate a story about Adrian's illness to justify her absence, ensuring that the head of the guard is unaware of the real reason for it. Sitting in a prison cell, Liana expresses her determination to find a solution to an unforeseen problem, hinting at her resourcefulness and determination. Jair discusses the delay of an event due to unforeseen circumstances, questions the method of ensuring the delay, pointing out a situation that requires immediate attention and action. Liana, shocked by the unexpected event from Jair, displays a mixture of surprise and thoughtfulness, holding a magical bracelet in her hands that seems to be a means of communication. With a stern look, Liana warns that she will inform everyone if necessary. She is determined to keep her abilities a secret, assuming that she has a unique power that she is careful to share. Liana sits calmly, looking at the glowing orb that seems to communicate, insisting on the importance of doing everything right. Liana, examining the bottle, contemplates its contents, thinking about the need to give Dorian this medicine in the midst of the renovations expected on the lower floor. A luxurious room is shown, filled with designer materials and elegant decor, hinting at Liana's refined taste or profession in design. An excited young woman is admiring something or someone named Diana. Her facial expression is full of surprise and admiration, indicating that she is probably witnessing something beautiful. Liana appears in a stunning, exquisite dress, looking down with a single tear as someone off-screen exclaims about her beauty, displaying a moment of vulnerable pride. With a sweet smile, Liana enjoys a moment of humor, her laughter marking a carefree scene amidst her elegant surroundings. Liana, dressed in a white dress with pink inserts, strides down the starlit stairs, her presence seeming both majestic and solitary. Liana asks to enter the two guards, who react with shock, indicating either her sudden appearance or their recognition of her importance. The hand of a character, who is described as Dorian, is shown reaching for a doorknob, illustrating a moment of action or decision. Liana sits beside Dorian, who has fallen to the floor, offering him comfort and gentle touch while he rests. It is a scene of care and concern in a peaceful atmosphere. Dorian's eye, decorated with an intricate blue pattern, looks away, reflecting a hint of thoughtfulness. His hand gently adorns his face. The scene is tinged with subtle introspection. Dorian's hand reaches out in a graceful, sweeping motion, as if caught in a lively exchange. His cry of, "Stop, stop!" underscores the moment with urgency. Liana, seen from behind, sighs sadly. "I'm so bored." Zrania, looking into the distance. Her pose and surroundings hint at a sense of isolation. Dorian seems to be complaining, "And again, you are just a dream." His gaze looks into the distance, and his expression is one of sad resignation. In a playful and dreamy setting, Dorian comments on the unusual outfit, sparking a light-hearted exchange that adds a touch of humor to the narrative. With a mixture of seriousness and embarrassment, Dorian asks for reassurance. "Swear to me you haven't gone—" His vulnerability is evident as he seeks confirmation of reality. Amidst a flurry of pink flowers, Dorian and Liana share intimate moments, their closeness indicative of a deep connection as he whispers, "Kiss me tenderly." Liana, realizing, pauses to consider something unexpected. Her expression is one of curiosity and surprise as she says, "Wait a minute." Dorian stands with a mysterious expression, his piercing blue eyes and tousled white hair illuminated by a soft glow. Tattoos peek out from under his collar as he stares thoughtfully ahead. Liana's closed eyes and contented smile are accentuated by her pink hair as she hums merrily, seemingly in her own world, oblivious to her surroundings. Dorian, with his hand to his ear, looks concerned by the distant conversation, a hint of urgency and concern reflected in his eyes. Sitting alone in the shadows, Dorian seems overwhelmed by loneliness, the caption revealing his feelings of insignificance in this particular setting. In the close-up, Liana's eyes sparkle with bright shades of blue, and a teardrop-shaped gemstone hangs near her face, adding to her playful appeal. Dorian's face is half-shadowed with a pensive look, his eyes conveying a mixture of emotions, perhaps anticipation or apprehension. In an intimate scene, Dorian holds Liana close, his eyes pleading for patience as she reaches for him, their interaction full of tension. Dorian's face is marked by vulnerability, his eyes flickering with unshed tears as he doubts Liana's intentions, searching for an explanation for the supposed betrayal. Their faces come closer, Liana tugging at Dorian's tie, her expression a combination of demand and desperation, begging him not to leave her. Looking miserable, Dorian begs Liana for forgiveness, his arm around his neck as if trying to keep the emotion in his voice. Dorian's eyes fill with tears as she utters a heartfelt plea, her hands trembling near her face. The insistence in his voice is clear, revealing deep emotional turmoil. With eyes wide open, filled with surprise and pain, Liana freezes as the hand stops in front of her. The abruptness of the action casts a shadow for a moment, leaving the outcome uncertain. Dorian's expression is one of confusion and discomfort, his piercing blue eyes reflecting questions and a complaint about the closeness, hinting at an intimate moment that may have crossed a line. There is an intense exchange of thoughts as Liana demands that Dorian leave. His response, reluctant and painful, reveals the internal struggle between his desires and her command, underscoring the tension between them. Dorian's face, marked by confusion, registers the shock of the unexpected realization. He struggles with acceptance, forcing himself to face the reality before him, hinting at a major turning point. Liana sighs wearily, her features softening in submission. This change hints at her emotional fatigue, perhaps in response to the current dynamic with Dorian. A laugh breaks from Liana's lips, breaking the previous tension. Her gaiety suggests a sudden change in atmosphere, perhaps signaling a turning point in their story. Liana teases Dorian by placing a finger to his lips, her playful question about his feelings catching him off guard. His reaction reveals a vulnerable side to their relationship, full of unspoken emotions. Dorian flinches, his words a mix of awkwardness and pleas for gentleness, as Liana continues to squeeze his cheek. This moment combines tenderness with a playful dynamic. Dorian questions Liana's logic with a hint of glee, his words evoking the irony of the situation. Their close physical contact suggests a comfortable and teasing relationship. In the softly lit room, Liana looks at Dorian with concern. Dorian, with his strikingly white hair, looks thoughtful as he says, "Can I not hug you?" A close-up of Dorian shows a worried look in his bright blue eyes. He says to Liana, "You didn't keep your promise, so I think I can let you go." Liana, caught off guard by Dorian's direct gaze, awkwardly tries to switch to informal language, using a softer tone. She says, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. Liana blushes profusely, stunned by Dorian's attention. She wonders if he only dreams of her. Liana looks down, suggesting a change of subject to calm the situation. Dorian looks thoughtful and asks, "About something else?" Dorian, with a stunned expression on his face, hears from Liana that he was too affectionate with her, as if she were his sister. In a dreamlike sequence, a man leans over a sleeping woman, delicately touching her hand, hinting at a deeper connection. Sitting close on the ground, Liana asks Dorian if he has any siblings, showing through his answer that they both share the experience of loneliness. Liana looks surprised and thoughtful as she reads the letter confirming the unexpected meeting, trying to believe it's true. Dorian, visibly agitated, insists that he does not want to be thought of as the younger brother, emphasizing this with wide eyes and a firm stance. Liana looks at Dorian incredulously, questioning his knowledge of the term related to courage. Her expression is a mix of surprise and curiosity. Dorian, smiling slightly, assures her that he does indeed know, implying that he discussed it with Merida. Dorian, with a shocked expression on his face and a hand over his mouth, seems to have caught himself in a moment of realization. Liana watches him intently, hinting that an important truth has just been revealed between them. In an intimate scene, Liana looks anxiously at Dorian, and he leans forward, his face pressed against hers, as if sharing a secret or a moment of vulnerability that she seems to be sincerely contemplating. Dorian's hand gently hugs Liana's shoulder, asking if she doesn't like the act together. Liana, looking away and blushing, answers evasively, hinting that her feelings may be complicated. In a moment of confrontation, Liana challenges Dorian, pointing out that his specific behavior does not prevent him from being a brother. Her face shows a combination of irritation and confusion as he listens, surprised. Liana assures Dorian that holding hands shouldn't be taboo regardless of their relationship, hinting that their actions may be influenced by societal norms, as Merida explains. Surrounded by a shower of rose petals, Liana and Dorian share a delicate moment. He questions his freedoms with her, hinting at an emotional depth that they may both be cautiously exploring. Liana scolds Dorian for his impudent, seemingly intimate gesture, questioning the source from which he learned such behavior. Dorian's response suggests that Merida may have influenced his view of physical affection. Looking concerned, Liana tells Dorian not to dismiss his pain, expressing deep concern. She seems to be advising him of the importance of acknowledging his feelings and the dangers of ignoring them. Liana seems disappointed with Dorian's behavior, hinting that he has picked up bad habits. Dorian's response shows that he values Merida's advice, which Liana seems to disapprove of, suggesting a clash of influences in their relationship. In the dimly lit room, Dorian seems thoughtful as he speaks of the danger. These words indicate that he is contemplating the threat and considering a plan of action, his cold blue gaze intense and focused. Liana, framed by a cascade of pink hair, emphasizes the importance of speaking up when you're in pain. Her sincere expression and raised finger emphasize the urgency of her message, as if teaching an important life lesson. Liana's hands delicately intertwine with another's amidst soft petals, illustrating a touching moment. She asks to remember the phrase, "I don't want to," symbolizing her determination to set boundaries. With a gentle smile, Dorian expresses gratitude, learning from someone's guidance. His eyes carry the warmth of new understanding, appreciating the lesson shared with him. Liana, seen from the side, reflects on her unique place in human life, her gaze clouded with longing. She seems to be aware of the depth of her connection, but also its complexity. Sitting alone, Dorian ponders attachment and distance. The cold tones of the room match the somberness of his advice, suggesting a personal lesson about the nature of relationships. With the intensity of her violet eyes, Liana warns of betrayal. She speaks the harsh truth about trust, with a combination of caution and wisdom born of personal experience evident in her expression. Dorian remembers Liana's advice about the right to refuse, and his profile shows understanding. He seems to have learned his lesson. His demeanor is marked by quiet acceptance. Liana, her face bathed in a soft glow, speaks insistently, reminding someone to heal quickly and remember the reality she was talking about. Her expression is a mixture of concern and insistence. Dorian places his hand over his heart, expressing stoic indifference to his misfortune. However, his eyes seem to contain deep emotion, perhaps revealing his true feelings about the difficulties he faces. In the pouring rain, Dorian stands before the grave, silent and thoughtful, contemplating a future where he might forgive his father. Dorian's piercing gaze captures a multitude of unspoken emotions, hinting at a depth of character that belies her soft nature. Dorian kneels, gently holding Liana's hand, deciding not to delve deeper into the delicate issue as she meekly agrees with his decision. The word idiot slips from Liana's lips, a rare breach of her composure indicating a combination of disappointment and affection. Liana cryptically mentions her upcoming release to Dorian, leaving him visibly confused and troubled by the meaning of it. With a determined look in his eyes, Dorian silently vows to stand up to the chaos they have encountered, determined to bring peace. Liana, her pink hair framing a pensive face, ponders uncertainly about an upcoming event, her purple eyes suggesting she is torn between doubt and possibility. Dorian stands proud and thoughtful, dressed in noble clothes, contemplating his destiny to become the most respected nobleman in the land, determination evident in his gaze. In an elegant setting, Liana reflects on her own perceived humble social standing with quiet humility, feeling out of place amidst the grandeur that surrounds her. The picturesque house, set amidst a verdant landscape, symbolizes Liana's desire to escape the constraints of her noble origins and enjoy the simple joys of ordinary life. Liana imagines a peaceful existence in a new home, hoping to find peace and heal from the weariness of her past, the light offering a new beginning. In the moment of final closure, Liana proclaims the end of her and Dorian's interaction, her tone one of final closure, while he seems shocked, trying to make sense of the sudden breakup. Hearing Liana's words, Dorian's face is shocked. For him, their separation is an unexpected, disturbing discovery that he is not ready to accept. Dorian's desperation is evident as he reaches for Liana, his plea silent but intense in gesture to not let her go, a stark contrast to her previous decision. Liana's resistance drops slightly, her intention to leave momentarily halted by an unexpected emotion, her body language softening against the cold wall she's leaning against. A sudden, gentle touch surprises Liana, her hand inadvertently meeting Dorian's, the jolt of contact piercing her composure with a simple but profound, "Ah!" Liana stands against a brick wall, confused and worried, muttering to herself, wondering who she has become. A flash of light suddenly engulfs the scene, the intensity of the glow blurring everything around. In surprise, Liana stares at the ethereal blue light circling before her. A voice exclaims sharply from the side. A shimmering, magical rose forms from a luminescent blue vortex, making Liana doubt whether it is really the flower she sees. Chains magically appear, enveloping Liana as she screams in alarm, her fear felt in the tense atmosphere. Dorian appears with a serious expression on his face as he rushes to comfort Liana, who is bound in glowing chains. A close-up of Liana's face shows a single tear and a mixture of fear and sadness in her eyes, hinting at her deep grief. The pair find themselves in a dark, mysterious room with tall columns, prompting Liana to question their whereabouts, feeling stunned and afraid. Liana, still in Dorian's arms, looks at him with wide, frightened eyes, and he asks her if she is hurt, showing deep concern for her well-being. In a majestic, ominous setting, Dorian questions Liana about the passage to her cell, to which she responds with a resolute no, hinting at secrets and danger. Liana looks thoughtful with a sad expression on her face and a tear on her cheek. Dorian, concerned and confused, asks Liana about the mark, wondering what it could be. Dorian, who looks troubled and bound by a shining chain, doubts the nature of the sign. His lack of knowledge is evident. He looks upset, emphasizing the uncertainty of the situation. Both Dorian and Liana are depicted from behind, looking into a dark, vast space, as the text hints at some of the sinister circumstances in which they find themselves. A close-up of Liana shows an exquisite perfume bottle attached to her dress, and a speech bubble indicates her inability to fulfill a certain wish, adding a layer of complexity to her character. In a somber setting, Renag stands with her back to the viewer, her somber tone hinting at a serious situation, contemplating the consequences if their secret is revealed. Speech bubbles demonstrate desperate negotiations with fate, contrasting a luxurious backdrop with the pleading for the lives of the poor, hinting at the stark divide between wealth and despair. Liana's tearful eyes and the phrase surrounding her indicate a moment of revelation or defeat, adding emotional depth to her character's fate. In stark contrast, Dorian is depicted in despair, kneeling and hiding his face in the darkness, realizing the true gravity of their predicament. Liana pleads with Dorian, indicating a sense of urgency and fear. Dorian's reluctance is evident, adding tension to the exchange. In a tender moment, Dorian seems overwhelmed with emotion, with tears in his eyes, as he accepts Liana's offer to meet their fate together. Liana, with pink hair and striking blue eyes, stares intently at Dorian, whose pale white hair frames his equally blue eyes. They hold hands, Dorian's expression is gentle, and they seem to be having a tender moment. As Liana and Dorian walk side by side in a vast, dark library, a glowing blue chain connects them together. Liana looks curious, asking Dorian if he has heard anything about the library, suggesting that it is a mysterious and important place. Liana looks at Dorian with concern, suggesting that he doesn't need to talk about something if he prefers not to. Surprised, Dorian insists on talking, his face expressing genuine openness and vulnerability. Dorian, shown in close-up, shares with Liana that the place they are in is very ancient, a fact that has great significance to him. His upturned face is bathed in soft light, adding mystery to his words. Liana, in a pensive pose, listens as Dorian talks about the ancient nature of their surroundings. She seems to realize the weight of his words, pondering the legendary past he alludes to. Dorian and Liana stand in a large library, and Dorian tells stories about 3 unique things in their empire, one of which is the ancient prison of Cambra-Cam. The story seems both grand and terrifying as Dorian tells it. Liana questions Dorian about the exact meaning of the term old times, indicating a desire to understand more deeply. Dorian seems surprised by her question, perhaps revealing a gap in their knowledge or expectations. Dorian talks about a time before the founding of their country, a concept that seems new to Liana. This discovery leads to an exchange of mutual curiosity and a shared moment of discovery. Liana listens with an expression of intense curiosity as Dorian tells the story involving her father and the mayor. His narration is punctuated by her surprise, indicating a story of considerable intrigue and revelation. A large council is depicted, consisting of various dignified figures. They appear to be of distinguished status, carrying the weight of their heritage and authority, standing before an elaborate circular backdrop that evokes a sense of solemnity and grandeur.